Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 38. Two figures floated in the air in the distance, Jerlin and Ballerer, who'd been chasing after Eddie's group. They hadn't joined forces with Eddie. According to Jerlin, they wanted to reap the benefits. "I'm so tired, let's go rest." Jerlin flipped her long hair, her beautiful face showing signs of exhaustion. Ballerer looked around at the wide grassy field that seemed to be a farm. He liked the lush greenery. Beep 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 beep. Their gadgets beeped the moment they landed. A power level of 2100, there's a student here. Jerlin looked into the farm in surprise. Ballerer replied indifferently, "A student? Only 2100, let's go take a look." Jerlin nodded and slowly walked towards the farm. Within the farm, Luine was vexed. Going from the Seeker Realm to the peak of the Seeker Realm only required a few star crystals, but going from the early Sentinel Realm to the peak required a few hundred times more star energy. He'd absorbed about a cubic meter of star energy, but to raise his power level to over 2000, a portion of the energy had to be removed as impurities. He'd need at least 4 cubic meters of star crystals to reach the peak of the Sentinel Realm. With so many star crystals, even robbing the Academy's strongest students wouldn't necessarily be enough. "Looks like I won't be able to reach peak Sentinel in the short term. Thankfully, a power level of over 2000 is enough," Luine muttered as he recalled Parley's strength. Jerlin and Ballerer were approaching at this point. Luine noticed and looked outside the farm, staring at Ballerer in shock. What was that? Was it a plant spirit? "The person inside, come out," Jerlin shouted, flipping her long hair proudly. Luine walked out and stared at Ballerer in surprise. Jerlin was displeased. "Hey, why are you staring at a man? I'm the one calling you." Luine pointed at Ballerer. "A plant spirit? Impudent." Ballerer's eyebrows shot up in anger as he kicked Luine. As a top student of the Great U Empire Space Academy and a powerhouse second only to Jerlin, Ballerer's power level was 2900, so he didn't put Luine in his eyes at all. Luine used the roving step to evade the attack and appeared on Ballerer's right side. He pressed a hand against Ballerer's abdomen and coldly said, "This is a robbery." He then unleashed a huge force from his palm that sent Ballerer flying like a cannonball. The Space Render palm had cracked the surface of Ballerer's body. Jerlin's eyes narrowed as a unique bow appeared in her hand. Aiming at Luine, lightning crackled in the air. He instantly felt a sense of danger and dodged with the roving step. The arrow tore through the air as it shot into the distance. The next moment, the earth trembled as thunder shot into the sky and a violent shockwave swept out in all directions. Luine didn't look back as Jerlin's next arrow was aimed at him once more. He raised a hand to grab her, but she looked at him with disdain. Lightning danced on the surface of her body, wrapping around her exquisite figure and violently distorting the air around her. Luine frowned and struck out with his palm, summoning 2 stars that exploded with a bang. The powerful impact barely tore through the lightning and attacked Jerlin's body. Jerlin was shocked. She hadn't expected Luine to be able to break through her lightning defenses. This was a defensive armor her brother had given her, and few sentinels could break through it. She was sent flying miserably and crashed to the ground, her bow and arrow falling to the side. "Don't touch her." A roar came from nearby as Ballerer half knelt on the ground, strange green stripes appearing on his body and spreading out in all directions. The next moment, the surrounding plants wriggled as the grass beneath Luine's feet bound him as though it had a mind of its own. The surroundings were filled with hostility. Startled, Luine's star energy erupted and shattered the plants as he charged towards Ballerer. Ballerer growled as the grass wrapped around his arms swatted towards Luine. Bang! A shockwave spread out, lifting the earth and kicking up dust as Ballerer was smashed into the ground. He spat out a mouthful of blood, his arms twisted at an irregular angle. "I remember now, you two were hiding in the capital," Luine said indifferently, grabbing Ballerer and tossing him in Jerlin's direction as he reappeared in front of her. At the same time, the local network notified that Jerlin and Ballerer had been defeated. In the distance, Eddie was shocked. "Even Jerlin lost?" On the grass, Jerlin glared at Luine. "You're that interstellar bandit." Luine frowned. "Don't spout nonsense, I'm a good person." "Bullshit," Jerlin shouted, her words unbearably vulgar. Luine was surprised. "You're so good at cursing, you've got quite the temper." Jerlin snorted. Ballerer stared at Luine. "Kid, I'm warning you not to touch her. Her brother is Jerbok, one of the strongest youths in the Great U Empire. If you hurt her, there'll be no place for you in the universe." Luine pursed his lips. "I told you I'm a good person, I don't hurt people." He snatched Jerlin's cosmic ring and wiped some blood from the corner of her mouth before opening it and searching for star crystals. Jerlin and Balor stared blankly at the scene. This was a good person? His movements were too practiced, he must have trained. Hey, don't touch me, I'll give you whatever you want. Don't look around, you can't touch a girl's things. Jerlin shouted, kicking him repeatedly. Luin rolled his eyes. A bunch of useless things. Suddenly, his eyes lit up and his breathing quickened. What had he just seen? A pile of star crystals at least 2 cubic meters. He looked at her in astonishment. You're so rich. Jerlin gritted her teeth, her face red with anger. You bastard. Luin tossed the ring to her and began searching Balor's. Balor was quiet. This person was just robbing and not killing. Balor's ring didn't have as many as Jerlin's, but it wasn't far off either. The two of them had 2 cubic meters of star crystals in total. Luin was satisfied. Well done, we'll meet again if fate wills it. He then turned to leave. Jerlin shouted, leave your name, you bastard. Call me Seventh Bro. Luin waved and rose into the air. Jerlin was furious, but her eyes suddenly turned. Wait, don't you want more star crystals? Luin had just flown into the air when he heard this, but he immediately descended and looked at her. What do you mean? She smiled slyly. Follow us, we'll rob you. Luin was stunned. Balor's face twitched. It's starting again. Jerlin's personality of never letting herself be at a disadvantage flared up. This woman was good in every way except for the fact that she refused to be at a disadvantage. Once she was at a disadvantage, she would definitely take the fall. He looked at her strangely. You're going to rob me? Do I look like an idiot to you? She snorted. Believe it or not, but you don't have a gadget and can't find other students. They'll attack the capital in 7 days at most. How many can you run into in that time? I'll lead the way, you'll be lucky. Luin sneered. What if you lead me into a trap? Jerlin raised her head. I, Jerlin, am not that kind of person. Go ask around, who doesn't know Jerlin's character and trustworthiness? My brother is Jerbok, why would I harm you? Balor was speechless. He narrowed his eyes and thought about it. With his current strength, he could escape even if he was surrounded. Fine, you lead the way, but I'll take your cosmic ring and return it to you when we're done. Jerlin gritted her teeth. Fine. Half a day later, the three flew north. Luin asked, I've always wanted to ask, is this person a plant spirit? Balor was annoyed. I was born on a plant-based planet, everyone is like that. You have a problem with that? Luin was surprised. The universe is so vast, there are all kinds of people. Balor turned his head away. This bastard was cursing him. Jerlin rolled her eyes. What's wrong with that? You've seen Parlai, the tallest person on planet Threefold is only 1.6 meters, while the average is 1.2 meters. He's already considered tall, rich, and handsome. Other planets have people covered in scales, some have 4 arms, some are dozens of meters tall, and so on. There are all kinds of weird shapes. You're not a student of the cosmos? Balor suddenly asked, looking at him suspiciously. Of course not, I'm from Earth. Jerlin and Balor's eyes went wide, their hearts filled with humiliation. They'd been robbed by a native. Half an hour later, Jerlin excitedly called out, They're here, there are 2 students. Luin was excited and glanced at her. She was even more excited than he was. Hey bastard, how do we split them? Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 39. Luin raised a brow and looked at her with a faint smile. You want to split the loot? You don't want to? Jerlin raised a brow. The two stared at each other. Balor tugged at her and whispered, We can't be seen, it won't look good on your brother if word gets out. Jerlin nodded. You play by yourself, we'll hide. She and Balor went into hiding. Luin didn't object. He was still worried about having the 2 by his side, so hiding was the best option. 2 figures slowly appeared in the distance. 10 minutes later, a notification came from the network that 2 more had been defeated. After 5 days, many students thought that the interstellar bandits had stopped, but they had reappeared without warning. Jerlin looked at Luin excitedly. Quick, how much did you get? Split the loot. He looked at her. Are you sure? Jerlin stared at him and muttered, Don't tell me you're shameless enough to take it all for yourself. Luin thought about it and tossed her a star crystal. Take it. Bastard, you're so stingy. Jerlin smacked him angrily. Luin smiled. You're the one who didn't want it, so don't blame me. He had long since seen through her personality. She was helping him because she was unhappy. Even if he didn't give her the star crystals, she would still help him unless she could snatch the loot back from him. He wasn't worried about her quitting at all. With the help of a spy like Jerlin, Lu Yin's robberies went smoothly. After robbing several groups over the past few days, he managed to scrape together 5 cubes of star crystals, a sum that even Jerlin was jealous of. 4 days before the second batch of trial takers arrived, Lu Yin encountered his first real danger since the apocalypse. He was surrounded by a total of 7 students, 3 of whom were the strongest in the academy. On the top floor of a supermarket in the abandoned county city, Lu Yin scanned the group. Jerlin had only seen 2 people on her gadget, but 7 had suddenly appeared out of nowhere. The other 5 weren't wearing their gadgets, having hidden themselves like him. These people had gone all out to capture him, even throwing away their gadgets. "You're the interstellar bandit? You only have a combat power of 2,100. Looks like your combat skills are very powerful," a boorish-looking student said sternly. He was one of the strongest students in the school. Next to him, a woman with an ordinary appearance but a sexy figure smiled. "Many people don't use their star crystals for cultivation, but to train their battle techniques instead. Are you the same, Junior? Can you tell me what your battle technique is?" Lu Yin looked at her and his lips curled up. "You want to know? Give it a try." The girl giggled and raised her hand to point an energy gun at him. "Junior, don't you know that sometimes, you don't have to rely on yourself in battle? External items are also very important." At the same time, a few others took out their energy guns and aimed them at Lu Yin. This energy gun could even injure sentinels. Terence had pierced Geraldine's shoulder before he had died, and its power was not weak. Lu Yin stared at the people around him and suddenly took out a handful of fire crystals from his cosmic ring. He smashed them on the ground, causing flames to soar into the sky and cover the building. Several people opened fire at the same time, but Lu Yin dodged with the roving step and threw out a few more crystals. Frost, wind, and flames enveloped the area, causing white mist to evaporate and obstructing everyone's vision. These crystals had been taken from the students who had been robbed, and were now used to block his vision. Lu Yin used the roving step at an extremely fast speed, leaving only an afterimage in his wake. He appeared in front of one of the strongest students in the academy and unleashed a cosmic palm without hesitation. The student's ring armor instantly shattered, and the student was sent crashing to the ground. Lu Yin's body spun as he unleashed a space render palm in all directions. An enormous force crushed the floor and scattered the void, severely injuring 4 of the remaining 6 students. Only 2 of the academy's strongest students were able to use space render palms to attack Lu Yin. Lu Yin's gaze was piercingly cold as he punched out with both hands, stars appearing in each of his palms as he struck out at one of them. Boom! The place was completely shattered, and the 3 fell vertically to the ground, crushing the abandoned supermarket into 2 halves. Suddenly, Lu Yin felt a sharp pain in his back. The student who had been slapped to the ground had stabbed into his body, and fresh blood stained his clothes. Lu Yin's cosmic palm star burst forced the 2 back, and he turned to grab the student's arm and pulled out his short sword. The student's pupils shrank, and he immediately let go of the hilt to dodge. Lu Yin's attack missed, and he swung the short sword behind him. The edge of the blade flashed past and one of the student's cheeks was slashed. Blood splattered onto the wall, and the short sword pierced through a dozen buildings before stabbing into an armored vehicle. The ruined building swayed as dust rose into the air. Lu Yin panted heavily, the pain in his back making him extremely tense. These 3 were all at Parley's level, a bit stronger than Varen. With them surrounding him, he had nowhere to hide. In the distance, Jerlin and Ballerer watched with flickering eyes. "Do you think we should hit him when he's down and rob him?" Jerlin was eager to give it a try. Ballerer muttered to himself, "Sure, but we'll have to wait until he's heavily injured." Jerlin was pleased. "At least Eddie isn't stupid and knows to set up an ambush, or my help would have been in vain." Ballerer was shocked. "You knew this was a trap?" "Of course not, idiot. But if Eddie isn't stupid, he'll definitely think of a way to set up a trap. I can lead this bastard in a robbery, but he can also use me to ambush him." "We're not stupid," Jerlin rolled her eyes at Ballerer. 3 powerhouses on par with Parley, even Eddie himself would have a hard time escaping. "He's done for, hee-hee," Jerlin laughed happily, venting her anger. Of the 7 attackers, only 3 could truly pose a threat to Lu Yin. He exhaled and retrieved an item from his cosmic ring, causing the expressions of the 3 attackers to change. "What's this?" In the distance, Jerlin was stunned, her face red with anger. "That despicable bastard." Lu Yin's lips curled into a smile. He was wearing a delicate ring armor that flickered with lightning. This was Jerlin's armor. Apparently, her brother had given it to her for self-defense. Since her cosmic ring had been taken away by Lu Yin, This item had naturally been taken as well, including the unique bow and arrow. Jerlin's armor, the burly man raged. How dare you steal Jerlin? You're crazy, her brother is Jerbok. Luin sneered, I don't care who he is. How can you differentiate who you're robbing? Are you out of your mind? He then struck out with a palm, a space render palm smashing into the stout man's body. The man gritted his teeth and endured the attack, but his body was sent flying back more than 10 meters before crashing into a pillar in the supermarket. Luin and a few others rushed out of the ruins with a bang, one of them crushing a crystal to summon a green blade that slashed towards Luin. Luin met the attack head-on, lightning crackling around his body. The blade had no effect on him at all, so he bypassed it and appeared in front of the burly man, slamming him to the ground with a serious palm that almost caused him to vomit out his organs and faint on the spot. The other two immediately retreated when they saw that something was wrong. Lu Yin's armor wasn't something they could break, even he had to use serious palm to break through his lightning defenses. 7 people had surrounded him, 2 had escaped and 5 had been defeated. When the results were made public on the network, all the students fell silent, including Eddie. He believed himself to be the strongest of the first batch, but even he would find it difficult to achieve such a result. All the students in the Alliance were notified to give up on the chase and attack the capital in 3 days. Luin casually sat on the ground and stared into the distance. Come out. Jerlin and Ballerer stared at Luin in shock. This person had become famous after today's battle. The strongest native was Zhang Dingtian, who had the power of a realm breaker. Back then he had forced the 4 of them back, including Eddie, with a single strike. That power had made Jerlin's heart tremble. Now Lu Yin's strength had shocked her as well. Luin tossed the medicine to her. Apply it for me. She glared at him and pointed at herself. What did you say? You want me to apply medicine for you? Is it that hard to understand? He asked indifferently. Jerlin was furious. Dream on, I'm as pure as ice and as pure as jade. I've never touched a man's body. How dare you profane me? Luin stared at her coldly. Don't think I don't know what you're thinking. You wouldn't have been so polite if I'd lost. Apply medicine for me now. I'll do it, Ballerer said. Luin snorted. No way, your hands are dirty. Ballerer was furious. Thank you to the readers for your donations and support. Update at 2 p.m. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 40. Luin stared coldly at her. I'll say it again, help me apply the ointment. Jerlin gritted her teeth. Fine, I'll settle this with you one day. She then applied the ointment on her hand and pressed it against his back. Luin exhaled as a cool sensation washed over him. The ointment from Shamrock Enterprises was very effective, scabbing over very quickly. Jerlin's small hands were soft, and with the ointment on them, he enjoyed it for a while. His gaze softened as he looked at her. Humph, get up, let's keep robbing, she said. Luin tossed the cosmic ring back to her. No more robbing, that's enough. Go have fun on your own. No, Eddie hasn't shown up yet, we have to rob him. Luin smiled and ignored her. These people hadn't taken him seriously before, thinking that one of the Academy's strongest would be enough to deal with him. Now, however, 7 of them had appeared at once. Only an idiot would try to rob them again. Rummaging through the cosmic rings of the 5 students, he found 2 more cubes of star crystals and waved to Jerlin before flying away. Jerlin suddenly shouted, Bastard, my armor, my bow. Lend it to me for now, I'll return it later. His voice drifted away until it couldn't be heard anymore. Jerlin stomped her feet in anger. Her brother had given her the armor and bow for self-defense, and they were the reason why Eddie had been so wary of her. Now they had all been taken from her, that despicable bastard. In the capital, Zhang Dingtian and the rest saw the results on the network. Bai Shui was shocked. The students from the heavens were all in the realm of sky, and those who dared to complete the mission were at least in the top 3 of their academy. She had personally witnessed the strength of the academy's strongest, but now 7 of them had been defeated. How had Luin become so strong in just a few days? Zhang Dingtian suddenly looked towards the south of the capital, a rare smile on his face. An old friend is here. Bai Shui's eyes lit up. That's Zhoushan? The 2 quickly flew towards the south, but stopped halfway and looked towards the north. Another old friend. Looks like they all want to get involved in this mess. Bai Shui was pleasantly surprised. Wu Sheng is here too, that's great. Zhang Dingtian took a deep breath. They shouldn't have come. There are 4 of the 7 sages, 5 against dozens of students. What a disparity in power. In the distance, Lu Yin found a remote mountain village and set up fire crystals around it. He took out a large handful of star crystals and crushed them, causing a surge of star energy as he used Sirius to absorb. In the west of the capital, Eddie and a dozen other students appeared. Everyone prepare yourselves. We'll officially attack the capital in 3 days. Our opponents won't be the natives guarding the capital, but the second batch of trial takers. According to the rules, even if there are melders in the second batch, their powers will be sealed and they'll only be sentinels. Even so, they're not something ordinary people can handle. All the students were solemn. It was rare for a second batch of trial takers to appear in the Great U Empire's planetary trials. This time it was purely because of Astral. 10. Many hidden geniuses had participated in the trials for the sake of their results, and this was the reason for the second batch of trial takers. A portion of them had come to Earth, and the Great U Empire students were about to face such geniuses. More and more students approached the capital. In the south of Huaxia, a dozen exhausted students landed on the ocean. We're finally in Huaxia. That Eddie is organizing people to steal from the fugitive. Let's go, we can't let him get ahead of us. Groups of students appeared in the east and north as well. Huaxia was surging like a storm. When the sun lit up the land on the third day, Zhang Dingtian stood atop a steel wall and looked into the distance. A group of black figures had appeared. At the same time in the distance, Lu Yin opened his eyes. He had absorbed 5 cubes of star crystals over the past 3 days and expelled the impurities from his body. His body was now filled with boiling star energy, and he was much stronger than before. This was energy suppression. The more star energy he absorbed, the stronger his energy would become. He was now a peak sentinel with a power level of 3000. Over the past few days, Lu Yin had stolen 7 cubes of star crystals and used up 5 of them. He looked at the remaining 2 cubes in front of him and couldn't resist the temptation. He took out his die and rubbed his hands together. Come on, let's gamble. I hope I don't get one this time, it's too much of a scam. It's almost impossible to steal anything good. He crushed one of the cubes. The dim surface of the die changed rapidly, eventually turning into a sparkling star. Lu Yin swallowed hard and tapped the die lightly with his finger. The die spun rapidly and Lu Yin stared at it with wide eyes. Finally, the die's 5 faces disappeared, leaving only a single face, 2 pips. Lu Yin grew excited. 2 pips, an unfamiliar number. Lu Yin stared at the die, and a black hole suddenly appeared at the bottom of the die as it rotated. Lu Yin suddenly thought of a use for it. Disintegrate? Decompose everything? Lu Yin was confused. What did that mean? He looked at the slowly spinning black hole and thought for a moment before tossing a piece of scrap metal into it. However, the scrap metal fell out of the black hole in an instant. It was no longer scrap metal but rather a complete piece of metal. Its surface was smooth and hard, and its volume was much smaller than scrap metal. Lu Yin looked at the metal and understood what decompose meant. Anything that wasn't alive would be decomposed into its starting materials. This wasn't a bad idea. He thought for a moment before tossing in a cosmic ring that he'd robbed from a student. He'd taken quite a few rings and hadn't returned them because they'd gone too far. A fingernail-sized piece of dark red metal fell out of the ring. Lu Yin was pleasantly surprised. It was dragon gold, a precious mineral used to make cosmic rings. He put the gold away and tossed all of the stolen cosmic rings into the black hole, obtaining a thumb-sized chunk of gold. He thought about it for a moment before tossing it into the black hole. A piece of metal that sparkled with a dark golden light fell out with a thud. Lu Yin's eyes widened. This was the essence of ancient gold. Its price far exceeded that of ancient gold, and it was a necessary material for making extremely large cosmic rings. He carefully put it away and grew excited. Should I find a junkyard to decompose things in the future? 5 minutes later, the black hole disappeared. Just like the time-stop space, the black hole's duration could be exchanged for star crystals. Lu Yin guessed that the exchange rate would be the same, but he felt a headache coming on. No amount of star crystals would be enough. Forget it, I'll think of something in the future, he muttered to himself as he moved his body, causing it to crack. He looked up in the direction of the capital. It's time to go back. With that, he flew off into the distance. By the time he reached the capital, it was already in chaos. Millions of survivors were looking up at the sky in fear as shockwaves swept across the land from time to time, bringing disaster to the city. Eddie had joined forces with more than 20 students to attack the capital, and by the time news of this spread, the war had already begun. The steel walls were immediately destroyed, and Bai Shui stood outside the ruined walls, panting heavily as she faced the arrogant Hayden and 2 other students. A mere native wants to stop us? She overestimates herself, one of the students said disdainfully as he stared at Bai Shui with burning eyes. She was just too beautiful. The other students' gaze was just as fervent. They were the strongest in their respective academies, and just one of them was enough to deal with Bai Shui. However, her beauty had attracted the attention of 3 other students, and if not for the fact that there were too many of them, there would have been quite a few students looking over from afar. Hayden frowned at her. "Woman, I'll give you a chance to submit to us, and I'll take you away from this trash planet and explore the stars." "Hayden, you can't be thinking of taking everything for yourself, can you?" Hayden was cold and arrogant. There were differences between academies and he was stronger than the other 2. Only Eddie and Zhang Dingtian could defeat him and he didn't care about the rest. Bai Shui clenched her fists and slowly exhaled, her blue hair fluttering in the wind as the ground froze over and the surrounding temperature plummeted. The 3 students didn't mind. This woman was at most comparable to the strongest in the academy, and it was unrealistic for her to take on all 3 of them at once. In the distance, Zhou Shan roared in anger as he crashed to the ground with one of the students. He was barely strong enough to deal with one of them. There were still a dozen figures floating in the sky, looking down with cold arrogance. They weren't worried about losing. This was just a native city. What a waste of time. "Attack," one of the students arrogantly said, raising his hand and pressing down on the capital. The pressure dropped and countless people spat out blood as they looked up in despair. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 41. Suddenly, the void distorted as a huge slash tore through the air, heading straight for the students. They were all shocked and they all attacked at the same time. In the distance, Zhang Dingtian rose into the air, his eyes cold as ice. Even though they had heard of him before, the students still felt numb when they saw him in person. There were realm breakers among the natives, which was simply abnormal. With a whoosh, an arrow streaked across the sky and struck one of the students. It was the same student who had attacked the capital, and blood splattered from the sky. This was Wu Xing, one of the 7 sages, the Wolf Sage. He had been overseeing the grasslands, but he had learned that the capital was under siege through a gadget he had stolen. He had come to help a few days ago. The 4 sages were fighting more than 20 students. The difference in power was so great that even Zhang Dingtian couldn't make up for it. In less than 15 minutes, Zhou Shan spat out blood, his body covered in wounds. Wu Sheng's abdomen had also been pierced by a student. Tens of thousands of cultivators from the Chinese camp had come out to fight, but they had been slaughtered like weeds. They couldn't even get close to the students. Geraldine hid in a corner watching the scene in horror. She wasn't from Earth, so she wouldn't throw her life away. Besides, she couldn't even stop a single student with her strength. A gust of wind blew past, freezing the world. Many students looked at the ruins of the city walls in astonishment. Their 2 students had been frozen. Hayden was shocked. "Innate gift. You actually have an innate gift." The word, innate gift, shocked everyone, and all the students looked at Bai Shui in disbelief. Her originally beautiful face was now imprinted in everyone's hearts. Bai Shui's lips were red and blood dripped from her chin to the ground. She breathed heavily, exhaling cold air with every breath. She was already at her limit, and these monsters couldn't be killed. Not many people knew about Bai Shui's innate gift, not even the 7 sages. She had hidden it well, but she was helpless against Hayden's students. The next moment, all the students stared at Bai Shui greedily. Everyone knew the importance of an innate gift, and if they could capture one for the faction behind them, their status would skyrocket. The student who had stabbed Wu Xing casually threw him aside and laughed as he charged at Bai Shui. The student who had been planning to kill Zhou Shan also grinned and charged over. In the sky, more than 10 idle students attacked at the same time. At this moment, white snow was even more important than the capital or even the fugitive. Geraldine sighed. This was the sorrow of the weak. Since Bai Shui's talent was exposed, she could only be captured. No one would waste a talented cultivator. She would be arranged to be married off to some influential figure in order to increase the chances of giving birth to a talented cultivator. Eddie stared greedily at white snow and rushed over, but Zhang Dingtian was faster. Scram! Zhang Dingtian roared and countless slashes flew out from all directions. More than 20 students were forced to retreat. They were shocked by Zhang Dingtian's strength, but even so, it did not diminish their determination to snatch Bai Shui. Talented cultivators were too important. Eddie's fist slammed into Zhang Dingtian's abdomen, knocking him back 10 meters. Still standing, Zhang Dingtian slashed out with his saber, forcing Eddie to retreat. Hayden crushed the water crystal and shouted, Water spout. A torrent of water rushed towards Zhang Dingtian. At the same time, all sorts of attacks came from all directions. Zhang Dingtian's eyes widened, and he clenched his teeth so hard that they bled. With a low roar, he stabbed his saber into the ground and slashed it out. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 42. Everyone was stunned. That was Eddie, a powerhouse who'd entered U Academy as an exception and was publicly acknowledged as the strongest. He was someone who could fight Zhang Dingtian head-on, but he'd been crippled with a single palm strike. Zhang Dingtian was just as shocked. This person was so much stronger than before that even he wasn't confident in being able to take on that palm. Lu Yin looked at his right palm where the third star had appeared. It seemed to be more powerful than he'd expected. Sirius Palm wasn't just a simple starburst attack. Each star would stack the damage, and a 3-star Sirius Palm was far more powerful than a 2-star attack. Lu Yin had once guessed that he'd be able to match Zhang Dingtian when the third star appeared, but now he knew that he'd actually surpassed the other man. In the distance, a student stared at his gadget in shock. 3700 power level, a realm breaker. Everyone felt their scalps go numb. Realm breakers were freakish geniuses that only the most gifted geniuses in the universe could reach. It was inconceivable that 2 of them had appeared on a fringe planet, and there was even a cultivator with an innate gift next to them. Was this really an ordinary planet? Geraldine was stunned. This bastard had actually become so strong. Lu Yin clenched his fists and scanned the students, grinning as he charged at one of them. That student was one of the strongest in the academy, and he was scared out of his wits when he saw Lu Yin charging towards him. He didn't even think of resisting and immediately tried to escape, but Lu Yin grabbed him by the shoulder and crushed his ring armor. "Stay put," Lu Yin growled, punching the student in the forehead and knocking him unconscious. He then continued to charge towards the other students. The scene was strange. Lu Yin was like a lion charging into a flock of sheep. Sirius Palm made him invincible, and the attacks of the other students were useless against him. After Lu Yin knocked out 8 of them, the rest dispersed in a hubbub. They couldn't fight him and they couldn't defend against him either. Hayden was the first to flee, but Bai Shui had been keeping an eye on him the entire time. "Get out of my way, woman!" Hayden roared. He didn't want to be knocked out, and it was obvious that the bastard had a motive for doing so. Thinking back to the fate of Parlai and Varen, he sucked in a breath of cold air. Was the bastard planning to kidnap all of the trial students? Whoosh! Just as Hayden was about to break through the ice and escape, a terrifying slash streaked across the ground, forcefully stopping him in his tracks. In front of him, Zhang Dingtian wielded his saber and stared coldly at Hayden. "Did I say you could leave?" Hayden was stunned for a moment. Then he felt a sharp pain in the back of his head and lost consciousness. Bai Shui retracted her hand. Her eyes were filled with excitement. It seemed that doing this was very satisfying. Zhang Dingtian stared blankly at Bai Shui. This was the first time he'd seen Bai Shui use a club, and he had to admit that Lu Yin's actions were quite provocative. Further away, Jerlin and Ballerer stared blankly at the capital, their faces twitching. "Are my eyes playing tricks on me? That shameless bastard is capturing students?" Ballerer smiled wryly. "You're not, he really is capturing students. This is probably the first time in the history of the trial that something like this has happened." No matter which trial it was, the students were like gods standing high above the masses, able to look down on the masses. Their only opponent was themselves. But now, all the students participating in the trial, even the strongest batch, were being captured one by one. They were as terrified as rabbits, and in the end, less than 5 of them managed to escape. When the capital finally regained its calm, there were 19 unconscious students lying on the ground in a pitiful state. Lu Yin wiped the sweat off his brow. He was exhausted. The ones who'd escaped were too fast, and their movement techniques were too good for him to catch. 19 here, 21 if you include Parlai and Varen. As Zhou Shan brought those 2 from Blue Mountain Academy? That's 23 students, not a small number, Lu Yin calculated, his hands moving quickly as he plundered them one by one. Zhang Dingtian and Bai Shui were speechless. Lu Yin's movements were too practiced. Eddie hadn't fainted, only heavily injured. His eyes went wide. "You're that interstellar bandit?" Lu Yin glanced at him. "Don't spout nonsense, these are my spoils. I can't fight for nothing." Eddie was furious. Geraldine came out at this time to help Lu Yin deal with the spoils. Lu Yin didn't blame her. She was also a trial student, and it was already good enough that she hadn't helped him attack the capital. The battle had been tiring. Even with his armor, his internal organs had been shaken up and he needed to rest. Zhang Dingtian and Bai Shui didn't even want to move. Zhou Shan and Wu Xing were heavily injured, so Lu Yin had Geraldine treat them before he was brought back to the capital by the Chinese camp. All of the cultivators from the Chinese camp moved out to clean up the ruins. 2 hours later, all of the students who had been knocked unconscious woke up one after another. When they realized that they were all tied up, they all glared at Lu Yin angrily. They glared at Lu Yin especially when they found out that they had been robbed. "You're that interstellar bandit, the one who robbed Ian," someone shouted. Beside him was Ian. "Hey, don't use me as an example, it's embarrassing. You must be the one who robbed Ian and now you're robbing us? You're a bandit," someone else shouted. Ian was speechless. Lu Yin sneered and walked in front of them, raising his hand. The students jumped in fright and quickly shut their mouths. Lu Yin retracted his hand and was about to say something to Zhang Dingtian and the rest when his eyes narrowed and he looked towards the sky. At the same time, countless people across Earth looked up and saw meteors streaking across the sky. One after another, they streaked across the horizon. Lu Yin was shocked. This was the second batch of trial takers. "Why so early?" he asked Geraldine in confusion. "It's rare for a second batch to appear, so I don't know." Bai Shui walked over with a solemn expression. "It should have started from the moment we received the notice." Zhang Dingtian looked at the sky and narrowed his eyes when he saw 3 meteors flying towards them. Lu Yin immediately shouted, "Bring these people back to the capital, quick!" Not long after, a loud explosion rang out in the distance. Countless survivors in the capital were terrified. Today's despair was comparable to the apocalypse. Dozens of Realm of Sky powerhouses had appeared, and now even meteors were crashing down. Was humanity really in a desperate situation? The steel city walls had been reduced to rubble, and Lu Yin's group stood atop the rubble and watched as a meteor crashed down. It was only a few thousand meters away from the capital, and they could even see the alien spacecraft surrounded by flames. Boom! The ground shook once more as a huge crack spread towards the capital. Zhang Dingtian waved his hand, and a shockwave tore through the ground to block the crack. The next moment, a scorching heat wave swept across the capital, bringing with it an endless amount of dust. Everyone felt the pressure descend upon them. When the dust settled, a circular spacecraft with a diameter of 3 meters appeared in front of everyone. It was very small, exactly the same as Vesta's, and could only fit one person. A huge cone-shaped crater had appeared in the ground. Another explosion rang out in the distance. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed as 3 meteors crashed down. This was the second batch of trial takers who had come for Astral 10, hoping to do well in the trials. Eddie was held to the side, his eyes glued to the spacecraft with excitement. "Come, let these natives see what it means to be a monster and what it means to be strong." Crack. The circular spacecraft's hatch opened, and hot air spewed out into white smoke. A hand reached out and grabbed the edge of the spacecraft, and a figure walked out into the sunlight. A handsome man with a hint of a smile appeared in front of everyone's eyes. He walked out of the spacecraft and slowly floated to the ground. He didn't look at Lu Yin's group, instead scanning his surroundings with a probing gaze. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed as he looked at the man. He was extremely dangerous. He looked down at his gadget and saw a power level of 3000, a peak sentinel. They were clearly on the same level, but why did this person give off such a dangerous vibe? It wasn't just Lu Yin, Zhang Dingtian, Bai Shui, Geraldine, and even Eddie felt an extreme sense of danger the moment they saw the man. This gentle-looking man seemed to hide a suffocating pressure. "Who is he?" Lu Yin asked, patting Eddie's head. Eddie stared blankly at the man and shook his head. "I don't know." Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. This man hadn't even looked at them. Was he looking down on them? This was an invisible arrogance that was engraved in his bones and indescribable. Thanks to the readers, I'll update at 2 p.m. Thank you. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 43. At that moment, 2 black dots flew over from the distance. 2 more men had arrived, both of them quickly descending. Eddie was excited to see them. "Senior Raz, I'm here, Senior Raz." Lu Yin slapped him on the head again. "What are you shouting for? Who's here?" Eddie glared fiercely at Lu Yin. "Your end is here. Student Raz is an expert from U Academy, you're no match for him. Let me go and I can help you plead with Senior Raz." Lu Yin looked at the 2 men who had just arrived with a solemn expression. U Academy? That was where the true elites of the great U Empire resided, and it could also be considered an academy that nurtured the best of the younger generation. Outside the capital, the first man who'd arrived was still standing on the ground and looking around. The two who'd arrived later looked down at Lu Yin's group from above, and one of them stepped forward and looked down arrogantly. Eddie, you really know how to make you Academy proud. You were actually captured by the natives, you useless thing. Eddie's expression turned ugly as he gritted his teeth and lowered his head. The other man waved his hand and looked down calmly. Who captured Eddie? Let him go and I'll spare his life. Is he the Senior Raz you mentioned? Lu Yin asked. Eddie was excited. Yes, Senior Raz isn't an ordinary Yu Academy expert. His father is the vice-treasurer of the Great Yu Empire, Lord Sikar. He collected all sorts of battle techniques for Senior Raz, and his strength is second only to Melders in Yu Academy. Lu Yin's eyes lit up. Vice-treasurer? His family is rich? Eddie was stunned, but that wasn't the point. Lu Yin looked at Raz with a burning gaze. He was in dire need of star crystals. The 8 cubes that the students had given him were far from enough, but Raz might be able to surprise him. As for the strength that Eddie had mentioned, Lu Yin didn't really care. Raz seemed much gentler than the first man, and that person was definitely dangerous. That person seems to have changed, Zhang Dingtian suddenly spoke up. Lu Yin turned around and looked at the man who was still standing on the ground. His gaze changed. This person gave off a very ordinary feeling, just like a normal person. He didn't seem as dangerous as he had when Raz and the others had approached him. This person had changed the moment Raz and the others had approached him. Raz frowned. What, you're not going to let him go? Or do you think you can protect this place by luck? Senior Raz, the fugitive left something in this city. As long as we control this place, he'll definitely come. Eddie shouted. His defeat and the arrival of the second batch of trial takers had completely destroyed his hopes of completing the mission. He might as well do Raz a favor and have someone to rely on in the future. Raz's eyes lit up and he smiled. Is that so? Looks like my luck isn't bad. Even a random landing would result in a good place. At this moment, the man standing behind Raz looked to the side and glanced at the spacecraft. He whispered a few words in Raz's ear, and Raz looked at the first man who had appeared. Friend, my name is Raz. Let's get to know each other. On the ground, the man squatted down to pick up the soil and sniff it. It smells like blood. High up in the sky, Raz's face sank. Friend, let's get to know each other. I'm Raz, the son of the Great Yu Empire's vice-treasurer, Sikar. The man stood up and looked at Raz with a faint smile. Xiaoluo, I'm just a nobody. I wouldn't dare to associate myself with you. Raz frowned. Charlotte? He had never heard of this name before. Lu Yin turned to Zhang Dingtian. We can't let them talk, it'll be troublesome if they reach a consensus. I'll go grab Raz, you keep an eye on Xiaoluo. Zhang Dingtian nodded and tightened his grip on his sword. Eddie heard this and looked at Lu Yin like he'd seen a ghost. Grabbing Raz? Was he crazy? Raz's strength aside, just his background alone was enough to deter trial takers from touching him. Lu Yin looked up at the sky. This was just the beginning. He had waited for so long and now he was finally getting close. With that in mind, Lu Yin flew towards Raz with a bang, and under everyone's shocked gazes, he struck out with his palm, causing the air to distort. Raz had been wondering about Xiaoluo's identity, but he hadn't expected Lu Yin to attack him directly. The man behind him stepped forward in anger. How dare you attack Sir Raz? His hand transformed into a claw as a formless bestial roar filled the void. Lu Yin seemed to see a giant claw covering the sky. It was similar to Eddie's Beast King fist, but it was much more powerful. Lu Yin didn't let his guard down, and 2 stars appeared in his palm. The two collided in the air with a bang, shockwaves spreading out in an arc as an invisible force crushed the ground. The man was sent flying 100 meters away, spitting out a mouthful of blood as he stared at Lu Yin in shock. His strength was about the same as Eddie's. Lu Yin's full-powered Sirius palm had crippled Eddie, and his 2-star Sirius palm was enough to injure him. Raz's eyes narrowed. No wonder you were able to capture Eddie. You're quite strong. He then raised his right palm and transformed it into a claw, but this attack was much stronger than the one from before. A phantom of a giant claw appeared in the void, as if it had stepped out from outer space to grab Lu Yin. Lu Yin's expression changed. Eddie, that man, and Raz had all used the same battle technique, but each was stronger than the last. Below, Xiaoluo's eyes lit up. Yu Academy's top battle technique, the Sky Beast Claw. Although this person has only grasped 5 of the 108 forms, it's enough to crush most sentinels. Not bad. Behind him, Zhang Dingtian's eyes went wide while Bai Shui, Geraldine, and the rest were shocked. They had never even heard of such a battle technique before. This was the foundation of the Great Yu Empire. 2 stars revolved in Lu Yin's palm, and a third appeared and collided with Raz's claw. Everyone's expressions changed as a huge shockwave swept out in all directions, the three stars exploding at the same time. Roz was shocked by the superimposed shockwave and the phantom claw shattered. His eyes narrowed as his body vanished, and Lu Yin used the roving step at the same time to vanish from the sky. The next moment, the two reappeared at the same time. Lu Yin struck out with his palm again, but Roz was afraid. His sky beast claw had been broken, and there was no way he could block it. He dodged to the side and crushed a gale crystal, a gray whirlwind swirling around his left index finger as he pointed at Lu Yin. This was his strongest battle technique, the Yin Wind Finger, a technique that Seeker had paid a huge price for. Lu Yin felt a sense of danger, and Roz's command caused his entire body to turn icy cold. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 45. Mira smiled. That's good. I wasn't supposed to be here, but it's a pity that the Great Yu Empire's Youth Council has been banned. I'm the one who announced the ban, so I can't shirk my responsibility. After all, the Youth Council can't be absent. What do you think, General Mathers? Sigmund nodded. Thank you for your hard work, Miss Mira. Mira smiled and looked at the screen. He's not bad. I hope he does well. She then turned and left the monitoring room, leaving behind a delicate fragrance. After Mira left, everyone took in deep breaths. That mountain-like pressure had descended upon them. That woman had been too terrifying, and her strength had definitely surpassed everyone present. She was just a student, and even though she was from the Innerverse, she was still a student. Why was she so strong? Tori Anna spoke up. Mira, a subordinate of the Universe Youth Council and a student of Astral 6. People call her the Red Lotus Witchbow, but I didn't expect her to be so strong. Sigmund let out a sigh and didn't discuss Mira with Toli. Instead, he turned his attention back to the screen. Mira had saved this young man, and if he could perform a little better, he might be able to get her help. What a lucky young man. Shalasha's eyes were hazy. He had actually been intimidated by a woman, and his heart was filled with rage. Tori Anna looked at him and smiled disdainfully. So what if he was angry? Would he dare to attack Mira? Her strength aside, she had the support of the Universe Youth Council, and there were 10 freaks there. Outside the capital on Earth, Xia Luo left without saying anything to Lu Yin and the rest. He didn't even fly, instead just walking on the ground towards the wandering corpse tide. Lu Yin looted Roz and the other man. Roz lived up to his title as the son of the vice-treasurer. He was rich indeed. He had found almost 12 cubes of star crystals and many other natural crystals in his cosmic ring, shocking Geraldine and the rest. You're dead. Everything about me is being monitored by the Empire's surveillance stations. You're dead. My father definitely knows that you'll be put on trial after this trial, and I'll make you beg for death. Roz's eyes widened in anger as he slumped to the ground. Lu Yin smiled. I'm looking forward to it. Roz's eyes flickered. A native was a native. He would know what despair felt like when the trial came. Let me ask you, what battle technique did you use at the beginning? Lu Yin stared at Roz as he asked. Roz sneered. A mere native like you actually has ideas about the Sky Beast Claw? Well, it doesn't matter if I tell you. The Great Yu Empire's Yu Academy has 108 forms of the Sky Beast Claw, and I've only grasped 5 of them. If you have the ability, why don't you go to Yu Academy and grasp all 108 forms? You'll definitely be able to shake the heavens. Lu Yin sighed. You've only grasped 5 of the 108 forms. Your aptitude is pretty poor. Roz was furious. I'm Seeker's son. I'm a genius. Even Jerbak and the others have only grasped less than half of it. What does a native like you know? That kind of peerless battle technique isn't something an ordinary person can grasp. You're talking about this? Lu Yin raised a hand and his palm transformed into a claw. The faint roar of a beast could be heard in the void as an enormous pressure was released, causing the surrounding rocks to shatter. At this moment, Zhang Dingtian and the others felt fear. Roz gritted his teeth. This bastard had actually mastered the 3rd form of the Sky Beast Claw. If he had used the 5th form of the Sky Beast Claw on him, would he have been able to master it as well? Roz felt a chill run down his spine. This kind of person had to be killed. With Lu Yin's help, 25 students from the capital had been arrested, including Roz, who was the son of a powerful family. Geraldine looked at the network and counted. There are 62 people in the second batch and 15 of them landed in China. Although the number was much smaller than the first batch, the quality was completely different. Any one of them had the power of a peak sentinel, and of the 7 sages, only the 3 high sages could take them on. Even Zhang Dingtian wasn't confident that he could easily defeat an expert like Roz. Sometimes, battle techniques could make up for a huge gap. Many battle techniques couldn't be expressed by their power level. Northern Europe was covered in snow and wind. The picturesque region of peaceful times was now covered in snow, and countless zombies were frozen. The entire region was a vast expanse of white and there was no blood. It was like a paradise. Several meteors crashed into Northern Europe, and one of them landed on Otto Island, an island within the Nordic Bay. The bay was sealed in ice and not a single person could be seen within 100 miles of the island. The spacecraft crashed into the island, creating a cone-shaped crater in the ground. The hatch opened and a young man walked out, exhaling as the white air froze and fell to the ground. The man cursed, "Damn random, where did they throw me? It's so cold, it can't be the coldest place on this planet, can it?" He walked out and looked around, cursing non-stop. Opening his gadget, the man's expression suddenly changed. There was a combat power display a few kilometers away from him. The man immediately flew towards it. Soon, he saw a figure sitting on a snowy peak in the distance, staring blankly at the sky as if he had lost his mind. The man floated in the air and looked down. "Hey, where is this?" The person below looked at him. "I don't know." The man's gaze turned cold. "What did you say? You don't know? What are you doing here?" "Hiding," the figure said indifferently. The man landed and walked behind the figure. "Your power level isn't weak, 2300. You don't have a gadget, are you a native?" The figure turned to look at him. "Can you do me a favor? Post a message on the local network." The man was puzzled. "What message?" The figure's lips curled up. "Just say that you've seen a fugitive." "What?" The man was shocked and immediately attacked, but the next moment, all his strength was drained away. The figure in front of him with a power level of 2300 suddenly erupted with incomparable power, crushing him. This was the power of a melder and his gadget kept ringing. "Thank you," the figure said indifferently before turning to look into the distance. A few minutes later, Earth's local network exploded as everyone received a message saying that a fugitive was hiding in Northern Europe and that he was a melder. They were asking for help. At first, no one believed it, as who would announce a fugitive's whereabouts? This was a mission after all. However, when the message described the fugitive's appearance in detail, it was confirmed. After all, Eddie and the others had fought with the fugitive in Europe's Mediterranean Sea. The news was immediately verified, and many students hurriedly flew to Northern Europe. In Beijing, Lu Yin and the rest were shocked. A fugitive is hiding in Northern Europe and his whereabouts are public? That doesn't sound right. Geraldine explained, "Not all students care about a trial mission. Anything that happens during a trial can affect the final score. For example, if someone loses or wins, it can affect the final score." This student admitted that he couldn't defeat the fugitive, so he might as well announce the fugitive's whereabouts in order to get a good score. Lu Yin looked at Eddie. "You fought with the fugitive, how strong was he?" Ever since Lu Yin had captured Roz, Eddie had become much more well-behaved. "He's very strong. Even if a space-exploring powerhouse's power level is weak, their understanding of battle techniques and their use of star energy are not weak. There were more than 10 of us attacking him, but he killed 5 of us in an instant before escaping." That person said that the fugitive was a melder. "Is that true?" Geraldine asked. Eddie replied, "Not when we fought him. Otherwise we wouldn't have dared to approach him." Lu Yin muttered to himself, feeling that something was off. How could someone who could escape from the inner verse to the outer verse be so easily discovered by students? "Look, there's a student approaching Northern Europe," Geraldine exclaimed, and everyone looked at the network. From Northern Europe, 3 students flew over. 2 were from the first batch of trial takers and 1 was from the second batch. The 3 of them appeared at the same time. The second batch of trial students were clearly much stronger than the first batch of trial students, so the 2 students didn't dare to approach. "Where's the fugitive?" the first student shouted. The other 2 students were searching for the fugitive as well, but they suddenly fell to the ground and crashed into the snow. The second batch student also fell to the ground. Not far away, a man slowly walked over. His footsteps were gentle, but every step he took gave off an indescribable pressure that caused the 3 students to tremble. The 3 of them looked up and saw a man wearing a ring armor looking down at them. The disdain in his eyes couldn't be concealed. His short black hair was mixed with white hair. He looked very strange and gave off a gloomy feeling. "Let me introduce myself. I'm Qingyu, the fugitive you're talking about." The man smiled, and under the shocked gazes of the 3 students, his star energy exploded and knocked them unconscious. 4 is far from enough. Qingyu muttered to himself, looking into the distance expectantly. Over the next 2 days, the network shook as no less than 12 students were captured by the fugitive. The fugitive's name was revealed for the first time: Qingyu. Thank you for your tips. Update at 2 p.m. Thank you. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 46. Most of the students had only known of the fugitive's existence when they accepted the mission before the trial, but they knew nothing about the fugitive. The mission had clearly stated that they had to search for the fugitive themselves, but only now did they know the fugitive's name. On the third day, all the students were shocked by the appearance of a woman in the skies above northern Europe. Wu Shaoling was the heir to the Hua family of the Great Yu Empire. She had long, fiery red hair that reached her waist, and was as beautiful as a fairy. Her status in the Great Yu Empire was even higher than Ra's, as the Hua family was a huge family. More than 10 students who had been hiding around northern Europe all appeared the moment she appeared. They hadn't dared to reveal themselves because of Qingyu's strength, but now they dared to. Wu Shaoling was a melder, and although her cultivation had been sealed during the trial, a melder was still a melder. Sentinels couldn't compare to her. Qingyu stood up when he saw Wu Shaoling, his eyes shining. What an exquisite woman. I didn't think there would be such a beauty in the fringe weaves, ha. Wu Shaoling looked down and saw Qingyu standing there casually with 12 bound students behind him. I'm so heavily injured that I can't even use my melder power. I can only use my star energy to intimidate others. Surrender yourself, Qingyu, she said coldly. Qingyu's lips curled up. How arrogant. I like this kind of woman. He then stomped on the ground and an iron rod flew out. He casually swung it at Wu Shaoling, who frowned and dodged. Behind her, Qingyu had appeared at some point and caught the rod before swinging it downwards. The trajectory of the rod was clear, but Wu Shaoling felt as if she couldn't avoid it. Wu Shaoling sensed danger and ignited the flames around her body. The cry of a phoenix soared into the sky and burned everything in its path, shocking everyone who saw it. The snow on the ground melted in an instant, and even the sky was scorched red. Qingyu retreated with his rod and looked at her in shock. He then grew excited, an innate gift of fire. Woman, you have the right to follow me. Wu Shaoling's gaze was cold as she slowly raised a finger and pointed at him. A phoenix soared into the sky, phoenix spirit finger. Beep, 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 beep. In the distance, several students looked at their gadgets and their faces changed. 4,100 combat power. Qingyu smirked. Not bad. That finger is enough to make a normal melder retreat. It's a pity that you met me, Qingyu Day-Night. He then spun his Qingyu iron staff, causing countless iron rods to appear and cover the sky. The entire world was plunged into darkness, and one of the iron rods pierced the phoenix with enough force to pierce through the sky. It then struck Wu Shaoling's shoulder and sent her crashing into the ground. With a bang, the ground trembled. The melted snow formed a river and Wu Shaoling fell into it. In the sky, Qingyu raised his head and looked around with his iron rod in hand. The spectating students immediately fled. Even Wu Shaoling had been defeated, so they didn't dare to approach. Wu Shaoling was one of the rare melders in this trial. Soon, Wu Shaoling crawled to the ground, drenched in sweat. Her face was pale as she looked at Qingyu, who was slowly walking over. Day-Night, this surname? Which family are you from? Qingyu crouched down and reached out to hook her delicate chin with a finger. He smiled. You actually know? Looks like you're not ignorant. If you know, then you should know what this surname represents. You're qualified to be my woman. Think about it and I'll take you away from this weave. Wu Shaoling slapped Qingyu's hand away and clutched her shoulder, enduring the pain as she panted. Your arrest warrant came from the Innerverse. He had already captured 28 people, which was quite a lot. At this time, 2 more people arrived outside the capital, Zhilin and Ballerer, who had been hiding on the sidelines. Zhang Dingtian was about to make a move, but Lu Yin stopped him. What are you doing here? I'll return your armor to you once the trial is over, Lu Yin said loudly. Zhilin's mouth twitched, but she forced a smile. I want to join you. Lu Yin was puzzled. What? Join us? What do you mean? Literally, I want to join you. Zhilin raised her head, looking like she was saying that they should be honored to have her. Lu Yin muttered, Why should we take you in? Zhilin was furious. What do you mean take me in? Don't you know how to talk? I said I'll work with you. What? Lu Yin didn't hold back. Zhilin gritted her teeth. Qingyu's a melder, 1 or 2 students won't be able to deal with him. His things are in the capital, so he'll definitely return. We'll work together to deal with him. Lu Yin thought about it and found her words reasonable. Qingyu seemed to be difficult to deal with, and it would be troublesome if he really did return to the capital. The more people there were, the safer. Alright, come in. But I'm warning you, don't try anything funny or I'll tie you up. Jerlin snorted and brought Ballerer into the capital. She really didn't have any ulterior motives. Qingyu was putting too much pressure on the students, and they had to work together to deal with him. This was the only way to complete the mission, and many of the students from Northern Europe had already joined forces. She couldn't fight alone, so it was better to work with the natives instead of splitting the results. Outside the capital, Xia Luo didn't go far, instead walking amidst the zombie tide. Strangely, the zombies didn't attack him as if they couldn't sense him at all. Xia Luo's expression didn't change during the 3 days he spent with the zombies, seemingly observing something. After a while, Xia Luo stood in place and sighed, I can feel their auras, they're everywhere. How troublesome. Far to the south of the capital, a beautiful woman with long green hair and wearing a green robe was slowly flying towards the north. The woman was dressed in green, and even her boots were green. There were exquisite patterns engraved on them, and she gave off a refreshing aura. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 47. That night, Eddie was thrown back into the prison and replaced by Roz. This person's identity wasn't simple at all. Many students contacted Lu Yin, offering to trade for him, but he rejected them all. Roz's value was far greater than those resource crystals. Roz was violently thrown to the ground, not far from the defensive wall being built by the cultivators of the Chinese camp. Jerlin, why are you here? Roz exclaimed in shock. She beamed at him. I'm sorry, Senior Roz, I was captured too. Roz was furious, this damned brat was lying through her teeth. How did she look like she was captured? Hold on, you're the mastermind behind this? No wonder you dared to kidnap me, you've got guts. Don't think you'll be fine just because your brother is protecting you, my father is sicker. Jerlin blinked innocently. Senior Roz, don't accuse me wrongly, I don't have the ability to control them. You can ask the others if you don't believe me, I was also robbed by him. Roz didn't believe her at all. He didn't believe that a mere native would dare to attack him. That native was unexpectedly strong, but so what? Without a certain background, no matter how talented he was still an ant. Another student is approaching, Geraldine exclaimed. Lu Yin and the rest looked into the distance to see a figure rapidly approaching, eventually hovering above the capital and looking down at them. Roz was delighted to see the newcomer. Senior Munoer, it's Senior Munoer. I'm here. Jerlin's expression changed. Why is it him, he's here too? You know him? Lu Yin was curious. She replied solemnly, Munoer, an elite of U Academy who once competed with my brother. Although he doesn't take him seriously anymore, he's still one of the few melders in U Academy. Everyone's hearts sank at the mention of a melder. There had to be a melder in the second batch and Hua Xiaoling was one of them. They had thought that it would be difficult to meet a melder, but one had actually appeared here. Munoer looked down and scanned the capital, his eyes lighting up when he saw Roz. He had come for Roz's father, Sicker. As long as he could save Roz, he would be able to board Sicker's ship and have no worries in the Great U Empire. Native, release Mr. Roz. Munoer shouted, a shockwave dispersing the clouds and pressing down on the survivors. Roz was overjoyed. Lu Yin frowned and prepared to attack. So what if he was a melder? A sealed melder might not be able to compare to him. At that moment, Zhang Dingtian walked out, his gaze calm. Leave this to me. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. Ever since he'd saved everyone a few days ago, Zhang Dingtian had rarely made a move. Whenever a student came, it was Lu Yin who defeated or captured them. Geraldine, Jerlin, and the rest were all focused on Lu Yin, and even Eddie and the rest had almost forgotten about Zhang Dingtian. He was a realm breaker, the number one of the 7 sages, and had his own pride. The capital was supposed to be under his protection, but now that it was being protected by someone else, he was eager to fight. Bai Shui looked at Zhang Dingtian worriedly. These extraterrestrial students' battle techniques were unpredictable, and their control of their strength was far superior to theirs. Zhang Dingtian could easily crush an ordinary student, but this time he was facing a peerless elite. Roz was disdainful. Lu Yin might have been worth watching, but a mere native dared to challenge a melder. Even if a melder's cultivation was sealed, a sentinel still couldn't compare to a mere native. Lu Yin nodded. Be careful. Zhang Dingtian's gaze turned cold, and he took to the skies to face Munoer. Jerlin's eyes lit up. Roz and the rest didn't know, but the first batch of students knew that the greatest threat to them back then wasn't Lu Yin, but the number one of the 7 sages. He was a rare realm breaker who had guarded the capital alone, and even Jerlin had been forced to retreat. Munor looked arrogantly at the rising Zhang Ding. Scram native. He waved his hand, sending a surge of star energy towards a single direction. It wasn't scattered like a normal sentinel, but rather concentrated in a single direction. This was an unconscious control, but it was clear that a melder's control of star energy had long since reached the pinnacle. Zhang Dingqian's gaze was resolute as he raised his blade and slashed out, tearing through the star energy and heading straight for Munor. Munor, who didn't care about Zhang Dingtian at first, was shocked. He raised his hand and clawed at the attack, shattering it. Interesting. A mere native is actually as strong as an ordinary member of your academy. No, it's slightly stronger. Are you a realm breaker? Seeing Munor's astonished expression, Zhang Dingtian raised his sword and slashed at him again, but the attack was shattered. Zhang Dingtian was a realm breaker who was stronger than Eddie and could fight Raz on equal footing. However, against a melder like Munor whose cultivation had been sealed, Zhang Dingtian's attacks were completely ineffective. Munor was a true melder, and even if his cultivation had been sealed and he couldn't display the strength of a melder, he could still use his star energy and battle techniques. He wasn't someone Zhang Dingtian could match. Bang! Munor's palm turned into a claw and hit the blade with a loud noise, causing a crack to appear on the blade. The force traveled along the blade to Zhang Dingtian's arm, shattering the sleeves on his arm. Munor had intended to shatter the blade with this attack, but he had failed. Zhang Dingtian had miraculously neutralized part of the force at the critical moment, saving his blade and preventing himself from being injured even more severely. Zhang Dingtian spat out a mouthful of blood and retreated, raising his blade high as he roared and unleashing a terrifying attack. His body inexplicably disappeared, leaving only an afterimage behind. Roving steps. Lu Yin was shocked. Zhang Dingtian had actually learned the roving steps. Everyone stared blankly at the sky. There were 2 Zhang Dingxians? Raz's jaw dropped. No way, a native was actually fighting so well against Munor? Munor had even used the Sky Beast Claw, but he still hadn't been able to defeat him. How was this possible? Since when were natives so crazy? A realm breaker? A native planet actually had a realm breaker? High up in the sky, Munor's gaze turned cold as he waved his hand to disperse the afterimage. He turned around and swept out with his leg, causing a violent gale to distort the air. The shockwave slammed into the ground, shattering the earth. At this moment, Zhang Dingtian appeared beside Munor and slashed out with his blade. Countless people, including Jerlin and the others, tensed up as they watched this scene in shock. This Zhang Dingtian was truly heaven-defying to be able to contend with Munor. Zhang Dingtian's pupils shrank as Munor's figure disappeared in front of him. He instinctively used his sword to block behind him. With a bang, the sword shattered, and a terrifying force slammed into Zhang Dingtian's body, smashing him into the ground. Everyone was silent as Munor appeared in the sky with a gloomy expression. A mere native had not only forced him to use the Sky Beast Claw, but also his footwork battle technique. It was inconceivable. Everyone looked at the ground outside the city, where dust rose into the sky. Jerlin sighed. This was more like it. If this native had defeated Munor, it would have been a complete reversal. Natives couldn't possibly be heaven-defying. It's your turn, she said to Lu Yin. He pointed outside the city. It's not over yet. Do you want to send him to his death? This native can't defeat Munor, he can't even hurt him. Lu Yin narrowed his eyes. I don't like the word native. Jerlin snorted and turned away. Zhou Shan and Wu Xing appeared as well, looking worriedly outside the city. Bai Shui clenched her fists, the cold around her threatening. Raz stared blankly at Bai Shui. He'd already noticed her beauty and wanted to bring her back as a maid, but what was this? Cold. Innate gift? Hell, what native planet? There were even cultivators with innate gifts, realm breakers, and that freak who'd defeated him? There were all sorts of things here. When the dust settled, Zhang Dingtian appeared before everyone with a broken blade in hand. His body was covered in wounds, but he stood straight and stared resolutely at the sky as he slowly rose into the air. Munor's brows rose. You're brave. What's your name? Zhang Dingtian. Munor praised. Follow me, I'll take you to Yu Academy. You're qualified, how about it? Not interested, Zhang Dingtian replied coldly, tightening his grip on the broken blade. Munor burst into laughter. You want to fight me with this broken blade? Let me tell you, there's no way to make up for the difference between us. You'll only lose against me. That's not necessarily true. Zhang Dingtian, here's something for you. Luyin shouted from below, tossing Zhilin's ring armor over. Zhang Dingtian caught it instinctively and looked at Luyin suspiciously. Luyin explained, "Your battle wasn't fair to begin with. He's a melder and you're just a sentinel, don't be so stubborn." Zhang Dingtian's eyes flashed and he put on the armor, covering his entire body with lightning. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 48. Zhilin flew into a rage and glared viciously at him. "Bastard, how dare you give my clothes to someone else, you shameless, despicable person." Luyin waved, "Don't mind me, I'll return them to you." Zhilin was exasperated. "No, I'm sweaty and disgusting. You can use them as your coffin money." Luyin ignored her. High up in the sky, Zhang Dingtian felt a surge of power as he watched the lightning envelop his body. He remembered that Luyin had used this armor to capture so many students a few days ago, a testament to its sturdy defense. Across from him, Munor's expression darkened. "Zhirbaka's belongings?" He glanced at Zhilin and narrowed his eyes. "Zhirbaka's sister is here as well, I'll teach her a lesson." He then charged downwards. Zhang Dingtian snorted and slashed out with his broken blade. Even though it was broken, it didn't affect the attack at all. "You're courting death." Munor roared as he swiped his claw at Zhang Dingtian. The void beast's roar caused everyone to tremble. This claw contained 7 forms, and it surpassed even Ra's sky beast claw. Normally it would be enough to kill Zhang Dingtian. Zhang Dingtian growled in the face of such a terrifying battle technique, blood trickling down the corner of his mouth. His broken blade trembled rapidly, distorting the air as a strange force field gathered around the blade. The sky became inexplicably oppressive as Zhang Dingtian slashed out to meet the sky beast claw. Boom! The clouds in the sky trembled as a huge shockwave swept across the capital, tearing the earth apart as the attack sliced through the city's outer walls. Scarlet blood splattered across the sky and onto the ruins. Zhang Dingtian's armor shattered as his body was blasted towards the ground, but Luyin caught him in the nick of time. Even so, Zhang Dingtian's injuries were too severe to help, and his broken blade had been shattered. However, no one dared to underestimate Zhang Dingtian now, as he had injured Munor with a single slash. High up in the sky, Munor stared at Zhang Dingtian in shock as blood dripped from his right arm and his fingers trembled. He was a dignified melder, an elite of U Academy who had once fought against Zhirbak and the others, but now he had been injured by a native and forced back 100 meters. This was inconceivable, even if his cultivation had been sealed. No one would have believed him, but now, not even the 7th form of the sky beast claw had been able to kill this native. On the ground, Luyin was equally shocked. Zhang Dingtian hadn't been killed by the claw attack, and his blade had even been infused with the shockwave palm. Zhang Dingtian was a genius, and his blade was comparable to Lu Yin's serious palm. When he first met Zhang Dingtian, his serious palm could only operate 2 stars, which was slightly weaker than Zhang Dingtian's. However, after he started operating 3 stars, he surpassed Zhang Dingtian. The 3-star serious palm was on par with Ra's 5 forms of the sky beast claw. Munor's sky beast claw was obviously stronger than Ra's. Zhang Dingtian was lucky that he didn't die. If not for this armor, he would have died. Raz was stunned. Where did this abnormal native come from? Bai Shuer and the rest quickly took Zhang Dingtian away for treatment. It was quite impressive that he could fight to this extent. His opponent was an elite of the Great Yu Empire, and they had only started cultivating for a short period of time. Lu Yin soared into the air and looked at Munor. "Your next opponent is me." Munor glared at Lu Yin with a bone-chilling gaze. He wanted to get back at this native for the humiliation he had just suffered. Outside of Earth, in the control room of a giant spacecraft, everyone stared at the screen in shock. They all knew who Munor was. There were only a few people who had reached the Melder realm in this evolutionary trial, and he could be considered one of the strongest. But now he had been injured by a native. Their shock was no less than Munor's. There was a loud bang and everyone turned to look. It was Sigmund Mathers. The general's eyes were filled with excitement. A realm breaker. I never thought that there would be someone like this on this planet. Does he lack battle techniques? He'll definitely be able to fight Munor even better. Our army wants him, ha. To the side, Shalash licked his lips. My apologies, General Mathers, but the 12th Squadron wants him. Sigmund was furious. The 12th Squadron's main job isn't to fight. This person clearly has an extremely high talent for battle. He was able to imitate the roving step technique in a short period of time and even fuse the shockwave palm into his blade. He's definitely a genius. On the other side, Tori Anna spoke up. General Mathers is right, this person is indeed a genius. The Anna family is willing to remodel his body, but he should be given to the 9th Squadron. The argument between the three quickly grew louder and louder. Everyone looked enviously at the heavily injured man on the screen. As long as he didn't die in the trial, his future would be bright. A realm breaker was a genius, and if they remembered correctly, there was also a cultivator with an innate gift of ice in this group. With the mysterious person who had captured Roz, this group wasn't simple at all. While the three were bickering, Mira looked at the screen and saw that Lu Yin and Munor were fighting. Zhang Dingtian's outburst had injured Munor, and he was now like a wild beast trying to inflict all the damage on the natives. Lu Yin was the first, so he used the 7 forms of the Sky Beast Claw. He thought that he would be able to defeat Lu Yin easily, but Lu Yin's performance was even more monstrous than Zhang Dingtian's. The Sky Beast Claw covered an entire area, and even the 7 forms weren't something a sentinel could dodge. However, Lu Yin was able to do so easily. Munor stared at Lu Yin in shock. This person was even more difficult to deal with than the previous one. Lu Yin's gaze turned solemn as he activated the serious art. Munor attacked again and disappeared, but Lu Yin immediately used the roving step to vanish as well. The next moment, claw shadows flashed and forced Lu Yin out. The Sky Beast Claw was less than 20 centimeters away from him. Lu Yin could feel the power of the Sky Beast Claw, but his eyes were focused on all of its transformations. He dodged to the side and slapped at Munor at the same time. This was only the Space Render Palm, a battle technique that Munor couldn't even be bothered to dodge. The Sky Beast Claw was invincible, tearing apart the Space Render Palm and attacking again. Lu Yin's eyes widened as he watched it 3 times. It was enough. Munor had thought it would be the Space Render Palm again. It was rare for a sentinel to use it so proficiently, but it couldn't hurt him at all. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 49. Within the capital, Roz's heart was dead. Even Munor had been defeated, and there was no one to save him. He was destined to be at the bottom of the trial. Geraldine stared at Lu Yin in disbelief, recalling the first time she'd met him. A mere seeker, but now he was practically invincible among sentinels. Just what was his background? Yada Pagoda Planet Academy? His grandfather was the dean? Could it be that his grandfather was a peerless expert? Munuo was very famous among the trial students. When the news of Munuo's defeat spread through the LAN, it shocked all the students. Their first reaction was disbelief, but the LAN would not lie. Jerlin's confirmation of the matter made the students pay more attention to the power protecting the capital. The only melders that had appeared were Hua Xiaoling and Munor, but both had been defeated. This trial wasn't simple at all. Not long after, a few more students were captured by Qingyu. Lu Yin counted 17. That fugitive took 17 students. Bai Shui looked at him in confusion. What are you counting for? Lu Yin's expression turned ugly. He's stealing the kill. Everyone was speechless. Lu Yin took a deep breath. He's not stupid, he's thinking the same thing as us. He wants to use the students in exchange for some compromise, but our natures are different. He's a fugitive and we're natives. He's destined to be judged, so it doesn't matter how many students he captures. Then it's fine, it has nothing to do with you, Jerlin blinked. Lu Yin looked at her. Every student he captures means one less for us to capture, and we'll have one less bargaining chip in the future. Jerlin's eyes went wide. You really want to use the students to negotiate with the Empire? That's impossible. Nothing's impossible, Lu Yin replied matter-of-factly. The students who dare to participate are all elites, they're very important to the Empire. Jerlin sneered. Do you know how many students are participating in the trial? Let me tell you, this planet is just one of many, and it won't affect the Empire even if all the students die. Do you think the Empire will compromise with the natives for these students? Dream on. Hearing Jerlin's words, Bai Shui, Zhou Shan, and the others' expressions changed. The Great Yu Empire was too big, and there were too many students and too many academies to count. The students from Earth's trial were only a small portion, so negotiating with the Empire was impossible. Not necessarily. Lu Yin grabbed Roz. This person's status is enough for us to get some promises. Russ was furious. Let me go. Lu Yin shook him off and smiled. The vice-treasurer of the Empire. He has a very high position, and I heard that he has connections with the 12th Imperial Squadron. That's perfect. The greater his background, the higher our chances of success, right? Jerlin muttered to herself and looked at Roz. That made sense. He was Sikar's only son. Sikar would risk her life for him. Roz glared furiously at Lu Yin. This bastard was actually using him to threaten the Empire. Regardless of whether he succeeded or not, he would become the laughingstock of the Empire's younger generation. In Northern Europe, a group of students were also furious. More than 20 students from all over the world had gathered together to find Qingyu. The leader of the group was Yen Gang, and he was not from the Great Yu Empire. Instead, he was a young powerhouse from the Frostwave Weave's Fire's Melt planet. Fire's Melt planet was a powerful force that was on par with the Great Yu Empire. Although it was only a single planet, it was massive and covered in a sea of flames. It was rumored that all the creatures on Fire's Melt planet had great resistance to fire, and they could even use powerful fire-burning battle techniques. It was a terrifying force. Yen Gang was a melder like Hua Xiaoling, and his cultivation had been sealed as well. However, many students felt that he was even stronger than Hua Xiaoling. Qingyu let Hua Xiaoling go. Yen Gang stood high in the sky and stared down coldly. His body was dark red, and even in the cold of Northern Europe, he emitted a scorching heat that melted the snow on the ground. Qingyu sat leisurely on the ground. Behind him were the 17 captured students, including Hua Xiaoling. There's quite a lot of people here. Kid, do you think you can take her from me? Qingyu teased Yen Gang, his eyes full of contempt. He had once been an explorer, and these mere students were nothing to him. Yen Gang coldly replied, I'm warning you, Hua Xiaoling is the fiancée of Fire's Melt Planet's young master Yen Feng. If you touch her, you'll face the wrath of Fire's Melt Planet. Qingyu disdainfully replied, It's just a wild border weave, you really think you're so great. However, I'll give you one chance to take her from me. Let's see if you can do it. Speak, Yen Gang growled. Qingyu's lips curled up, Go to the capital and bring me something in exchange for this woman. Yen Gang's eyes flashed, Let Hua Xiaoling go first and I'll go get it for you. Qingyu laughed, Are you an idiot or do you think I'm an idiot? Let her go first? Has your brain been burned away by the fire? Yen Gang was furious and clenched his fists, causing the air around him to distort. Fine, I'll bring it over, but you have to promise not to hurt Hua Xiaoling. Qingyu shrugged. That depends on how long it takes you to get it. I can't guarantee that she'll be beautiful if you wait too long. Yen Gang was furious. Hua Xiaoling is a melder. If you dare touch her, we'll kill you even if we have to break the seal. If you do that, you won't be able to enter Astral 10. The Astral Combat Academy won't accept trash like you if you can't even handle a Sentinel mission. How will you explain it to your young master then? Qingyu teased. Yen Gang snorted and whispered to the students behind him, Keep an eye on him, I'm going to China. Minor just left China, can you do it alone? One student asked. He was from the Hua family and didn't care about Yen Gang, but he cared about Hua Xiaoling. Yen Gang disdainfully replied, Don't compare me to that kind of trash. With that, he soared into the air, distorting the air in his path, forming a white streak of air. It would take a sentinel at least 2 days to fly from Northern Europe to the capital of China, and that was if there were no mutant beasts in the way. If there were any powerful mutant beasts, the delay would be unpredictable. Only a few places in the capital had light at night to avoid attracting mutant beasts. Lu Yin arrived at the Science and Technology Institute and was led by President Lien to the item left behind by Qingyu. It was a stone about the size of a human head. It was round in shape but had 16 sides, each one smooth and flat with an indecipherable imprint in the middle. The entire stone gave off an ancient aura, as if it had come from ancient times. Bai Shui stood beside Lu Yin. It was her idea to let him see the stone this time. She had strongly objected to Lu Yin touching the items left behind by the fugitive, saying that the 7 sages had to agree. But now there was no need for that. The entire capital was under Lu Yin's protection. Lu Yin looked at the stone in surprise. It's just a stone, but it feels different. How old do you think it is? President Lien asked. Lu Yin shook his head. It's impossible to determine. Impossible to determine? Lu Yin was shocked. It was unbelievable that Earth's current technology couldn't determine the age of a stone. President Lien explained, This stone has been around for too long and has undergone undetectable changes. It's impossible to determine its age. We've studied it many times, but we haven't been able to find anything. Bai Shui continued, According to the information we've gathered, the fugitive Qingyu fled from the depths of the universe to here. It's quite a long distance, but he's still wanted. There's only one possibility. He's carrying something too valuable, and it should be this stone. When you brought him back from Neptune, what else did he have? Lu Yin asked. Bai Shui looked at President Lien, who explained, There was a blade and a few dozen crystals, which are actually star crystals. There was also a chip that contained a cultivation method, but it was heavily damaged and most of it can't be read. The sword was just given to Zhang Dingtian, and we've already absorbed the star crystals. We were very close to the realm of sky at the start of the apocalypse, Bai Shui continued. Lu Yin looked at the stone. So this stone and the sword are the only things Qingyu left behind? We've studied the sword and it's extremely tough, far surpassing any metal on Earth, including mutant metals. As for this stone, we don't have any clues, President Lien said. Can I study it for a bit? Lu Yin asked. Up to you. The president didn't mind. That sense of danger had left a deep impression on him, similar to the first time he had met Silver under the moonlight. 4 people faced each other in the cramped underground space, 2 men and 2 women. Jenny Anna was shocked. She hadn't noticed the other 2 hiding. The woman in green also looked at Xia Luo in shock. She hadn't noticed him at all. When had he hidden himself? Your target is this stone? Lu Yin asked in a low voice. Neither of them spoke, but Xia Luo smiled warmly. That's right, Lu Yin. Do you know where this stone came from? Lu Yin's eyes flashed. I don't. Xia Luo smiled. Then let's talk. This stone is an inheritance from a powerful race in the universe, and it's rumored that one can obtain a battle technique from it. The reason Qingyu is wanted is because of this stone. Since you don't know how to use it, we can explore it together and I'll tell you the method. How about it? The woman in green looked at Xia Luo in shock. You know the method? Xia Luo smiled. I know a little, but it's useless for anyone to take it away. Aside from that bloodline, no one else can explore it. This is also why that bloodline hasn't acted personally. Otherwise, the entire Frostwave Weave would be in trouble. There's no need for you to fight over it. The woman in green looked at Lu Yin. What do you say? Lu Yin glanced at the 3. Aside from Jenny Anna, he wasn't confident in defeating the other 2. Even if all the experts in the capital worked together, they wouldn't be able to stop them. Alright, let's explore it together, but you can't take it away. Xia Luo smiled and nodded. No problem, it's not just us. If you have friends who want to explore it, they can do so as well. The method is simple. Drip a drop of blood on the stone and activate it. As for whether or not we can receive the inheritance, it's up to us. I can tell you that it's almost impossible to succeed. Lu Yin glanced at Xia Luo and immediately contacted Bai Shui and Zhang Dingtian. The 2 soon appeared, along with Zhou Shan and Wu Sheng. Jenny Anna frowned and looked at them with arrogance. Zhang Dingtian and the rest stared at them warily. There were 3 experts here, and 2 of them were on par with Munor. If they started fighting, it would be a disaster for the capital. Don't be on guard, I don't mean any harm. We just want to explore this stone together. Let's start with me, Xia Luo said, gesturing for them to start. Lu Yin tossed the stone out, and Xia Luo casually dripped a drop of blood onto one side of the stone. The stone floated in the air and absorbed the blood. Everyone felt an inexplicable pressure descend upon them as countless battle techniques flashed before their eyes. They also felt an indescribably cold and terrifying aura. Xia Luo sat cross-legged on the ground and looked up at the stone, deep in thought. The girl in green was the second to start, sitting down after her blood had been absorbed and staring at the stone with a profound gaze. There were 16 sides to the stone, and everyone gathered in a circle to begin. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 51. This was the only corridor in this endless space of darkness, and Lu Yin was stepping on its floor. Taking a step back allowed him to blend into the endless darkness. Lu Yin frowned and walked forward. There was a stone slab at the entrance of the corridor that merged with the rest of the corridor. Rows of names were engraved on it, and most of them ended with the word Day-Night. Day-Night was a surname that represented some sort of inheritance. Thinking back to the powerful clans in the universe that Xia Luo had mentioned, Lu Yin knew that this stone was the Day-Night clan's inheritance. At the top of the slab was a name, Night King Jinwu. The moment he saw this name, Lu Yin's gaze seemed to pierce through the boundless space to see a domineering man standing in the heavens. However, he quickly sobered up and his eyes widened in shock. Just a name was enough to make him lose focus. Night King Jinwu, Night King Day-Night. Who was this person? Suppressing the shock in his heart, he shifted his gaze to the interior of the corridor. He lifted his foot and took another step forward, this time into the corridor. At the same time, in the depths of the universe at the center of an ancient continent, there was a towering stone stele that seemed to pierce through the heavens. It emitted a terrifying aura that caused the stars to tremble. 2 glowing stones slowly revolved around the middle of the stone stele. At the bottom, a few figures stood quietly. They were covered in dust, and if one didn't look closely, one would think that they were statues. The moment Lu Yin stepped into the corridor, his image appeared at the bottom of the stone stele. It was blurry and he couldn't see it clearly. Another new clansman has entered. I wonder how high he'll reach. Our clansmen are becoming more and more outrageous. Their talents are getting worse. Don't worry about that. No matter how bad his talent is, he's still a member of the Day-Night clan. Anyone from our clan can crush countless geniuses. Speaking of which, why hasn't the stolen ancient stone been recovered yet? It's too inefficient. Don't worry. No one in the universe would dare to steal our ancient stone. It'll be back soon, but the one who stole it must be severely punished. That clansman's talent is strange. It would be a pity to kill him. It doesn't matter. Since that child has appeared in this generation, the others aren't important. That child is the hope of our Day-Night clan. As they spoke, they unconsciously raised their heads. Their gazes crossed the distance and looked towards the top of the stone tablet. A human figure flickered with radiance. It was vivid and lifelike as if it was real. It climbed to the top and overlooked all living beings. Suddenly, the image of Lu Yin at the bottom of the stone tablet disappeared. Everyone looked over and sighed in disappointment. Even his appearance can't be shown. How terrible. Has this generation's luck been taken over by that child? It's too cruel for other people. Not all of them. There were 2 kids who climbed up just now. It's not bad. Within the corridor, Lu Yin felt a boundless pressure the moment he took his first step. It wasn't a physical pressure, but rather a spiritual one. The loneliness of the night almost swallowed him whole, and the deeper he went, the more intense the feeling of desolation and despair became. 3 meters away, a fist appeared in the darkness, flashing with white light as it knocked him out of the corridor and into the darkness. He woke up in an instant, only to see the shocked gazes of Zhang Dingtian and the others. Why are you all looking at me like that? Lu Yin shook his head. Oh, liar. You were surrounded by an ancient aura. You definitely succeeded, Jenny Anna said in disbelief. She seemed to know something. I don't need to explain it to you, he replied. Jenny Anna was furious. She had accidentally found out from her father that the fugitive was a member of that terrifying clan and had even brought their inheritance stone with him. She had come to try her luck, and her father had not stopped her. Only those with the bloodline of that clan could successfully receive the stone. But what was going on now? Not only had someone succeeded, but 3 had appeared at once. She felt like her outlook on life had been challenged. Qingyu's identity was only known to the upper echelons, and most of the students had no idea what it meant even if they heard his full name. This was the tragedy of being in a fringe weave of the universe. Otherwise, Jenny Anna wouldn't have been the only one to come, but all the other students would have come to try their luck. One's outlook determined one's future. Munor was a melder and one of the strongest students in the trial, but so what? He wouldn't have known about the stone even if it had been placed right in front of him. Lu Yin scanned the crowd and found that Zhou Shan and Wu Sheng had already left. Only Zhang Dingtian and Bai Shui were still there, but it was obvious that they had failed. The only ones left were the girl in green and Xia Luo. The girl in green opened her eyes quickly and exhaled. She looked around at the crowd with a smug expression, but when she saw Xia Luo still sitting there, her expression changed to one of displeasure. It was as if Xia Luo had beaten her. Jenny Anna noticed her displeasure and said, "Don't think that you 2 are the only ones who succeeded. That kid succeeded as well." The girl in green was shocked and followed Jenny's gaze to Lu Yin. "You succeeded?" Lu Yin didn't answer. He didn't know what it meant to enter the inheritance, so he didn't want to talk about it. She looked at him strangely. "You're not from that clan, are you?" He continued to ignore her. The green-robed woman was displeased. She was about to say something when Xia Luo opened his eyes. At the same time, the stone fell to the ground with a thud. "Hey, what did you learn?" she asked Xia Luo curiously. Xia Luo smiled. "Nothing." "Impossible, you took longer than me." She couldn't believe it. Xia Luo smiled and looked at Lu Yin. "How about you?" Lu Yin shook his head. "I didn't succeed." "Liar," she shouted, staring at him. "You succeeded as well, right? You must have learned something as well." Lu Yin looked at the girl in green, then at Xia Luo and finally at Jenny Anna. Jenny Anna had a bad feeling. What are you trying to do?" His lips curled up. "I almost forgot about you. Surrender, and from now on, you'll be part of the glorious negotiation team." "What negotiation team?" Jenny Anna was confused and didn't even have time to react before he grabbed her. She was about as strong as Roz, so he easily restrained her. "Bastard, let go of me. Do you know who I am?" "You bastard, I'm Jenny Anna, the heir of the Anna family. No one can save you if you capture me." Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Lee's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 52. Suddenly, a green figure streaked across the sky, bypassing Zhou Shan and charging into the group of students. She punched them one by one, knocking them all unconscious in less than 10 seconds. This scene was quite shocking, especially for Zhou Shan. He was part of the second batch of trial students, and all of them had the strength of the strongest students in their respective academies. Yet he couldn't even resist against that green-clothed girl. How was this possible? Moreover, that green-clothed girl's speed was too fast. Lu Yin and the rest had just taken to the skies when they saw this scene. They were just as shocked. She definitely hadn't been this fast when they'd first snatched the stone, or Lu Yin wouldn't have been able to stop her. Now that she was so fast, she must have obtained some sort of inheritance from the stone. Outside the capital, the girl in green frowned. "So this is the white flash? It's still a bit slow. It's best to use it during the day, let's try it out tomorrow." More than 10 students were immediately captured by cultivators and brought into the city, including Jenny Anna. At this point, there were 42 students in the capital. Lu Yin didn't hold back as he plundered them. He'd already had 20 star crystals from the group of people he'd captured, but Jenny Anna alone had contributed close to 15, which was even more than Roz. She was the one who'd given him the most star crystals out of all the students he'd captured. With the addition of the dozen or so others, Lu Yin now had 42 star crystals, which was exactly the same as the number of people he'd captured. This was a considerable amount of wealth. As the heir of the Anna family, Jenny Anna only had 15 star crystals, but Lu Yin had 3 times that amount in his possession. Robbery was the best way to earn money. Lu Yin was excited to be able to roll his die again. After greeting Zhang Dingtian, Lu Yin went into seclusion. He had no choice but to use star crystals, or he wouldn't have enough space in his cosmic ring. He buried fire crystals all around him and raised his hand to summon the die. It wasn't completely dull but had actually recovered a bit. Lu Yin didn't want to wait for it to recover, so he crushed a cube of star crystal. The die immediately absorbed the energy and its surface quickly recovered, shrouding it in hazy starlight. Every time this happened, Lu Yin would feel both excited and nervous. He would slowly reach out with his finger and tap the die as if he was on a pilgrimage. The die spun rapidly until it finally appeared in front of Lu Yin. It was another pip. Lu Yin looked forward to what he'd get. Soon enough, a fist-sized star crystal fell from the void and landed on the ground with a thud. Lu Yin was speechless. A cube of star crystals had been exchanged for 1,000 times more than what he'd gotten. Gambling really was a death trap. Thinking about it, Lu Yin regained his composure. It didn't matter. He had more money, more money. He crushed another cube of star crystal and the die returned to its original state. He tapped the die. Lu Yin was speechless. His luck was bad, the chance of getting something good. Sure enough, he got it this time. Lu Yin's eyes widened. "Is this toilet paper?" Lu Yin was furious. Who would put toilet paper in their cosmic ring? Who would be such a beast? Lu Yin was enraged and he wanted to jump through the black hole and beat up that bastard. Who would put toilet paper in their cosmic ring? It took him a while to calm down. No matter how much money he had, this wasn't the right way to spend it. 2 cubes of star crystals had been exchanged for a fist-sized crystal and a roll of toilet paper. If Geraldine found out, she would cry her eyes out. Her entire fortune was only worth a few dozen star crystals, and he'd lost 2,000 times over. Only now did Lu Yin realize how lucky he'd been the first time he'd obtained the serious art. All the luck in the universe had been on him that day. Should he wait a bit? Was his luck bad today? Lu Yin couldn't help but think about it when he crushed a 3rd star crystal, but then he shook his head. Forget it, he still had money. Lu Yin nervously tapped the die, and when it slowly stopped rolling, the number that appeared before his eyes was 4 pips. Lu Yin exhaled. The time stop. Not bad, this was worth it. The next moment, Lu Yin appeared in the gray-white time stop space. Behind him were numbers that were disappearing by the second. The time stop space's initial duration was 3 days, and Lu Yin had to stay here for 3 days. He was thinking about how to use these 3 days. 3 days wasn't a long time, but it was impossible to train the serious palm. He only had 7 forms of the Sky Beast Claw, so there was only one way. The fist he'd seen in the Inheritance Stone had blasted him out of the Inheritance Stone, but he'd still been able to see the mysteries behind it when he used the serious art. If the girl in green had obtained that extreme speed, then he'd obtain that fist as well. Lu Yin adjusted his breathing as a black and white light flashed in his mind, the day-night fist. 3 days later, Lu Yin exited the time-stop space at the very last second, feeling rather exhausted. Although time had stopped in the gray-white space, his exhaustion hadn't disappeared. Lu Yin ate something and rested for the night before waking up the next morning. Let's continue, Lu Yin growled as he crushed a star crystal to restore the die. This was his 4th time rolling the die. When his finger touched the die, he felt a wave of dizziness, but he shook his head and ignored it. The die slowly stopped spinning and 2 pips appeared in front of him. 2 pips could be used to decompose items. It just so happened that Lu Yin had stolen quite a few things during this period of time, so he dissected a bunch of them and obtained some strange metal materials that he didn't recognize. After the vortex disappeared, Lu Yin crushed another star crystal and tapped his die. His dizziness worsened and his vision suddenly blurred. His expression changed as he recalled that the die was his innate gift, and it could not be used endlessly. Just like star energy, there would always be a time when it would be exhausted. Overusing this innate gift would cause the brain to enter a dormant state. Lu Yin's body swayed and he almost fell to the ground. He'd unknowingly reached his limit. 5 rolls. 5 rolls was his limit. He shook his head vigorously and looked at the die. On his 5th roll, a never-before-seen pip appeared before his eyes. The die had a total of 6 pips. Lu Yin had rolled a pip, a pip, a pip, a pip, a pip, a pip, and now a pip. Looking at the pip, Lu Yin inexplicably thought of a way to use it, to borrow innate gifts. The so-called talent borrowing was that after rolling 5 points, he could borrow the talent of the person he touched into the die for him to use. After using it once, it would disappear. The condition was that he had to touch the talent cultivator he wanted to borrow within 10 seconds. Otherwise, after 10 seconds the function would disappear. Lu Yin looked at the time and saw that 2 seconds had passed. He rushed out of the room. There was only one cultivator with innate gifts in the capital, and that was Bai Shui. Without hesitation he rushed towards the ruins of the capital's steel walls where she was. His body swayed in midair. 5 rolls had drained his mental strength to the limit, and he needed to rest. Bai Shui was still 100 meters away. When there was only 1 second left, he placed a hand on her shoulder and exhaled heavily. Geraldine, Jerlin, Ballerer, and Zhou Shan all stared blankly at the scene. What was going on? Bai Shui was stunned as well, staring at Lu Yin. Lu Yin's hand was still on her shoulder, but he quickly withdrew it when he saw the strange gazes around him. Sorry, I mistook you for someone else. He then left. The ruins were silent. No one had reacted yet. Geraldine was speechless. That was a terrible excuse. Why had that bastard suddenly reached out? Was he trying to take advantage of her? It was broad daylight and there was no warning at all. Was he crazy? Geraldine wasn't the only one who thought so. The others felt the same way, especially Jerlin. Was he going to confess? Did we disturb him? Probably, Ballerer answered seriously. Bai Shui's face flushed red, her beautiful face mesmerizing even Geraldine. She was so beautiful that even the stars paled in comparison. Back in the capital, Lu Yin slammed into his room with a thump and fell asleep. He had reached his limit. Not long after he fell asleep, rumors began to spread throughout the capital. Did you hear? The hidden sage confessed to the Luo Sheng but was rejected. He got so drunk he doesn't even dare to show his face. That can't be right. I heard that the hidden sage didn't even dare to confess. He was so infatuated with the Luo Sheng that he slipped away without saying a word. You're all wrong. My cousin's uncle's younger brother's neighbor saw the hidden sage kiss the Luo Sheng and proposed to her. He even bought her a wedding ring. Get lost. Where are you going to buy a ring at this time? That afternoon Zhang Dingtian found Bai Shui. I heard. That's not true. He mistook you for someone else. Bai Shui immediately barked, knowing what he was about to say. Zhang Dingtian was stunned. That's good. He then left. Not bad. Let me try the white flash. What? Yen Gang's eyes narrowed, unable to react in time. Bang. Everyone stared at the crater in the ground outside the capital in shock. The arrogant Yen Gang had been beaten to the ground like a dead dog. High up in the sky, the girl in green clenched her fists in excitement and muttered something to herself. Yen Gang roared furiously, his eyes bloodshot as he stared at the sky. Slut, I'm going to kill you. He suddenly charged forward, flames covering his body as it transformed into armor to protect him. His flaming spear pierced through the air towards the green-robed woman. The green-robed woman was excited. Good. She didn't do anything, but her body suddenly disappeared. Yen Gang spat out a mouthful of blood as his entire body was struck by an invisible attack. His waist was bent over and his body was once again smashed into the ground. The girl in green reappeared, looking down proudly. Everyone was shocked. The difference was too great. This time it wasn't just the bystanders who saw it. Even Yen Gang himself felt the difference. He climbed out of the crater and stared at the girl in green in shock. Who are you? The girl in green raised her head. Lulu Mavis. Yen Gang, Jerlin, Geraldine, and the rest were shocked at the name. Mavis? That Mavis? Yen Gang exclaimed. Lulu's lips curled up. Is there a second Mavis in the universe? Zhang Dingtian, Bai Shui, and the rest were puzzled. What did she mean? The flames around Yen Gang dissipated as he stared deeply at Mavis, his tone much more respectful. Is this your territory? Lulu didn't answer, instead beckoning Yen Gang with her finger. Continue, I still want to test the power of the white flash. Yen Gang smiled bitterly. I'm not here to fight. The heir of the Hua family, Hua Shaoling, has been captured by Qingyu. He has a condition. You must return the things he left behind in the capital. Lulu frowned. What does that have to do with me? You're not going to fight? Yen Gang stood there calmly, not wanting to fight at all. His attitude was completely different from before. Lulu was bored and pursed her lips before charging into the city. Seeing Lulu Mavis leave, Yen Gang soared into the air. His tone immediately turned cold. Did you hear what I just said? Who's in charge? Tell him to come out and talk to me. Zhou Shan immediately headed to the city to look for Lu Yin. The stone belonged to the capital, so the decision should have been made by Zhang Dingtian. However, Lu Yin had obviously obtained some sort of inheritance, so he couldn't just give it to someone else. He had to discuss it with Lu Yin first. Although he didn't want to admit it, Lu Yin was now the greatest protector in the capital. Geraldine, what's the Mavis Bank? Bai Shui suddenly asked. Geraldine and Jerlin glanced at each other and said solemnly, the universe is boundless and has given birth to countless empires and powers. These powers all have their own laws of exchange and currency, and the only bank that can issue the universal currency is the Mavis Bank. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 54. Lu Yin soon arrived. Yen Gang was already impatient, and without Lulu around he was once again arrogant. Lu Yin saw him but ignored him. Instead, he glanced at Bai Shui, remembering that he had done something before he fell asleep. Bai Shui's expression was ugly, both because of Yen Gang and Lu Yin. The rumors in the city were growing and she couldn't stop them. Where's Lulu? Lu Yin asked Geraldine. She returned to the city, she replied. Lu Yin nodded and looked at Zhang Dingtian. Are you injured? This person is very strong, he's from the Firesmelt planet. Lu Yin raised a brow. The Firesmelt planet? He had never heard of it. He had rushed straight to Earth after arriving in Frostwave Weave, so he didn't know much about the weave. Not far away, Yen Gang's gaze turned cold. Who's in charge? Come out and talk. Lu Yin turned back to look at him. What do you want? Yen Gang laughed in anger. Are you ignoring me? Lu Yin's lips curled up. So what if I am? Yen Gang's eyes went wide, his body temperature rising and distorting the air around him. However, he seemed to have thought of something and scanned the city fearfully. Cut the crap and give me Qingyu's item. Why should I? Lu Yin retorted, his tone unfriendly. Many people who had just woken up were in this state. Yen Gang's eyes flashed with murderous intent. Impudent, do you know who I am? I don't, and I don't need to know, Lu Yin replied. Yen Gang was furious. If not for Lulu, he would have attacked already. A mere native wouldn't be able to stop him. State your conditions. I must take Qingyu's item. Lu Yin had never planned on keeping the stone, even if Xia Luo hadn't warned him. The stone's origins were too great and it wasn't something he could possess. Even if he had to give it away, he would still need to obtain sufficient benefits. Are you representing Qingyu or the trial students? Qingyu, Yen Gang replied coldly. Lu Yin replied, I can give him the item, but he must hand over all the students he captured. Everyone was shocked, not expecting Lu Yin to raise such a condition. Recalling that he had once mentioned using the students to negotiate with the Great Yu Empire, Zhang Dingtian and the rest grew resolute. In reality, Lu Yin only cared about the students' star crystals, and the negotiations were only secondary. Yen Gang frowned. What do you want students for? By the way, you seem to have captured quite a few students as well. Is Jenny Anna among them? Now that many students had removed their gadgets, The information naturally couldn't appear on the network. Lu Yin's gadget didn't have a name, so some battle reports couldn't be published. There seems to be such a person, Lu Yin replied. Let her go. Yin Gang shouted. Lu Yin sneered. Who do you think you are? Yin Gang's eyes widened in anger. How dare you? He slammed his palms together, creating flames as he leapt towards Lu Yin. The Fire's Melt planet had a fiery temper to begin with, and it was already quite good that they had been able to suppress it for so long. Now Lu Yin's words had caused them to erupt once more. Everyone was on high alert. Lu Yin clenched his right fist tightly, causing the light around it to distort as he punched out from the ground. Yin Gang, who was charging towards Lu Yin, was shocked. It was clearly daytime, but this punch made Yin Gang see the darkness of the night, as if day and night had changed. His body felt an indescribable pain, as if he was experiencing some sort of contradiction. He growled and transformed his flame spear into a spear that stabbed out. The shockwave crushed the ground, and with a loud bang Yin Gang was sent flying backwards. The spear was destroyed and he was forced to take a few more steps back in the air. Lu Yin took a step back as well, staring at Yin Gang solemnly. This person was indeed strong, even stronger than Munor. He was definitely a melder whose cultivation had been sealed. The Day-Night Fist was an inherited battle technique of the Day-Night clan, and its power surpassed even the 3-star Sirius Palm and the 7th form of the Sky Beast Claw. Yet it had been blocked by this person without any injuries. This person's power couldn't be underestimated. Lu Yin was surprised, but Yin Gang was even more shocked. A mere sentinel had made him feel a sense of danger, and he had even used his full strength at the last moment. If this person's attack had been just a little stronger, he wasn't sure if he would have been able to break the seal. Zhang Dingtian's eyes narrowed. He had fought Yin Gang before and knew how terrifying he was, but Lu Yin had actually been able to force him back. This person's strength was far too different from when they had first met. Lu Yin's strength earned Yin Gang's respect, and he descended a little before looking at Lu Yin solemnly. Jenny Anna is a descendant of the Anna family of the Great Yu Empire. Capturing her will bring you a lot of trouble. This planet belongs to the Great Yu Empire, and the Anna family has 10,000 ways to exterminate the humans here. Think carefully. Lu Yin calmly replied, I understand, no need to say more. If you want something, tell Qingyu to hand over the captured students, or there's nothing to discuss. Yin Gang nodded helplessly. All right, I'll contact Qingyu. He then activated his gadget. Just as Yin Gang was about to contact Qingyu, Lulu Mavis suddenly appeared, startling everyone. I knew you'd obtained an inheritance. That punch wasn't bad, let's spar, she said excitedly as she stared at Lu Yin. Lu Yin smiled faintly. I refuse. Lulu Mavis blinked. Refuse? What? Powerhouses should learn from each other more often to improve. I'm not a powerhouse, Lu Yin said calmly. She shook her head. You're not bad among the sentinels, you're qualified to spar with me. Don't talk nonsense, come on. Zhou Shan and the rest had strange looks on their faces as they watched a beautiful girl tell a man to come on. This girl was clearly stupid. Lu Yin's head hurt. He really didn't want to fight this girl. She was too strong and a single punch from her would be unpleasant. Coupled with the speed she'd obtained from the stone, he was sure that he would only be able to passively take a beating if they sparred. It would be difficult to catch her and he didn't want to look for trouble. Hey, are you still a man? Come on, come on. Lulu shouted. Lu Yin remained indifferent as he looked at Yin Gang. Lulu grew anxious, but there was nothing she could do if Lu Yin didn't move. She couldn't sneak up on him, could she? She was a lady and she wouldn't sneak up on good people, only bad people. Lu Yin suddenly thought of the art of Sirius. If he could learn the 7 forms of the Sky Beast Claw from Sirius, then could he learn her speed from her movements? It seemed possible and his eyes flashed. Should he spar with her? Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 55. On a huge spaceship outside Earth, Sigmund and the others stared intently at the screen, which showed the turtle's image. General Sigmund, a creature with a power level over 10,000 can't be considered a trial anymore. Capture it, Tori said urgently. Jenny Anna was still in the capital, and if this creature attacked the capital, everyone would die. Sigmund clenched his fists and looked at Mira. Myra's expression was calm as she smiled. Is death really that frightening to the young elites of the Great Yu Empire? Tori's expression changed, but he didn't say anything. The giant turtle quickly disappeared. From the beginning to the end, no one said a word. No one dared to attract the attention of the giant turtle. It was too terrifying. It didn't even need to attack. Just its body alone was enough to crush everyone. Luin sighed. Wait, where's Lulu? He looked to the west again and saw a green figure quickly leave. That crazy woman couldn't have gone after the turtle, could she? Outside the capital city, Yin Gang was coughing. He had choked on the dust and only managed to recover after much difficulty. Everyone was still immersed in the terror of the turtle when Yin Gang spoke up. Qingyu agreed, he can trade with you. Tell me who's Qingyu in the network, Luin said. Yin Gang told him. Luin immediately contacted Qingyu. You're Qingyu? He asked. In Northern Europe, Qingyu looked at his gadget and smiled. You're the native who oversaw the capital and captured a few dozen students? Your item is in my hands. If you want to trade, give me the students you captured. That kid just talked to me. Sure, do you want Hua Xiaoling? I can give her to you if you want, Qingyu teased. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. He knew that Yin Gang was running errands for Qingyu because of Hua Xiaoling. He already had Raz and Jenny Anna, so there was no need for Hua Xiaoling. Otherwise, Yin Gang would go all out. Hua Xiaoling doesn't matter, but you have too few students. Qingyu's eyes flashed. Kid, I'm only trading because I don't want to run errands. Do you think you can stop me with just the few of you? Of course not. You still have the strength of a melder, but if you can escape, so can we. We'll take that stone and hide. Once we fail the trial mission, the Great Yu Empire will personally come to capture you. Can you stop them? I know that you want to use that stone to escape. Compared to your own life, my conditions are much better, Luin said. Qingyu chuckled. Very smart. That's right. I want to use that rock to escape. Alright, I can capture some more students. I have a batch here. There are 32 in total. Is that okay? Sure. 10 days from now, at the foot of the Tibetan peak in India, Qingyu said. Luin agreed and hung up the gadget. 10 days later? Yin Gang stared at Luin. You can go to Northern Europe to pick up Hua Xiaoling. Yin Gang's eyes lit up. You better hand Jenny Anna over to me. You don't know how powerful the Anna family is. Impossible, you can leave now, Luin said impatiently. A cold glint flashed in Yin Gang's eyes as he left without saying anything. Once Yin Gang left, Luin explained the situation to the rest. Zhang Dingtian spoke up. I'll go with you. Qingyu is the main culprit behind Earth's evolution. Because of him, countless people have died. I want him to pay with his life. I'll go too, Bai Shui said resolutely. Luin looked at Geraldine. Spread the news that Qingyu will appear at the foot of the Tibetan peak in 10 days. You want to use the students to get rid of Qingyu? Geraldine asked. Luin nodded. Isn't that your mission? Get rid of him and complete the trial mission. It'll be good for you. What about you? Do you want to take revenge for the people of this planet too? Geraldine asked. Luin took a deep breath. The trial isn't just for the students, it's also for us. You have results and so do I. Completing the mission will increase our bargaining chips with the Great Yu Empire. Geraldine sneered. You really want to negotiate with the Great Yu Empire? You're crazy, you won't succeed. I'll try, Luin shrugged nonchalantly. It didn't take long for the network to explode as Qingyu went crazy and captured more students, forcing most of the students who had been monitoring him in Northern Europe to flee. At the same time, news of Qingyu's appearance at the foot of the Tibetan peak spread like wildfire. Many students were shaken and rushed to India. Whether the news was true or not, they wouldn't lose anything if they had to travel a bit longer. Qingyu's whereabouts were completely exposed, and many students rushed to India. This would be the final battle of the trial, and either the students would complete the mission or fail it. The Great Yu Empire would take action. Luin went into seclusion once more, studying the movements of the stars with his star chart in hand. He hoped to activate the fourth star. The Sirius palm was terrifying, and its power doubled with each additional star. 3 stars could suppress Eddie and rival Miras, while 4 stars would be enough to suppress Munoer and Yin Gang. The Skybeast Claw and Day-Night Punch couldn't be strengthened for the time being, so the only way to increase their power was to use the Sirius palm. But before that, Luin found a piece of paper and closed his eyes, recalling the scene from his dream. He had dreamt that he had been crushed by a jade finger that had traversed the heavens. It had felt very real, like he had been crushed. His heart had been filled with boundless rage, but the memory was still fresh in his mind. He raised his brush to draw it but couldn't bring himself to do it. The jade finger that had pierced through the heavens was clear, but he just couldn't draw it. He tossed the paper away in frustration, feeling like he should be able to draw it, but he just couldn't. After thinking about it for a while, he sighed. Forget it, it was just a dream. He raised his hand and his die appeared, the side with a cold 5 on it. This was Bai Shui's innate gift that he could borrow, but it would disappear after use. The next time he wanted to use it, he would have to draw 5 pips and touch her within 10 seconds. Interesting innate gift, he muttered to himself, taking out a cube of star crystals from his cosmic ring and crushing it for the die to absorb, but it didn't do so this time. Am I at my limit? Looks like I'll have to wait for a while, Luin muttered to himself, dispelling the die with a wave of his hand and beginning to observe the star chart. This trial had been a nightmare for many students. The first batch had been fine as most of the strongest students had been captured. Most of the ordinary students had only wanted to occupy a place and get decent results, but the second batch had been unlucky. Almost half of them had been captured regardless of whether they were from the capital or Northern Europe. This had never happened before in the history of the Great Yu Empire's trials. Sigmund and the rest had lost face. More importantly, even disciples of large families like Raz and Jenny Anna had been captured, and there were even experts from Yu Academy among them. Sigmund and the rest couldn't even raise their heads. Mira watched with great interest, occasionally praising the trials, but to Sigmund and the rest, it sounded like sarcasm. This is a true trial. There are many trials where the students crush the natives. That's not a trial, it's more like a stage drama. General Mando, your Great Yu Empire is truly an iron-blooded empire, Mira praised. Sigmund was speechless. This woman had just said that the Great Yu Empire's youths were afraid of death, and now she was saying the opposite. General, we should prepare. The final battle is in 10 days and Qingyu gave us 10 days to gather the students. It seems like he's very confident, Toriana said. That Luin doesn't understand how terrifying Qingyu is as a melder. There's a 90% chance he'll fail, Shalash said coldly. Sigmund stared at the screen. Lu Yin's actions were akin to asking a tiger for its skin. Trying to make a deal with Qingyu was akin to courting death. Even if Qingyu was only a sentinel, the Day-Night clan's power was not something ordinary elites could match, let alone a melder. Mira looked at the screen with a faint smile. A melder? No, that was wrong. She was certain that Qingyu wasn't a melder, and it would be difficult for him to even display the power of a peak sentinel. His injuries were too severe, and he could barely display half of a sentinel's power. Even so, he looked no different from a melder. This was the Day-Night clan. 2 days later, Yan Gang found Qingyu and wanted to take Hua Xiaoling away, but Qingyu refused. You got what's mine? Qingyu mocked. Yan Gang was furious. You'll be able to trade with the natives in 8 days. Let Hua Xiaoling go first. Let's go, Zhang Dingtian said in a low voice. He soared into the air, and with a rope in his hand, he dragged the 42 students as if they were broken wine bottles and flew towards the west. They had all left. These students couldn't stay here. Otherwise, even Zhou Shan and Wu Xing wouldn't be able to protect them. Lu Yin was stunned by the spectacular scene, and he wondered what the other students would think of it. Geraldine was stunned. She was just one of the most ordinary students in the trial, and any one of these captured students could kill her in an instant. Her worldview was being challenged. Jerlin, on the other hand, was very excited. She provoked Eddie, Raz, and the rest while provoking Jenny Anna, angering the latter so much that she wanted to bite her. Lu Yin greeted Bai Shui, but she didn't look at him kindly. Lu Yin knew why. He'd heard the rumors in the city, and it was normal for her to be angry. Even he was a little angry. What did she mean by rejected? Was he really that bad? On the other hand, countless Indian survivors stared blankly at the sky above India. Qingyu used a rope to tie up all the captured students and drag them down the Tibetan peak. It was exactly the same as what Zhang Dingtian had done. Many of the students were so angry that they vomited blood. They were elites, but now they had lost all face. Hua Xiaoling's face was red with anger. She didn't just hate Qingyu, she hated Lu Yin as well. Using them in exchange? Bastard. If it wasn't for the trial, she really wanted to break the seal and fight Qingyu to the death. Outside of Earth, Sigmund and the others had ugly expressions on their faces. Mira, on the other hand, was smiling happily as she looked at the screen. Finally, the screen switched to Tianzhu's Tibetan peak. That was where the final battle would take place. No one thought that this would be an ordinary transaction. Battle was unavoidable. Qingyu had set out a day earlier, and when he arrived at Mount Tibet, Lu Yin and the rest weren't there yet. However, the students who had been waiting there feasted their eyes on them. The elite students who had always been high and mighty were being humiliated like this, and Hua Xiaoling was one of them. Yan Gang was trembling with rage. Hua Xiaoling was the fiancée of the Fireforge planet's young master, and this wasn't just a slap to her face, but to the young master himself. Qingyu casually tossed the students to the ground and yawned as he looked at the towering Mount Tibet. His expression was relaxed and he didn't look like a wanted criminal at all. Half a day later, Lu Yin and the rest arrived. The moment they saw Lu Yin's group, the hidden students were shocked once more. Lu Yin had captured even more students than Qingyu, and the sight of him being hung in the air was a spectacular sight. Even Yin Gang was stunned, but it was quickly followed by anger. The Fireforge planet had a good relationship with the Ana family, and he had been received by them when he had come to the Great Yu Empire. What battle technique is that? Qingyu was shocked. Lu Yin gritted his teeth and retreated quickly. He was no match for Qingyu even though he was only a sentinel. Qingyu sneered and chased after him. Cultivator with an innate gift, unique battle technique and surpassing realms. You've successfully piqued my interest. Interesting, ha. All of a sudden, a majestic force erupted from the arena, rushing into the sky and sweeping through the clouds. The shockwave overturned everyone including Lu Yin. An unfamiliar man appeared in front of Qingyu and pressed both palms against his abdomen. Die! Qingyu was sent flying with a thump, his body smashing into the mountain wall. Everyone stared blankly at the scene. Was this a melder? A true melder? Lu Yin stared in shock. Even Qingyu couldn't react in time. The unfamiliar man suddenly turned around and attacked Lu Yin after sending Qingyu flying, his eyes filled with cold killing intent. No one had expected this, not even Lu Yin himself. Why would this person attack him? In the face of a melder's sure-kill attack, Lu Yin activated his cosmic art and barely managed to see the trajectory of the man's attack. He shifted his body sideways and narrowly avoided the attack. The man's attack shattered the ground, and the shockwaves caused several students to bleed. However, the attack missed Lu Yin. The man was shocked and wanted to attack again, but a beam of light shrouded him from the sky, forcefully interrupting his attack and injuring himself in the process. Everyone looked up. It was the Great Yu Empire's monitoring station. During the trial, any student who broke through to the Melder realm would be disqualified, and this person was clearly a Melder who had been forcibly expelled from the trial grounds. Lu Yin gasped for breath and glanced at the 42 students who had been captured, finally settling on Raz. Raz's eyes were filled with resentment and regret. There were only a few students who were qualified to command a Melder, and the one who hated Lu Yin the most was definitely him. Lu Yin clenched his fists and was about to kill this troublemaker when a loud explosion caused everyone to look at the mountain wall. Qingyu walked out of the dust cloud with a gloomy expression and a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. Many people's hearts sank. Not even a Melder's all-out attack could kill him? Qingyu wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and looked at Lu Yun with a cold expression. Very good. You're willing to give up your grades to deal with me. Not bad. Unfortunately, there won't be a second time. A mere Melder wants to kill me? Dream on. Today all of you will die. After speaking, he swung his staff out, causing it to cover the sky. Boundless pressure swept through the crowd, crushing many students to death. Jerlin shouted, "He's injured, we can still win if we attack now." Yen Gang, Munor, and the rest of the sealed Melders immediately attacked Qingyu. Qingyu laughed, "You want to win? I'll make you cry." He waved his hand and the ground in the distance was overturned, revealing 3 bound figures. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 58. Zhang Dingtian and Bai Shui looked on in disbelief. "You're not dead, Lu Xiaoga?" Lu Xiaoga smiled and bowed respectfully. "Young master, I've taken control of all the captured students, 72 in total." "That's enough." Qingyu nodded and looked up at the sky. "Your trial is over. If you want these 72 lives, let me go." "Why Lu Xiaoga?" Bai Shui shouted, glaring at him. Lu Xiaoga smiled. "Little Shui, Earth is too small. I want to go to the stars." "You betrayed us, but what about Wang Yu? Tongzhan?" Bai Shui shouted. Lu Xiaoga shrugged. "They're really dead. People who don't know what's good for them don't deserve sympathy." He looked at her warmly. "Actually, with your innate gift, you should go to the stars. Give it up, you're a cultivator with an innate gift of ice. Your future shouldn't be limited to Earth." Zhang Dingtian's eyes went wide as he bit his lip. The pain that Qingyu had inflicted on Earth was nothing compared to what Lu Xiaoga had done. At the beginning of the apocalypse, Lu Xiaoga had ordered an entire city of survivors to be burned to ashes. His own body had been burned and he had experienced extreme pain. That had been the first time he had experienced such pain, and he would never forget it for the rest of his life. He had thought that it would be difficult for him to get revenge, but not only had Lu Xiaoga survived, he had even appeared in front of him. Lu Xiaoga faced Bai Shui as Qingyu waited for a reply from the stars. He closed his eyes and summoned his die in his right hand. He crushed a star crystal, and the die frantically absorbed the energy. This was his only chance and he hoped that he would get it. Outside Earth in a giant spacecraft, Sigmund sighed, "It's over. All trials have failed." No one refuted him. Qingyu was invincible in the same realm and no one could defeat him. Tori Anna felt it was a pity, if only that girl from the Mavis family had gone as well. She might have been able to defeat Qingyu. Shalash sneered, "The Mavis family is the Mavis family, and the Great Yu Empire is the Great Yu Empire. So what if the Mavis family defeated Qingyu? Will that girl become a citizen of the Great Yu Empire?" Tori Anna didn't refute him, it was the truth. Sigmund turned to Mira, "Miss Mira, I'm sorry to have let you witness a failed trial." The corners of Mira's mouth curled up in a smile. Her eyes were faintly red as she looked at the light screen. "Failed? Is it over?" Sigmund nodded helplessly, "Sorry?" Mira smiled and said, "Let's wait for a while. Isn't the trial the point of coming back from the jaws of death?" Tori Anna replied bitterly, "Qingyu is from the Day-Night clan, and he's a fugitive thereafter. He's much stronger than his peers, let alone Sentinel students. He's almost invincible on Earth, even if he's only a Sentinel." At the mention of the Day-Night clan, even Myra's expression turned serious. "How do you plan to deal with him?" "The Day-Night clan has sent word that we should try our best to capture them alive. If they're dead, their corpses are to be sent back to the Day-Night clan. Their ancient inheritance stones must be brought back," Sigmund said. Mira nodded, "That means we don't care if they're dead or alive." Everyone fell silent. They were indeed considering whether or not to kill Qingyu. Qingyu had tried to trade the lives of 72 students for a chance to escape, but that was impossible. The pressure from the Day-Night clan was far greater than the lives of the 72 students. "Let's wait a little longer. The Youth Council's rules state that the trial isn't over as long as there are still participants who haven't lost their ability to fight. Look, isn't that someone still trying?" Mira stared at the screen where Lu Yin had just crushed a second star crystal. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 59. Zhang Dingtian smiled. Even though he was seriously injured, he still smiled. Bai Shui stared at Lu Yin expectantly, she had never felt so helpless before. Qingyu sighed, "You've been hiding your strength all this time?" Lu Yin shrugged, "Not really. Once a person is forced into a corner, their potential explodes." Qingyu laughed, "So what if you're an ant? I'll send you on your way first." He then pointed a finger at Lu Yin, defeating Zhang Dingtian, Yen Gang, and Munoer as well as all the other students. It had also defeated Lu Yin's cosmic palm. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold and he raised his hand, for stars revolving around him as he struck out. "You're courting death," Qingyu shouted. The Day-Night clan was the embodiment of terror in the universe, and their battle techniques were invincible. Bang 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 bang. 4 consecutive explosions rang out. Qingyu did not care about the first 3 explosions, but when the 4th explosion rang out, a terrifying pressure descended. The irresistible impact bent his fingers in an instant, and at the same time, a palm struck his right chest, sending him flying out. Shockwaves surged out and crushed the ground, the force of the collision sweeping through the sky like a tornado. Everyone went deaf for a moment, their vision turning gray and dust filling the sky. When the wind blew by and the dust settled, everyone was shocked. Qingyu had been defeated. Lu Yin panted heavily, his right hand in pain as a trace of blood seeped through his skin. Qingyu's face was pale as he glared at Lu Yin, his right finger shattered and his entire body trembling with rage. What battle technique was that? Lu Yin exhaled, "A battle technique that will kill you." He then used the roving step to rush towards Qingyu, raising his palm to strike out once more. He wanted to kill Qingyu. Others might not understand, but as someone from a terrifying clan, Qingyu knew full well just how terrifying the cosmic palm was. This person might bring him trouble in the future. Qingyu roared, "You ant, I'll let you experience the power of the Day-Night clan." Boom. Lu Yin retreated, leaving a dozen footprints on the ground. He looked up and saw Qingyu rushing out of the dust, Do you think I only know one battle technique? The Day-Night clan may not have much else, but they have countless battle techniques. He then swiped at Lu Yin with his left hand. Lu Yin resisted the urge to vomit blood and raised his left hand as well, using the seventh form of the Sky Beast Claw. Bang! The earth shook again. Terrifying shockwaves engulfed the ground. Shattered rocks flew everywhere, piercing through the mountain walls. Everyone was shocked as they watched the two fight amidst the dust. How could a sentinel reach such a level? Outside of Earth, Sigmund and the others were also shocked. How is this person so powerful? That was the Sky Beast Claw. It should have reached the seventh form. Wasn't that a battle technique of Yu Academy? He really did learn Yu Academy's battle techniques. What's really amazing was blocking Qing Yu's attack. That was Qing Yu's strongest battle technique, but he still lost. This person is not simple. We must investigate him. Myra's eyes lit up as she looked at Lu Yin. While others were looking at Lu Yin's battle technique, she was looking at his fully healed palm. It had clearly been pierced through by that finger, but it was now completely healed. The tremors seemed to explode in everyone's hearts, causing many of the students to go pale with shock. There was a loud boom as the two figures retreated at the same time. Qing Yu glared at Lu Yin, panting heavily. Lu Yin's hands trembled. He had not only healed his injuries in the time-stop space, but he had also recovered much of his physical strength. He had rested for 5 days before fighting Qing Yu again, but even so, it was still difficult to defeat him. Even a 4-star serious palm hadn't been able to injure him. This person was truly terrifying, worthy of being an explorer. Even a melder might not be able to withstand a full-powered attack from him. Young master, let me teach him a lesson for you. Lu Xiaoga suddenly charged at Lu Yin, his palm glowing brightly. Zhang Dingtian roared. Lu Yin glanced at him and raised his left hand, using the Sky Beast Claw. The void howled and the light shattered as it struck Lu Xiaoga, sending him crashing into the ground. Qing Yu snorted, "Trash, is my battle something you can interfere with?" Lu Xiaoga coughed up blood and said weakly, "I'm sorry, young master." Lu Yin was surprised. He had intended to kill Lu Xiaoga with that attack, but he was still alive and able to speak. He was much stronger than he had expected. "I didn't expect to meet someone like you on a fringe planet. You're quite outstanding even in the Innerverse," Qing Yu said in a low voice. Lu Yin clenched his fists. "I don't need you to judge my strength." Qing Yu grinned, "I've seen too many geniuses fall at the hands of my Day-Night clan. You won't be able to escape today, and don't expect the great Yu Empire to save you. Every trial is supervised by the Youth Council, and unless all of you lose the ability to fight and fail the mission, the trial will continue. I'll kill you the moment you lose the ability to fight." A layer of star energy appeared around Qing Yu's body, but he didn't release it completely. Instead, it wrapped around his body and gradually moved down until it wrapped around his legs, making it look like he was stepping on clouds. Die. Qing Yu's body vanished, reappearing right in front of Lu Yin as he pointed with his left hand. This was extreme speed, a footwork battle technique of the Day-Night clan. Even Yen Gang and the others couldn't see him clearly. Qing Yu wanted to kill Lu Yin in one move. Lu Yin activated the serious art as he breathed, for stars revolving around him. When Qing Yu's finger crossed the range of the stars, Lu Yin saw his movements. The serious art's range was small, but it was like a star. Qing Yu's finger seemed to cover an inch of space, but it was very far in Lu Yin's eyes, enough for him to clearly see Qing Yu's attack. Just like when Raz, Munoer and the others had used the Sky Beast Claw, Lu Yin saw all of the changes in Qing Yu's finger. Lu Yin stared at the incoming finger and squatted sideways. Serious palm struck out from an unimaginable angle, not only dodging Qing Yu's finger, but also hitting him. Qing Yu hadn't expected this attack at all. He had thought that his footwork battle technique was a sure win, but now it had been countered. More importantly, Lu Yin's serious palm had struck the same spot as the melder who had broken the seal. Qing Yu had already been injured and now he was hit in the same spot again. It was like the last straw that broke the camel's back, severely injuring him and pushing him into the ground. The ground cracked open with a loud bang, and lava shot up from all directions and burned the air. The scene was silent, and only the roaring of the lava could be heard. In everyone's eyes, the attack had only lasted for an instant. Qing Yu had disappeared, and when he reappeared, Lu Yin had already pushed him into the ground. It was that simple, but only Lu Yin knew how dangerous it had been. Even Hua Xiaoling, who had become a melder, might not have been able to dodge Qing Yu's attack. Only someone like Lulu, who had mastered extreme speed, would have been able to do so. Although Lu Yin hadn't mastered extreme speed, His serious art was the bane of extreme speed. Lu Xiaoga's eyes flickered as he looked at the ground. Everyone looked at the ground, at the figure buried in the ground. Was he dead? Lu Yin stood beside the hole, panting as he felt the heat of the lava. Qingyu had brought this upon himself. He had been too careless and thought that Lu Yin would definitely be hit, or else he wouldn't have been hit so hard. It was a pity that Lu Yin couldn't learn Qingyu's extreme speed. The Day-Night clan's battle techniques had a unique feeling, just like their name. One couldn't feel the rhythm of the battle techniques, and it was useless even if they could see the changes. Lu Yin had thought that he could use the serious art to learn all sorts of battle techniques in the universe, but that seemed impossible now. Some battle techniques could only be learned in a specific environment. Within the cone-shaped hole, the ground cracked, and Qingyu pressed one hand against the ground and slowly stood up, glaring at Lu Yin with bloodshot eyes. "You've really angered me, you ant." Lu Yin frowned. This guy was truly a space-exploring powerhouse. Even with his cultivation sealed, his physical body was still difficult to defeat. Qingyu hadn't died even after taking an all-out attack from Lu Yin and a melder, and his recovery speed was incredible. If this continued, Lu Yin would definitely lose. "No matter what you do, you won't be able to defeat me. Despair, ant." Qingyu growled as he charged at Lu Yin. Lu Yin's expression changed, and he suddenly looked at the spectating students in the distance and rushed over. Qingyu coughed up blood, but he endured his injuries and chased after Lu Yin. "You can't escape." Lu Yin rushed towards the spectating students, causing many to flee in fear. "This bastard is trying to distract us. Run. Don't let him catch you." Someone shouted. All of the students quickly slipped away. Lu Yin didn't care about the others. He was only focused on one person, Munor the sealed melder, who was relentlessly chasing after him. Munor's face went pale. "What are you doing?" Night King? Lu Yin's heart trembled. He had seen this surname when he had accepted the stone's inheritance. Night King Jinwu was at the top of the corridor. A giant spacecraft had appeared in the sky at some point, blocking out the sun. "All students, please take note. The trial is over, and the results will be announced by the various academies." Many students heaved a sigh of relief. It was finally over. Varen, Eddie, Raz, and the rest breathed a sigh of relief as well. It wasn't that they hadn't participated in trials before, but none had been as terrifying as this one. They should have been able to roam the native planets freely, but instead they had been kidnapped and shamefully turned into hostages. They hadn't even had a chance to participate in the final battle. Even a melder had taken action. Lu Xiaoga released all the students. Qingyu's identity had been exposed, and they were useless to him. They were useless against Qingyu, but they had been used by Lu Yin and the rest to negotiate with the Great Yu Empire on behalf of Earth. If Lu Yin had been able to kill Qingyu in the final battle, he would have been the only one to complete the mission. Such a result would have been enough for him to participate in Astral 10's selections. Hua Xiaoling was also looking at Lu Yin. The battle had truly shocked her. She had thought that this was the best she could do as a melder. Qingyu's body was far stronger than a melder's, and she knew that she wouldn't be able to defeat him. However, this person had been able to do so as a sentinel. Although there had been some trickery involved, it was still shocking. Bai Shui stared at Lu Xiaoga, her eyes filled with anger and sorrow. Zhang Dingtian dragged his heavily injured body to his feet and glared at Qingyu. The culprit who had harmed countless people on Earth had been saved just like that. "Return to the ship, we'll give you the best treatment," Sigmund said. He was the middle-aged man who had stopped Lu Yin's final palm strike. Cough, cough. Qingyu coughed up a mouthful of blood. His injuries had been too severe. Explorers mainly relied on star energy to protect their bodies, but his star energy was only enough for him to display the strength of a sentinel. His physical defenses had been greatly reduced, and he'd been attacked by two melders, one of whom had even used the strength enhancement powder. Coupled with the fact that he'd endured so many attacks from Lu Yin, it was fortunate that he hadn't died. Qingyu spat out another mouthful of blood and looked up at Lu Yin with a grin. "Aunt, isn't it a pity that you couldn't kill me?" "Ah." Sigmund sighed. If it had only been a member of the Day-Night clan, it wouldn't have been a big deal. After all, the Day-Night clan had issued the arrest warrant. However, the Night King clan was different. Even the Day-Night clan didn't dare put the Night King on trial. They were royalty, and only the Night King clan could put Qingyu on trial. It was a pity that he had awakened as a Night King on Earth. The Night King clan's population was too small, and every member was treated like a treasure. If Qingyu had been killed in the Great Yu Empire, the entire Great Yu Empire would have been dyed red, and no one would have been able to escape. Even Mira hadn't stopped Sigmund from interfering, a testament to the Night King clan's power. There was no such thing as absolute fairness, and the Night King clan had the right to break it. General Sigmund, that native almost killed me. Kill him now. Raz shouted as he ran up to Sigmund. Sigmund slapped Raz to the ground. Shut up. Shalash appeared in front of Raz and looked down at him from above. He then turned to Qingyu and smiled respectfully. Do you need me to get rid of these natives for you? His words immediately put Lu Yin, Zhang Dingtian, and the rest on guard as they glared angrily at Shalash. Sigmund looked at Qingyu as well. Tori Anna did the same. Qingyu's status was the highest among them all from the moment he had become a Night King. Lu Xiaoga silently walked up behind Qingyu and stood respectfully. Qingyu wiped the corner of his mouth with his thumb and looked at the scarlet stain on his finger. He looked up at Lu Yin. No need, just wait. I'll be back soon, and when I do, this planet will cease to exist. Everyone will die. Zhang Dingqian's gaze turned cold as he clenched his fists. He felt sorrow. Qingyu had caused Earth's apocalypse and killed countless people. He had personally killed Wang Yu and Tong Zhan, caused beast tides to erupt all over China and caused countless deaths. Now he was declaring the destruction of Earth. This person was the greatest enemy of Earth, and he had a blood feud with everyone. Zhang Dingtian swore that if he could, he would kill this person in the future as a sacrifice to the countless dead. You're so kind. As you wish, we'll preserve this planet for you, Shalash smiled. Qingyu didn't care about Shalash at all. He had once been an explorer himself, and his strength far surpassed Shalash's. What he cared about was Lu Yin, an ant who had defeated him. This was a stain that he would never be able to erase for the rest of his life, and he would have to wipe it out himself. However, now was not the time. The most important thing was to return to the ancestral land with the inheritance stone and become a true Night King. Let's go, Qingyu smiled at Lu Xiaoga with a cruel look in his eyes. I'll be back soon, Ant. Just you wait. A beam of light descended from the sky and brought both him and Lu Xiaoga to the spacecraft. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 61. Lu Yin didn't say a word from start to finish. There was no point in saying anything at this point. The universe was a place where the strong preyed on the weak, and any words of indignation would only make him a laughingstock. It was a pity that he hadn't been able to kill Lu Xiaoga. That person was a hidden danger. Lu Xiaoga. Bai Shui shouted in anger, her eyes bloodshot. Lu Xiaoga smiled faintly at her but didn't say anything. Qingyu glanced at Bai Shui. I forgot about her. Remember to bring her along the next time you come. She has an innate gift of ice and she's so pretty. Only someone like her is suitable to serve me. A cold glint flashed through Lu Xiaoga's eyes, but he quickly recovered and bowed. Yes, young master. Soon Qingyu and Lu Xiaoga disappeared. Then, a silver spaceship rose from the huge spaceship and flew into the universe. Within the huge spacecraft, Myra's eyes narrowed. A new Night King has actually been born. What a troublesome clan. Just as everyone looked up to watch Qingyu disappear, Lu Yin suddenly took control of Hua Xiaoling and Jenny Anna. This scene stunned everyone including Sigmund and the rest. Native, how dare you? Let go of me. Raged Tori Anna. He had been too careless for something like this to happen right under his nose. Shalash was shocked. He hadn't expected a puny sentinel to dare grab Hua Xiaoling and Jenny Anna right in front of space-exploring powerhouses. Even he admired the kid's guts. Sigmund stared at Lu Yin coldly. Do you know what you're doing? Lu Yin grabbed Hua Xiaoling and Jenny Anna in each hand, a dagger in each hand that he could stab into their necks with just a bit of force. Sorry, it's not good to use women to threaten others, but they're the most important people here, so this is the only way. General Mathers, right? I wish to speak with you. Sigmund was furious. He was actually being threatened by a native. Given his character, he would rather sacrifice two people than be blackmailed, but Lu Yin was using Hua Xiaoling and Jenny Anna to threaten him. If they died because of him, he wouldn't have much of a good ending. What do you want to talk about? Lu Yin hid behind the two girls and calmly said, after the trial, Earth's cultivators will be sent to the battlefield by you, right? I don't want that to happen. Can I ask General Mando for help? These are the rules of the Empire, and I have no right to change them. Lu Yin smiled. Qingyu just said that he will personally descend to destroy Earth. You can use this as an excuse to reply to the Great Yu Empire. If I'm not mistaken, there shouldn't be anyone in the Great Yu Empire who dares to go against the Night King clan's orders. Sigmund was infuriated. Don't insult the Great Yu Empire, kid. We just don't want to become enemies with the Night King clan. I'll report your conditions to the higher-ups, but before that, release your hostages. Do I look stupid? Luine asked disdainfully. Sigmund didn't say anything, but Toriana did. Kid, don't make a mistake. Your performance in the trial is enough to enter the Empire's U Academy. You won't be dragged down by Earth, and it's not just you. The few Earthlings around you can also join the U Academy. This is the Great U Empire's special treatment for you. If you threaten the Empire again, this special treatment will disappear, and you will experience true despair. Looks like these two aren't high enough for you to spout so much nonsense, Luine said indifferently. Toriana was furious. Hua Shaoling glared at Luine. Let me go and I'll plead for you. Me too, let me go and don't touch me, Jenny said anxiously. Luine threatened, one more word and I'll stuff a smelly sock in each of your mouths. Hua Shaoling and Jenny gritted their teeth in anger. Zhang Dingtian and Bai Shui silently stood beside Luine. To them, this was Earth's only chance. The fate of countless cultivators on Earth depended on them. Jerlin stuck out her tongue and left these lunatics. Geraldine looked at Luine with a complicated expression and retreated as well. This trial was something she would never forget. The scene froze for a moment. Lu Yin's breathing was ragged. His body had reached its limit during his battle with Qingyu, and his face was pale. Suddenly, a terrifying pressure descended upon him, causing his hands to tremble as his body was restrained by an indescribable force. He couldn't move and the rubble on the ground turned to dust. Toriana suddenly appeared in front of Luine and kicked him, sending him flying 100 meters before crashing into the ground. He then waved his hand, sending Zhang Dingtian and Bai Shui flying with a gust of wind. Luine coughed up a mouthful of blood as his 5 viscera and 6 bowels felt like they had been crushed. A deep footprint had been left on his chest, and the kick had almost pierced through his body. He had felt the terror of a space-exploring powerhouse just now, and it had been an irresistible power that had rendered him immobile. Toriana's cold gaze swept over Luine. A mere ant dares to raise conditions with us? We wanted to leave your life to Qingyu, but you're courting death. Jenny Anna glared at Luine as well. Hua Shaoling sighed and looked over as well, admiring this person. It wasn't easy for a native to reach this level, but the difference between them was too great. There were many geniuses in the universe, and Luine was undeniably a genius who could defeat Qingyu. But so what? The universe was too big and there was no shortage of geniuses. Luine lowered his head, his vision blurry. His body had reached its limit. At this point, Sigmund opened his gadget to talk to someone. Toriana turned to Sigmund. General Mathers, I think we should kill this person. He's unruly and has an unknown background. Sending him to the battlefield will only bring trouble to the Empire. Sigmund ignored Toriana, his gaze growing incredulous as he looked at his gadget. Toriana saw that Sigmund wasn't speaking, so he slowly raised a hand and aimed it at Luine. Don't think that you can wait until Qingyu comes to kill you. It'll be very difficult for him to come to the Great U Empire again. You can't wait any longer, so die. Zhang Dingtian roared, but he couldn't get up. Raz stood there in a sorry state, sneering at the scene. On the spacecraft, Mira stood up and was about to make a move. Stop, Toriana. Sigmund suddenly roared. Toriana was stunned and looked at Sigmund in surprise. What's wrong? Sigmund's face grew solemn as he looked at Luine with apprehension and a hint of anticipation. Men, collect some of his blood and give it to me. A soldier dressed in the Great U Empire's uniform immediately walked over to Luine and crouched down to collect the blood at the corner of his mouth. Luine opened his eyes, his pupils shrinking at the sight of the soldier. You? The soldier shushed him and blinked. My family sent their regards. You performed well, so give me your blood. Luine didn't hesitate and took out a bottle of blood from his cosmic ring, handing it to the soldier. The soldier smiled at Luine before turning around and returning to Sigmund with a solemn expression. General, the blood. Sigmund opened his hand and the blood sample flew towards the spacecraft. No one spoke, as if they were waiting for something. Luine stared at the soldier who had returned to the formation and exhaled with a smile. He had finally taken the first step. The blood sample he had left at Jinlin's camp had finally yielded results. The Great U Empire was very strict when it came to testing cultivators, and Lu Yin's display of strength was enough to attract them. They naturally wanted to collect his blood for testing, and the blood he had left at Jinlin's camp had been for this very moment. His performance had been so that the Great U Empire could test his blood in Jinlin, and everything had gone according to his plan. After a while, Sigmund listened to the answer on his gadget and looked at Luine excitedly. He immediately appeared beside him and helped him up. "Tell me, why are you on Earth? What's your name? Who else is at home? How old are you?" The others were puzzled. Shalash and Tori Anna quickly made contact with some people and looked at Lu Yin in shock. The Great Yu Empire was about to be shaken. Within the spacecraft, Mira looked at the data displayed on the screen in astonishment. "Are you sure? Isn't this too much of a coincidence?" The person in front of the device stared at the data nervously. "There's no mistake, there's absolutely no mistake. This is the Zishan bloodline, and that child is definitely a descendant of the Zishan family." Mira was speechless. Before coming to the Great Yu Empire, she had done some research on this country and it was quite legendary. It had originally been a very weak country, but two people had risen to power and forcibly raised it to the level of a top-notch power in the Frostwave Weave. One of them was called Undying Yushan, and the other was called Undying Zishan. They were a famous duo in the Outerverse. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 62. Undying Yushan was the name of the emperor of the Great Yu Empire. Undying Zishan had died long ago, and the Zishan family had gradually died out along with him. Eventually, the entire family had gone into seclusion and disappeared. A few hundred years ago, the Zishan family had been confirmed to have completely died out, and no one had survived. Who would have thought that a member of the Zishan family would actually appear on this planet? It was too coincidental. The Zishan family's influence on the Great Yu Empire couldn't be ignored. The Undying Yushan had once promised that the Zishan family would forever enjoy the title of King Zishan, a status second only to the emperor. If this person really was a descendant of the Zishan family, it would be a pity. Back on Earth, Zhang Dingtian and the rest looked on in confusion, unsure of what was happening. Lu Yin stood up with great difficulty, his body swaying as he almost fell over again, but he managed to hold on. Tori's kick had been too heavy. "What are you doing?" Sigmund asked solemnly. "Child, tell me, where are you from?" Lu Yin sneered. "Earth." Sigmund shook his head. "Earth's trial, everything was within our observation. You're definitely not from Earth, they don't have any battle techniques." Lu Yin wiped the corner of his mouth. "I'm from Earth, I left when I was young. Believe it or not." Sigmund wanted to ask more questions, but seeing Lu Yin's tired and pale face, he immediately ordered someone to bring him to the spacecraft for treatment. "Wait, what about them?" Lu Yin pointed at Zhang Dingtian and Bai Shui. Sigmund replied, "Don't worry, the Empire won't touch Earth. Everything will remain the same. Not only that, we can also send people to help Earth clean up the powerful mutant beast." He then shouted, "Men!" A group of soldiers immediately stepped forward. There were several hundred of them, all sentinels and melders. These soldiers had cultivated using the energy crystals of their respective planets without using formcast models, and were the lowest level of cultivators in the Empire. Being able to cultivate to the melder realm was already the limit. Spread out immediately to protect China and the other cities on Earth, especially the ones where there's a beast tide. Move out immediately. Sigmund barked. "Yes, General." Hundreds of soldiers rose into the air and flew out. Zhang Dingtian and Bai Shui heaved a sigh of relief when they saw this. No one stopped them, not even Tori or Shalash. Lu Yin's identity had been confirmed, and he had even been teleported to the Empire. A descendant of the Zishan family wasn't someone they could make things difficult for. The Undying Yushan had ruled the Great Yu Empire for 800 years, and with his strength he could live for at least 1,000 years. His iron rule had made the great empire, and no one dared to disobey. There was an iron rule, and the Zishan family's throne. The Zishan family's rule was an eternal ruler. Though it didn't have any actual power, it was, with the family's a family, and Shalash. Lu Yin was sent to a spacecraft, and everyone inside was on high alert. The moment Lu Yin appeared, they immediately arranged for him to be treated. Their attitude was extremely cautious. Yes. The sentinels were fine, but Hua Shaoling and the others were in an even worse mood. They'd failed a sentinel trial as melders, and this record had almost shattered their dreams of joining the Astral Combat Academy. There was something else that most students didn't care about, but those at Hua Shaoling's level had their eyes fixed on the Great Yu Empire's Youth Council. The Youth Council had a lot of power, overseeing trials, interfering with the Academy's education, and even having their own army. It was a force that couldn't be ignored, and all of them wanted to become members. However, this trial's blemish greatly reduced their chances of joining. The atmosphere was heavy. Only Zhang Dingtian and Bai Shui were rejoicing. Many things had happened and there had been sorrow and despair. But in the end Earth had been saved. They were grateful to Lu Yin. Even if they had been saved, the countless cultivators on Earth would have been sent to the battlefield with no chance of survival. Roz looked at the spacecraft unwillingly. He wanted to kill Lu Yin, but Shalash had warned him not to be impudent. Yen Gang was also sullen after his conversation with Tori Anna. He'd thought that this trial would be easy, but he'd ended up as a foil instead. He hadn't even qualified to participate in the final battle, and Hua Xiaoling had even been threatened by Lu Yin. He couldn't explain himself when he returned, but he couldn't do anything to Lu Yin. As for Eddie, Varen, and the others, they didn't even dare to show any hostility towards Lu Yin. They didn't know about the Zishan family, but they could tell from Sigmund's attitude that there was something wrong with Lu Yin. It was best not to provoke him in the future even on Earth. He had a realm breaker, an innate gift device, and who knew what else he had. Suddenly, the spacecraft sounded an alarm, and Sigmund and the others looked to the north where a huge shadow was approaching. All of the students looked over, their mouths hanging open. "What a huge turtle!" someone exclaimed. Zhang Dingtian and the rest were shocked. It was the flying turtle that had destroyed the blue camp in the northeast and appeared in the capital. Yen Gang's face turned ashen. This was the same turtle that had made him eat dirt. Sigmund Mathers, Tori Anna, and Shalash soared into the sky at the same time, releasing a terrifying amount of star energy that stirred up the clouds and caused the sky to change color. The three of them were explorers, and so was the tortoise. An explorer-level mutant beast has actually appeared in such a short time. This planet is truly surprising, Tori sighed. Sigmund's expression turned serious. This turtle wasn't simple, nor was it weak. Seeing the three little things blocking its way, the turtle's eyes remained calm and unperturbed. It slowly opened its mouth, and just as the three were about to attack, a girl suddenly appeared on its head. "Little turtle, don't be naughty. They're good people, you can't hit them." The trio looked at her in shock. "Lulu Mavis?" Lulu greeted them from atop the turtle's head. "Long time no see, how have you been?" The three were speechless. Long time? It hadn't even been a month. Miss Lulu, this turtle? Sigmund was both puzzled and shocked. A Sentinel student had subdued an explorer turtle? What a joke. Lulu immediately went on guard. "It's mine, it'll always be mine." Sigmund forced a smile. Yes, it's yours. Forgive me for asking, but how did you subdue it?" Lulu's lips curled up in a strange smile. "That's a secret of the Mavis family. Come, I'll tell you." Sigmund quickly waved his hands. No need. Since it's a secret of your family, it's not convenient for me to listen. Anyway, the trial is over, what do you think? Lulu felt it was a pity. So soon? What about the fugitive? Was he caught? There's no news from the local network. All the students who had come here had thrown away their gadgets to prevent their information from being exposed, so there was naturally no news from the local network. Tori Anna recounted the events that transpired here, and Lulu's expression changed. "The Night King? You mean that fugitive from the Day-Night clan awakened and became a Night King?" The three nodded. Lulu sighed. "That's interesting, no wonder you didn't dare to kill him and even tried to save him. It was clearly a fair trial." Sigmund was embarrassed. Lu Yin could have killed Qingyu at the last moment, but he had ruined it. They were the ones who had not followed the rules of this trial. What a pity, if only I had arrived earlier. Killing a Night King with my own hands would have been a great accomplishment. The clan would have definitely praised me, Lulu lamented. The three didn't interrupt. The Day-Night clan and the Mavis family were not people the Great Yu Empire could afford to offend. Lulu Mavis looked at Sigmund and said, "Forget it. Since we missed it, we can't catch up even if we wanted to. The trial is over, so it's time for me to leave. Little Turtle can follow behind the ship, right?" Sigmund smiled. "Of course, the spacecraft can tow it, but I'm afraid it won't be able to withstand the pressure of the spatial jump." "Don't worry, Little Turtle is very powerful." Lulu didn't mind at all, jumping to the turtle's ear and whispering something. The giant turtle obediently rose into the air and lay down quietly beneath the spacecraft, closing its eyes to rest. Compared to the spaceship, the tortoise was still a little smaller, but not by much. It was shocking. Lulu Mavis entered the spacecraft, her interest piqued. Lu Yin had almost killed a newly awakened Night King, which was something that would shake the entire Interverse. However, it had happened to a native Sentinel. She clearly remembered that he hadn't even had the strength to do so before. How interesting. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 63. News of the Great Yu Empire's trial was out of reach for the people of Earth. They only knew that the apocalypse had occurred, and that powerhouses had appeared to protect their colonies. As for what had actually happened, only a select few knew. One by one, the students were escorted onto the spaceship. Of the 237 students who participated in the trial, only 150 made it back alive. In other words, 87 students had died in this trial. Sigmund's expression was calm when he heard the numbers. The death rate wasn't considered high. There was a 50% chance of death in any trial, so it was fine as long as it was kept under 50%. Of course, no one would care if the death rate exceeded 50%, unless it was the death of a certain noble. There were quite a few students at Geraldine's level who were in high spirits. They had originally only planned to occupy a piece of land and come back alive. However, the strongest students of the academy, especially the second batch of students, were in an extremely bad mood. All of their faces were taut and as ugly as they could be. Zhang Dingtian and Bai Shui had made an exception to join the Great Yu Empire. One of them was a realm breaker while the other had an innate gift. Both of them could join the 13 imperial squadrons. Zhou Shan and Wu Xing had also been allowed to join, but they had refused, wanting to remain on Earth. Sigmund didn't mind. These two were too weak compared to Zhang Dingtian and Bai Shui. Even if they joined the Empire, they would only be ordinary soldiers. Aside from them, the Indian monk Saruzin had also joined the Great Yu Empire. He was the only one other than Zhang Dingtian and the rest to join the Empire. Lu Yin was treated for 2 hours before his chest wound was finally under control. When he opened his eyes, he saw Zhang Dingtian and Bai Shui. "How is it?" he asked weakly. Zhang Dingtian's voice was low. "It's over, but Earth hasn't changed. The Great Yu Empire will continue to monitor the situation and send soldiers to clean up the zombies." "Thank you, Lu Yin." "Thank you," Bai Shui said gratefully. Lu Yin coughed and got off the ground, looking at the white clouds floating by. "Are we leaving?" Zhang Dingtian nodded. "Zhou Shan and Wu Xing have decided to stay on Earth. Aside from the three of us, the Indian monk Saruzin has also joined the Great Yu Empire." Lu Yin was surprised. "The Indian monk? Is he powerful?" Zhang Dingtian was full of admiration. "He's an amazing person. Take a look for yourself. He's outside, and the Great Yu Empire will arrange for us to join Yu Academy." Lu Yin walked out of the treatment room and immediately saw the Indian ascetic. He was barefooted and half-clothed, and his entire body was bronze in color. He was so thin that he looked like a bag of bones. At first glance, he looked like an exquisite bronze statue. More importantly, his right hand was raised high up in the air. Nobody knew how long it had been raised there, but it had long since withered and deformed. It no longer looked like a hand but more like a tree branch. His beard had been tied up in circles around his withered right hand. The passers-by all looked over in surprise. Lu Yin was stunned. "This is the Indian monk, Saruzin?" Zhang Dingtian was a strong-willed person, but even he looked at Saruzin strangely. Bai Shui was even more shocked. "He's Saruzin, the only person on Earth who broke through to the Sentinel realm without receiving anything from Qingyu. He defeated Hayden and is the strongest in the academy," Zhang Dingtian said solemnly. "How did he become a cultivator?" Lu Yin was bewildered. Saruzin would find it difficult to even fight a mutant beast in his current state, let alone mutant beasts. He wouldn't even have an advantage against a normal person. "I don't know, he hasn't spoken yet," Zhang Dingtian said. "I can answer that." Sigmund walked over, and the people around him immediately bowed. Zhang Dingtian and Bai Shui were indifferent. They had joined the Great Yu Empire to become stronger, and they didn't have a good impression of it. Of course, they didn't hate it either. The planet's evolution had been brought about by Qingyu, and it had nothing to do with the Great Yu Empire. Lu Yin looked at Sigmund and asked despite knowing the answer, "You seem to treat me differently, why?" Sigmund smiled. "I'll explain it to you. The spaceship is about to leave Earth. Do you have anything you want to tell me?" Lu Yin muttered to himself, "Go to Jinling and pick up someone called Su San. He's my little brother." Sigmund nodded and didn't ask any more questions, instead giving some instructions to his gadget. "I can answer your question." He glanced at Saruzin. "This is a person with great perseverance." He sat alone in the middle of two groups of mutant beasts, his body covered in blood, but his face showed no fear. He picked up energy crystals after the fight and swallowed them to reach the Sentinel realm. His perseverance is rare, and his heart has unimaginable perseverance. Lu Yin and the other two looked over in shock. This person had sat alone in the middle of a battlefield of mutant beasts and was still a normal person. Was this person crazy? How had he not been eaten? I made an exception for this person and allowed him to join the Great Yu Empire. His perseverance has piqued the interest of some people, and he might have a bright future, Sigmund told Luin. Saruzin looked up at Luin with murky eyes and stood up, his bare feet stepping on the cold metal floor as he slowly bowed in front of Luin. Luin didn't understand. Thank you, Saruzin's voice was hoarse as if he hadn't spoken in a long time. You're welcome, Luin replied. You don't look like an Indian. Saruzin straightened up. I was born in the Tibetan peak of Huaxia and trained in India. He bowed again and turned to leave. Sigmund left as well. He was in charge of the aftermath and had many things to do. Let's go, we'll take a look around. This is a huge spacecraft from the Great Yu Empire, and it's worth as much as an entire planet, Luin said. I'm not going, there's a gravity room and a small library here. I want to take a look, Zhang Dingtian said indifferently and left. Luin looked over at Bai Shui. She was breathtakingly beautiful and comfortable to look at. Bai Shui still hadn't recovered from the incident with Lu Xiaoga, so she apologized to Luin and left as well. Luin was helpless. He might as well have left Saruzin behind. That guy's appearance was terrifying, and most people wouldn't dare to make a move on him. This super-large spaceship was called the Perseverance. It was a spaceship specially used to transport students. Its range was larger than the capital, and it had all the necessary facilities. Just the gravity rooms alone had over 100, and it could carry over 300 personal spaceships. All the personal spaceships of the students were stored on the Perseverance. The Perseverance was divided into training areas, machinery areas, living quarters, observation areas, control areas, and so on. Luin was currently in the living quarters and on the top floor. He had his own courtyard, and it was even equipped with a swimming pool, medical facilities, and so on. There were only 3 such accommodations on the Perseverance, and he occupied one of them. His living quarters were even better than Shalasha's. The other students lived on the lower floor, which had hundreds of rooms. Each room was quite large, but the difference was like night and day when compared to Lu Yin's quarters. Luin walked down to the lower floor where most of the students lived. The staff lived on the other side while the soldiers lived on the lowest floor. The living quarters were surrounded by layers of transparent metal, and Luin tested them to find that they were quite sturdy. This kind of metal can only be shattered by space-exploring powerhouses. With your strength, you won't even be able to leave a mark on it, Xia Luo said with a gentle smile as he slowly approached from a short distance away. Luin turned around. Why didn't I see you during the battle in India? Xia Luo smiled, not interested. Luin raised an eyebrow. As a trial student, how can you not be interested in the trial mission with your strength? I'm really curious. Xia Luo walked to Lu Yin's side and peered through the metal to see a giant tortoise's tail sweeping back and forth. You just need to achieve your goal in the trial, there's no need to worry about the mission. Xia Luo turned to Luin. Congratulations on defeating Qingyu. This is enough to make the Great Yu Empire look at you in a new light. Luin shrugged. It was just a trick, I couldn't have defeated him. There are no tricks in this universe, a win is a win. Luin, no, brother Lu, do you know what it means to defeat a Night King? Xia Luo smiled. Luin shook his head. Xia Luo looked outside. It means that you've entered the Day-Night clan's sights. Unless you don't go to the inner verse, the Day-Night clan will target you. Luin shrugged. That means I'm in trouble. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 64. Xia Luo laughed. Not entirely, they might even try to recruit you. But there's one thing you did right. You didn't reveal the Day-Night clan's battle techniques. Otherwise you would have been dead. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. He hadn't revealed the Day-Night fist during his battle with Qingyu because the Day-Night clan's battle techniques couldn't be leaked. Once they were exposed, it wouldn't just be the Day-Night clan. All the other powers in the universe would come looking for him and try to obtain the Day-Night clan's battle techniques. That would be a huge problem. Lulu had the Mavis family backing her, and even the Day-Night clan couldn't do anything about it. What about Xia Luo? Luin looked at Xia Luo seriously. I'm curious, what did you get? Xia Luo smiled. Nothing much. At that moment, a figure slowly walked around the corner. Both Luin and Xia Luo looked over at the same time and saw a man with short silver hair. What a coincidence, Silver greeted them with a smile, acting as if they were close friends. Lu Yin's heart skipped a beat. Here it was again. He felt an inexplicable sense of danger every time he faced Silver, even though his current strength was far greater than when he had been under the moonlight in Nanjing. Xia Luo's expression turned serious for a rare moment, and he turned to leave without saying anything to Silver. Lu Yin was surprised. Silver approached Lu Yin and stopped 3 meters away. I heard you almost killed Qingyu during the trial, congratulations. Lu Yin's lips curled up. You're welcome, Qingyu wasn't bad. He barely forced me to use 50% of my strength. Silver's smile grew even brighter. Actually, I've fought Qingyu before and he barely forced me to use 30% of my strength. Lu Yin rolled his eyes. This guy was still as shameless as ever. I'm leaving, we'll meet again if fate wills it, Silver said as he walked past Lu Yin. However, he suddenly paused after a few steps. Perhaps we'll meet again soon. Astral Combat Academy? Lu Yin asked. Silver smiled and left with a wave of his hand. Lu Yin exhaled. Each one was weirder than the last. Of all the students on Earth, Xia Luo, Silver, and Lulu were the ones he feared the most. He didn't know their limits. Yen Gang and Munoer were melders with their cultivations sealed, but what about these three? Lu Yin really didn't know and he couldn't tell. When he thought of Munoer, he couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed. He had forcefully fed Munoer some medicine to Qingyu, which had been the key to Qingyu's defeat. Without Munoer, Lu Yin would never have been able to defeat Qingyu. He was his benefactor, but that person probably didn't have a good impression of him. After looking around for a while, Lu Yin left as well. He wanted to take a look around. Ultra-sized spacecraft were not easy to find, and there were only a few of them in the entire Great Yu Empire. Most cultivators would be lucky if they could even use a personal spacecraft to travel the universe. Although this floor was not as well equipped as the top floor, there were still many things that interested Lu Yin, such as the bar. Students were under a lot of pressure. They needed to relax before the trial and party after the trial. The bar was the most lively place. As soon as Lu Yin stepped into the bar, he bumped into someone. Fuck you. The student who had been knocked back took 2 steps back and was about to curse when he saw Lu Yin. He immediately shut his mouth and revealed a smile that was uglier than a crying face. Isn't this Brother Lu? Big Brother Lu, please come in. It's spacious inside. Lu Yin looked at him suspiciously. Excuse me, do we know each other? The student's mouth twitched, but he forced a smile. I'm one of the 42 students you caught. Lu Yin nodded and walked into the bar without a hint of guilt. The student heaved a sigh of relief and hurriedly left. He didn't want to stay with this troublemaker who was the public enemy of all students. The bar on the spacecraft was just as noisy as the ones on Earth, filled with singing and dancing. The only difference was that there was no sex or drugs here, it was just students partying. Lu Yin found a random corner and ordered a drink, looking around as he drank. The bar was huge and there were not only students, but also off-duty staff and military officers. There were people of all ages in the bar. There were many battle scenes on the screens as well as news and songs from the Great Yu Empire. Lu Yin's head hurt, it was too chaotic. Not far away, a dozen or so students raised their glasses. Congratulations, Senior, for finding the rare mutant metal. Your results in this trial are the best in the academy. Congratulations, Senior. Congratulations, Senior. Thank you, Juniors. I told you that the trial wasn't easy, but that idiot Hayden still charged forward and didn't even touch Qingyu's hair. He was even captured by the natives, haha. That's not all, Senior. He was even defeated by some Indian monk. Eddie had to help him get back at them, haha. How can an idiot born at the bottom of the sea compare to us? His brain isn't working well, so he's done for this trial. On the other side of the bar, there were people celebrating as well. They were all students who hadn't reached the top of the academy, but they had gained quite a bit from this trial. They didn't have much ambition and didn't plan on entering Astral 10. Lu Yin couldn't help but laugh at the self-comforting words of these insignificant people and took a sip of his drink. The door to the bar was blasted open with a bang and everyone looked over. Eddie and Hayden slowly walked in. Everyone instantly fell silent. They knew their place. They had only dared to cause a ruckus because the strongest students weren't around, but now that they were here, they didn't dare to say a word. Following closely behind Eddie and Hayden was Jenny Anna. She had a look of displeasure on her face. Many students hurriedly left, afraid of being made difficult for. Scram, all of you, Hayden barked as he walked over to the group of students who had just celebrated. The students were furious, but they obediently stood up and gave up their seats. Eddie and Hayden took up a spot that could fit a dozen people, their expressions gloomy. Jenny Anna went to the second floor where there were private rooms. Hey, make way, Lu Yin was drinking when he heard a voice. He looked over and saw that it was the group that had been chased away by Hayden. Are you talking to me? He asked, pointing at himself. Cut the crap and scram, a tall student said unhappily. Luine laughed and looked past the students to Hayden and Eddie. Hey, you two over there. You're taking their seats and they're trying to make trouble for me. Help me deal with them. The students were stunned. This person knew Hayden and the others? Not far away, Eddie and Hayden stared at Luine as if he was a ghost. They froze for a moment, but when they saw that Luine's gaze was getting worse, they immediately shouted at the students, "Scram! Don't disturb others while they're drinking." Luine laughed. Among the students, a man called Senior stared at Hayden with a gloomy expression. "Hayden, don't go too far. We're drinking, what does that have to do with you?" Hayden stood up, his gaze cold. Although the students were afraid, they didn't retreat. Many people were looking over, and they would rather be beaten up than lose the courage to face Luine. Who's making so much noise? Scram if you want to fight. Roz suddenly walked out of a private room on the second floor and looked down. Many students went silent when they saw him, and even the music stopped. Munor was behind Roz. He had already regained his melder strength, which put a lot of pressure on the students. People walked out of the private rooms one after another, all of them from the second batch of students. Yen Gang was among them, an arrogant Fireforge planet native. "Ah, it's Senior Roz. Sorry for disturbing you," the tall student hurriedly apologized. Roz arrogantly swept his gaze across the crowd, enjoying the feeling of looking down on them. These people didn't even have the right to speak to him. The moment he walked out, all of the students and even some of the soldiers went silent. This was the kind of aura Roz should have. Hold on, Roz's gaze froze when he saw someone still drinking. He frowned, who dared to ignore him. This was intolerable to Lars. "You get up." Lars shouted as he stared down. Everyone looked over and saw that it was Luine. Eddie and Hayden looked at him strangely. The tall student's eyes lit up and he glared at Luine. "Kid, Senior Roz told you to get up, didn't you hear?" Luine put down his glass. "I can't even drink in peace." He slowly raised his head and smiled at Roz. Roz's face darkened, and it wasn't just him. Munor, Yen Gang, and even some of the students behind them were annoyed. What was this bastard doing here? Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Lee's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 65. Not far away, Jenny saw Luine as well. She was stunned at first, then furious that this bastard dared to threaten her. "Isn't this Roz? Did you miss me already?" Luine greeted with a smile. Roz's face twitched. "You've recovered? Thank you for your concern, I'm mostly healed now. What can I do for you?" Luine took another sip from his glass. Roz's eyes narrowed with a cold glint, and behind him, Munor was trembling with rage. Lu Yin's eyes lit up when he saw Munor. "So you're here as well. Sorry for using you as a shield. Speaking of which, your Sky Beast claw is quite powerful. Without you, I wouldn't have been able to deal with Qingyu." Munor was furious, clenching his fists and gritting his teeth. "Luine. Don't be so arrogant, Luine." Jenny suddenly shouted from nearby, glaring at him. Luine looked at her in surprise. "Arrogant? I don't think so. By the way, I've always had a question. I heard you and Hua Xiaoling are rivals, but why is she a melder and you a sentinel?" "Bastard." Jenny gritted her teeth in anger. The dozen or so students were scared out of their wits. They'd thought that Luine was just a small fry, but he'd provoked a monster instead. They'd all heard of Luine, the person who'd almost killed the fugitive Qingyu. Roz and the others had all been his spoils of war. More importantly, he was rumored to be a descendant of the Zishan family. How could they have run into such a monster? At this moment, a soldier entered the bar and whispered something to Luine. Luine put down his glass and smiled at Jenny and the rest before getting up and leaving the bar. Roz and the others glared at his departing figure, wanting to teach him a lesson, but they didn't dare. They would be the ones suppressed if they did, and Lu Yin's identity was terrifying. Su-san was brought over, and the soldier had come to inform Lu Yin of the news. Cultivators with innate gifts were rare. Only Hua Xiaoling had been confirmed to have an innate gift, and only Bai Shui had been confirmed to have one on Earth. Even Qingyu hadn't revealed his innate gift, and Lu Yin didn't know if he had one, but innate gifts were a sign of geniuses in the universe. Su-san's innate gift, and he'd definitely be useful in the future. As soon as he walked out of the bar, he saw a group of soldiers pass by. His eyes flashed as he slowly walked forward, and as he brushed shoulders with the soldiers, a sentence entered his ears. "Your family wants you to find a way to join the Great Yu Empire's Youth Council that's about to be reorganized." Lu Yin was the only one who heard this. No one else did. Soon the soldiers turned the corner and left. "Lu Yin's the Great Yu Youth Council? This wasn't simple, but it wasn't impossible. Being a member of the Zishan family didn't have any authority, but being a member of the youth council was a symbol of power. Formcast models could only be used by youths, and once one's body passed the age limit, they wouldn't be able to withstand the Formcast model. Thus, some youths with innate cultivation talent could transform their power very quickly, and some even became terrifying. The Youth Council was an organization in charge of the younger generation's trials, education, and trials. Whether it was in the Great Yu Empire or elsewhere, the Youth Council was a special organization. The Zishan family had some status in the Great Yu Empire, but they were useless outside. However, being a member of the Youth Council was a status regardless of whether it was in the inner verse or the outer verse. The Great Yu Empire couldn't interfere with the selection process, and if Lu Yin wanted to join, his status as a member of the Zishan family would only play a supporting role. Not long after Lu Yin returned to his residence, Su San was brought over. "Boss, I finally get to see you?" Su San cried out when he saw Lu Yin. He had suffered a lot during this time. Ever since Lu Yin had left Nanjing, he had been like a rootless duckweed. Because of his shifty appearance, no one wanted to be on good terms with him. He didn't even have anyone to talk to, not even Feng Hong or Luo Yi. If not for his Earth Realm strength, he might not have been able to survive in the camp. Even so, his combat ability was still very poor. Fortunately, Zhou Shan had treated him well out of respect for Lu Yin and hadn't arranged for him to go to dangerous places. However, ever since Zhou Shan had left Nanjing for the capital, Su San's good days had come to an end. All the captains with Earth Realm strength were stationed in different places, and Su San was no exception. He often faced powerful mutant beasts and almost died there. This was especially true during the recent beast wave. If not for a few Realm of Sky powerhouses mysteriously appearing to help Nanjing, he really would have died. He had thought that he would be stuck in Nanjing for the rest of his life, but who would have thought that he would be brought to a spaceship in the blink of an eye? Su San had always been trembling in fear, afraid that he would be dissected and studied by the aliens. When he saw Lu Yin, he was so excited that he almost cried. He had always been wary of Lu Yin, but now that he was in a foreign place, Lu Yin was his only family. He decided to follow this person to the death and hold on to him tightly. Lu Yin laughed. "All right, you can continue to follow me from now on. I'll get someone to prepare a room for you, so feel free to stay there." Su San cried out, "Boss, I'll stay with you. I won't go anywhere else." "No, I don't like staying with men. Don't worry, you'll be safe here. There will be people to protect you." "My status here isn't low," Lu Yin said calmly. Su San was shocked. "Boss, this is an alien spaceship. Your status isn't low?" Lu Yin didn't have the time to explain. He had the soldiers take Su San away and arrange for him to stay next to Zhang Dingtian's. Including Su San, there were a total of 4 people who had walked out from Earth. If he was included, that would be 5. 5 people had joined the Great Yu Empire, which wasn't a small number. In the past trials, no more than 3 people had walked out from the native planets, and most of them had been sent to the battlefield. To the elites of the Great Yu Empire, the so-called geniuses of native planets weren't even worth mentioning. Earth was already pretty good, especially with Lu Xiaoga who had entered the Innerverse. A day later, Lu Yin was immersed in his star chart when the Perseverance vibrated, followed by a loud roar from the turtle. Lu Yin walked to the window, and the scenery in front of him quickly receded. In the blink of an eye, he was surrounded by darkness. They had entered the universe, and outside the window was the beautiful blue of Earth. Lu Yin's gaze was complicated. He had stayed on this planet for nearly 2 years, and in his limited memories, this was the place he remembered the most. Now that he had left, he didn't know when he would return. At the same time, Zhang Dingtian, Bai Shui, Su San, and Saruzin all stared at the beautiful blue of Earth. They had left this place, their home, and they didn't know if they would ever return. Perhaps this would be an eternal farewell. The cosmos was vast and boundless, but it was filled with danger. Whether it came from people or the environment, they didn't have the ability to protect themselves. Zhang Dingtian gripped his sword tightly and turned around, his gaze resolute. Bai Shui's gaze was complicated, and no one knew what she was thinking. Su San muttered to himself, his eyes full of reluctance. He didn't want to leave, but he was smart enough to know that he didn't have a choice, so he didn't tell anyone. Saruzin was the calmest, simply watching the blue planet disappear from his sight. After an unknown amount of time, the Perseverance steadily shuttled through space. Lu Yin arrived at Sigmund's command room. He was both a general and the captain of the Perseverance. The command room was located at the top of the spacecraft, and the interior was very ordinary. There were no dazzling buttons, only various screens displaying various star charts. Sigmund looked at the shuttling space with his hands behind his back. How does it feel to leave Earth? Sad and reluctant, Luine answered. Sigmund turned to look at Luine. I've investigated you, but aside from the information on Earth, we couldn't find anything else about you. Can you tell me where you're from? I've lost my memories, Luine answered. Sigmund's brows shot up. Luine smiled. Believe it or not, I've lost my memories. I only have memories of Earth. Sigmund nodded. That's none of my business. I called you here to tell you something. The Zishan family? Luine asked. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 66. Looks like you've heard something. The Zishan and Yushan families are two of the most important families in the Great Yu Empire. 800 years ago, His Majesty the Undying Yushan inherited the Great Yu Empire and bestowed the title of king upon the Undying Zishan. However, the Undying Zishan died during an adventure, and the Zishan family was forced to retire for some reason. You are their only descendant. Lu Yin's eyes flickered, but he didn't speak. I know what you're thinking. The Undying Zishan was not killed by His Majesty, everyone knows that. What? Lu Yin was confused. Sigmund sighed. Before His Majesty inherited the throne, the Great Yu Empire was a very weak power in the Frostwave Weave. It was His Majesty and the Undying Zishan who worked hard to bring the Great Yu Empire to its current state, but that wasn't enough. His Majesty's wish was to bring the Great Yu Empire into the Innerverse, and without the Undying Zishan, it would have been difficult for His Majesty to accomplish this alone. His Majesty's vision was far, and he would not have killed the Undying Zishan at that time. Enough, I don't have time to listen to the Great Yu Empire's past. I just want to know my current status, Lu Yin said impatiently. Sigmund spoke solemnly. I have received orders from His Imperial Majesty to be the heir to the Zishan throne. Lu Yin, from the moment your identity was confirmed, you are King Zishan, the Great Yu Empire's King Zishan. Lu Yin was shocked. That easy? Don't I have to go through a series of complicated procedures? Don't I have to go to the Great Yu Empire's capital star to be tested again? Sigmund shook his head. There's no need for that. All of the data on the Perseverance is connected to the Empire, and everything about you is in His Majesty's eyes. He has already acknowledged you as the official King Zishan. Once you return to the capital star and meet His Majesty, all of King Zishan's rights will be bestowed upon you. Lu Yin's eyes lit up. This was what he liked the most. In order to fight Qingyu, he had used up all of his star crystals to extend the time-stop space to 5 days. All of the star crystals he had stolen during the trial were gone, and he had been fretting over how to get more. By the way, if you need any help on the capital star in the future, you can look for the Mathers family. I've already told them to help you as much as possible, Sigmund said, handing over a very ordinary gadget. Take it, it's convenient. Lu Yin glanced at him and nodded. Thank you. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. Sigmund nodded, but just as Lu Yin reached the door, he suddenly said, There's a woman called Mira. Be careful if you see her. Lu Yin grunted in acknowledgement and left the command center. Sigmund's attitude was strange. Even if he was the so-called Zishan king, he was at most an idle prince with no real power. There was no reason for him to treat him so well. Was he related to the Zishan family? At the same time, Raz met Shalash. What? That bastard is really a descendant of the Zishan clan, and he was even acknowledged by His Majesty as the next king of Zishan? Raz shouted in disbelief. Shalash's gloomy eyes stared at Raz. Raz felt a chill run down his spine and hurriedly took 2 steps back, not daring to speak again. Remember, don't yell at me in the future or I'll cut your tongue off, Shalash said coldly. Raz's forehead broke out in cold sweat as he hurriedly apologized. Although his father was the Vice Minister of Finance, his authority couldn't compare to the 13 Imperial squadrons. Shalash was the Vice Captain of the 12th Squadron, and his real power far exceeded his father's. If not for his father's financial power, Shalash wouldn't have bothered with him at all. Stay away from that Lu Yin if you see him in the future. It's just a title, but if he uses it to pressure you, you'll have to obediently accept it, Shalash said coldly. Raz hurriedly acknowledged. Shalash snorted and looked towards the dark universe. King Zishan? Let's see how long you can hold it. If you cause trouble, the Empire will fall into chaos. On the other side, Jenny Anna was furious as well. Why is it like this? A prince with a different surname is no joke. How can a native like him inherit the throne? Tori smiled bitterly. Don't be angry, young mistress. This matter has already been confirmed, and the captain told you to stay away from him in the future. What? What's so great about King Zishan? Jenny asked unhappily. Tori was helpless. He wanted to tell her something, but he didn't dare. If he did, she would definitely go berserk. Forget it, he'll just let the family head tell her. For the next 2 days, Lu Yin didn't leave his room as he focused on recovering and studying the star chart. The fourth star's power was almost twice that of the previous 3, and he was looking forward to the appearance of the fifth star. If 5 stars appeared during his battle with Qingyu, then he wouldn't even need the help of a melder to crush Qingyu. It was a pity that the serious technique was only at the elementary level and could only simulate 8 stars at most. Once he became a melder, the serious palm's effectiveness would decrease, especially when he fought against geniuses who all had powerful battle techniques. The serious palm wouldn't be able to keep up. Is the reason you're looking at the star chart every day related to your technique? A pleasant voice sounded from behind him, followed by a delicate fragrance. Lu Yin's expression changed and he turned around to see a pure beauty with white hair that reached her ankles. A small tuft of hair was tied up on her forehead, and she was looking at him with interest. Who are you? Lu Yin didn't act rashly. His first reaction was that he was no match for this woman. She had been able to sneak up on him without him noticing, and even the serious technique hadn't reacted. I'm Mira, the white-haired beauty smiled faintly, her eyes staring at Lu Yin with a hint of red. Mira? Lu Yin's heart skipped a beat as he recalled what Sigmund had told him 2 days ago, warning him to be careful of this woman. Do you need something from me? Mira smiled and walked past him, her white hair fluttering in the wind. She slowly sat down and crossed her right leg over her left. She was barefooted and her round and cute toes twitched. Her fingernails were painted a seductive red as she stared at him. Can you tell me why you look at the star chart every day? Lu Yin looked at her solemnly. I lost my memories and I'm trying to find my way home. Mira twirled her white hair in her right hand and played with it. Do you know who I am? Lu Yin shook his head. I'm from the Innerverse and I'm a member of the Universe Youth Council. Lu Yin's pupils shrank. The Universe Youth Council was a terrifying organization that could judge all the youths in the universe. It had a legal army, and the Great Yu Empire's Youth Council was one of its subordinate organizations. I was the one who disbanded the Great Yu Empire's Youth Council. Do you understand now? Mira continued. Lu Yin took a deep breath. What does that have to do with me? Mira stood up and slowly walked over to Lu Yin. She raised a hand and propped his chin up with her index finger, her entire body exuding an intoxicating aura. I admire you and I can recommend you to join the Outerverse Youth Council. The condition is that you join Astral 10 and show me some results. Lu Yin stared at Mira's eyes, the redness becoming more and more obvious. This woman made his entire body heat up and she was full of attraction. However, she also gave off an invisible and undetectable sense of danger that made his entire body turn cold. Why me? Mira's lips curled up into a beautiful smile that could steal souls. Her eyes in particular made Lu Yin feel like he was about to lose himself in them. Your innate gift is very unique. Can you tell me what it's used for? Lu Yin took a few steps back. Just because of my innate gift? Mira retracted her hand. Any cultivator with an innate gift can directly join the Universe Youth Council. This is the promise of the 10 Arbiters, but the Universe Youth Council is too large, and the Great Yu Empire's Youth Council is one of them. Ordinary cultivators with innate gifts can only join this level, and only those with extraordinary innate gifts can directly join the Universe Youth Council. Which category do you think you belong to? Lu Yin had never thought of using his innate gift to join the Universe Youth Council. His innate gift couldn't be revealed to others, not because it was too weak, but because it was too powerful. His die had 6 pips and any roll would shock everyone. If possible, he didn't want to reveal his innate gift, but it had been seen during his battle with Qingyu. Sigmund Mathers hadn't asked much, but he definitely had his own guesses. My innate gift can only speed up my recovery, but it doesn't have much use for anything else, Lu Yin answered. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 67. Mira's eyes twinkled when she heard about his innate gift, but then she smiled. It's very simple. Do you need me to recommend you to the Great Yu Empire's Youth Council? Or rather, agree to my conditions, and I'll recommend you directly to the Outerverse Youth Council. If I agree to your conditions, you'll be my referrer? Mira replied lazily, "That's right. I'm your referrer, but you have to be able to do it. Not only do you have to join Astral 10, but you also have to do something that I, the Red Lotus Witchbow, can be proud of." She smiled at Lu Yin again, gave him a series of numbers and then turned to leave. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. Red Lotus Witchbow? Right, you were right to protect that native planet. Who knows, it might give birth to talents like Zhang Dingtian and Lu Xiaoga in the future. Treasure them well, Mira said before leaving. Lu Yin was shocked. He understood Zhang Dingtian, but why did she mention Lu Xiaoga? Lu Yin felt that it was a pity that he hadn't been able to kill Lu Xiaoga. Had Mira discovered something? Lu Yin immediately left and headed for the control room. The control room wasn't a place that just anyone could enter, but Lu Yin was unimpeded. His status on the Perseverance made him second only to Lulu and Mira. Even Sigmund couldn't compare to him in terms of status. "Show me all the footage from the battle in India," Lu Yin ordered without hesitation. The people in the control room were stunned at first, but then they obeyed. At the same time, Sigmund, Tori, and Shalash all received a message that Lu Yin had appeared in the control room. Sigmund was surprised but didn't pay much attention to it. He'd already told Lu Yin to do whatever he wanted as long as he didn't go overboard. Lu Yin carefully watched the footage and stared at Lu Xiaoga, his gaze gradually turning from surprise to fear. The holographic screen was playing the scene of him defeating Lu Xiaoga with his Sky Beast claw. This scene should have been very normal, but if one looked at the scene before the attack they would find some clues about Lu Xiaoga. Lu Xiaoga was deliberately injured by him. With his strength, it was not that he did not have the ability to fight back, but he did not fight back. Moreover, it seemed that he was deliberately injured. Lu Xiaoga had sided with Qingyu, and Qingyu had been injured in the final battle. If Lu Xiaoga hadn't been injured at all, what would Qingyu think of him? Even if he was called stupid, Lu Xiaoga had to show his loyalty, even if he'd had to take a blow that could kill him. That was Lu Xiaoga. Lu Yin's eyes were filled with apprehension. This person was ruthless to others but even more ruthless to himself. No wonder Mira praised Lu Xiaoga. This person was meticulous and could endure what others couldn't. He wouldn't stand out, nor would he be willing to be left out. Every move he made was just right and he would get injured when he needed to. This person's wisdom far surpassed Zhang Dingtian and Bai Shui. Lu Yin had a feeling that this person would not be weak no matter where he went. They would definitely cross paths in the future. Mira, Lu Yin. The people in the monitoring room stole glances at Lu Yin from time to time. During the trial, they had seen Lu Yin capture so many students, including Raz and Jenny Anna. They had all thought that this person was dead for sure, but they had never imagined that he would suddenly become a prince of an empire. This experience was too miraculous, and they had always been curious about Lu Yin. "Show me the surveillance footage of the Perseverance," Lu Yin said. A slightly older officer said awkwardly, "The surveillance on the Perseverance can only be viewed with the permission of the captain." "Don't make me repeat myself, I'm ordering you as King Zishan." The officer hesitated for a moment before gritting his teeth. "Play it." Screens immediately lit up around them, the scenes constantly changing. Lu Yin smirked. He wasn't interested in the surveillance footage. He just wanted to see if the title of King Zishan was useful, but it seemed that it was more useful than he'd thought. Just as he was about to leave, Su San's figure appeared on the screen. He was currently being beaten up. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold and he turned to leave. On the second floor of the residential district, a few students held onto Su San tightly. "You're just a native, don't think you're our equal just because you boarded the Perseverance. Natives will always be trash, got it?" Varen barked, eyes flashing with killing intent. Su San's face was bruised but he didn't speak. Varen snorted, "Let's go." Su San coughed and lowered his head, not daring to resist. Students passed by from time to time, but they didn't pay them any attention. Varen didn't go overboard, and he didn't dare to do so out of consideration for Lu Yin's reputation. All he did was beat up a little because he didn't like the look of Lu Yin. All of a sudden, a figure blocked his path. Varen looked up and saw Zhang Dingtian. "Scram!" he barked. Zhang Dingtian unsheathed his sword and pointed it at Varen. "Apologize." Varen's expression changed but then he laughed. "Do you know where you are, country bumpkin? How dare you use your weapon? You're courting death." A group of soldiers appeared and surrounded Zhang Dingtian. "Put down your weapons, fighting is forbidden on the ship." Zhang Dingtian coldly replied, "Why didn't you stop them?" "I'll say it again, put down your weapons." Su San hurriedly ran to Zhang Dingtian's side. "I'm fine, let them go." Zhang Dingtian's eyes narrowed, and he tightened his grip on his sword. More and more students came to watch the show, some of them excited. They were the unlucky ones who had been captured on Earth, so they were happy to see an Earthling in trouble. Xia Luo suddenly appeared in front of Varen, his body weaving through the crowd and landing a knee strike on Varen's stomach. Varen screamed and retched, his body curling up in pain. This scene shocked everyone, including Zhang Dingtian. Xia Luo turned around and smiled at Zhang Dingtian. How was it? Zhang Dingtian sheathed his sword. Thank you. Xia Luo looked at the soldiers. Do what you can and you may leave. The soldiers gave Xia Luo a deep look, then shot Zhang Dingtian a warning look before leaving. Varen coughed and glared at Xia Luo, but he had no choice but to lower his head in the face of Xia Luo's icy glare. Let's go. Zhang Dingtian looked at Xia Luo one more time, but didn't say anything and left as well. It was only after they had left that Luyin arrived. Boss, he helped us, Susan told him. Luyin nodded. Thank you, brother Xia. Xia Luo replied warmly. You're welcome, I just didn't like the look of those people. I still have things to do, so I'll take my leave. Luyin thanked him again and watched as Xia Luo left. Once he was gone, he turned to Susan. Why did they cause trouble for you? Susan shook his head. I don't know, I just came out to find something to eat and then they came. They said they didn't like the look of me. Luyin's eyes flashed. Did they not like the look of him? Varen definitely knew that Susan was one of his, but he still dared to make a move. A mere student wouldn't have the guts to provoke the Zishan king, so did that mean that the Great Yu Empire had already begun? They couldn't wait to deal with him. He was certain that his every move would be recorded and transmitted back to the capital star. Even the smallest detail would be magnified infinitely, implicating his personality, intelligence, kindness, and so on. These were all chips that could be used to attack him in the future. Varen was the first wave of people to provoke him, and there would be a second and third wave soon. They would only stop when they felt that they had enough. I heard something interesting happen, too bad I didn't get to see it, Silver said with a smile, appearing out of nowhere. Luyin dismissed Susan and looked at Silver. What do you want to see? Silver smiled, looking at a certain person's conflicted expression. Was he being criticized for making a move? Or was he enduring being provoked again and again? How interesting. What kind of person do you think I am? He asked indifferently. Don't know, Silver replied casually. Luyin didn't have the time to argue with him. He had to go back and think about what his status as King Zishan was like in the Great Yu Empire. Don't you want to talk? I know quite a bit about the Zishan family, it might be helpful. Silver smiled at Luyin. Luyin turned back. What do you know? Silver shrugged. It's nothing. Just some old news from a few hundred years ago. For example, the Zishan family's old subordinates, the Zishan family's unique delicacies, the Zishan family's battle techniques, the marriage promise between the Zishan and Yushan families, and so on. Marriage? Luyin felt like he'd heard something incredible. What marriage? Speak clearly. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 68. Silver's lips curled up as he looked at Luyin enviously. You're so lucky, kid. You're enjoying the shade from your predecessors, ha. Luyin stared at Silver. Silver laughed for a while before saying, the Zishan family originally had two marriage promises. The first was the Ana family, which was set by the previous head of the Ana family and the Zishan family. The second was the Yushan family, which is also the imperial family of the Great Yu Empire. It was an agreement between Undying Dayu and Undying Zishan. Originally, these two marriage promises should have been fulfilled long ago, but Undying Zishan's death happened and dragged it out until now. Logically speaking, the Zishan family should have already been annihilated, so this promise should have naturally disappeared. However, you appeared and you're the only successor of the Zishan family. Luyin's brows twitched and he frowned. That promise from a few hundred years ago no longer counts. Silver sneered. A few hundred years ago? Is that a long time ago? Explorers usually live for more than 500 years. Do you know how long the Undying Dayu has been on the throne? 800 years. A promise from a few hundred years ago is like the first half of his life to him, so it's not that long ago. At least, aside from the Undying Zishan, everyone else who made that promise is still alive and well. Luyin muttered to himself, feeling a headache coming on. He had thought that the Undying Yushan was just an idle prince, but he hadn't expected him to be so troublesome. He even had a marriage agreement with the imperial family. Luyin understood that the Undying Yushan was an iron-blooded emperor who valued promises the most. Perhaps, this marriage agreement would not be cancelled. That's not all you have to consider. The Zishan family once controlled nearly half of the Great Yu Empire's military power. Although they've been wiped out, many of their former subordinates are still alive, such as Sigmund Mathers. The Mathers family used to belong to the Zishan family. What else? Luin asked. Silver rolled his eyes. There's a lot more, but why should I tell you? You've already said so much. What are your conditions? Tell me, Luin said. Silver's lips curled up as he stared at Luin. Did you pick something up? Luin's eyes flashed. No. Silver replied, don't deny it. I can feel it. It's in your cosmic ring. Then tell me what it is, Luin said indifferently. Silver smiled and shook his head. His smile was very creepy as he pointed at his eyes. Red. Luin's eyes narrowed. Yours? It's not a coincidence that we met for the first time. Although the things we're looking for are different, the locations are the same, Silver said. I can return it to you, Luin said. Silver turned to look into the distance. No need. You can keep it. It'll be useful in the future. That kind of thing is useless to me. That's because you don't know what it means. You tried to assassinate Zhang Dingtian in the capital. Was it related to this? You really want to know? Silver looked at Luin with a sly smile. The first time I met you, I saw a corpse king. The second time I met you, it was also a corpse king. You killed Zhang Dingtian and destroyed the firearms warehouse because Zhang Dingtian ordered us to use firearms to exterminate the corpse tide. What's your connection with a corpse king? Silver made a shushing gesture. Don't spout nonsense. How could I have anything to do with the zombie king? That's just a product of the planet's failed evolution trial. It has nothing to do with me. I'm just a porter at most. Luin didn't understand. There were too many things in the universe that he couldn't understand. Student, we're actually the same type of people. I can feel it, which is why I came to you. Don't worry, I'll help you, Silver smiled. When I reach a certain position, I'll help you instead? Luin asked. Silver smiled. I told you that you're smart. It's a win-win situation. I don't even know who you are, so why should I work with you? Luin sneered. Silver shrugged. You can refuse, but I believe that you'll be my best partner in the future. He then turned to leave, tossing a piece of paper to Luin before he left. On it was a series of numbers, names of people in the Great Yu Empire, and background information. The universe is cruel. Without you, Earth's future would be bleak. Think about Qingyu. Why didn't you kill him in the end? In the universe, you can only think about yourself. Silver's voice faded into the distance. Luin sighed, looked at the paper, and put it away. Luin believed in the saying that one would never gain an advantage when making a deal with a devil, but who was the devil between him and Silver? Only the future could judge. What Luin wanted to do now was cause a ruckus, the bigger the better. He had to understand the extent of his influence in the Great Yu Empire before he reached the capital star, or it would be difficult for him to do anything on the planet. If someone dared to make a move, then they had to be prepared to lose their hands. Bang! The door to the bar on the Perseverance shattered once more, attracting the attention of everyone inside. Ever since the students had returned from their trials, the door had never been safe. Luin stepped into the bar and looked directly at Varen, who was sitting in a corner. Varen's expression changed when he saw Luin, and he hurriedly stood up to flee. Luin raised a hand and unleashed a space render palm, blasting away the students around him and shattering their tables and chairs. The next moment, a shockwave blasted towards Varen. Varen was shocked and raised a hand to block, but was smashed into the wall with a bang. He spat out a mouthful of blood as he gritted his teeth and glared at Luin. No one dared to intervene, including the soldiers who happened to be patrolling the area. Everyone in the bar immediately retreated. On the second floor, Hua Shaoling and Yen Gang walked out from a private room and looked down in astonishment. What was this guy up to again? Luin slowly approached Varen, his gaze sinister. Varen stared at the approaching Luin in fear, shouting, "What are you doing? This is a spacecraft, not a trial. You can't use force." Luin grabbed Varen by the neck and lifted him over his head, his voice icy. "Who told you to cause trouble for my people? Speak." Varen's face flushed red. He was the strongest person in the academy, but he was powerless against Luin in his current state. He didn't even want to fight back. "I don't know what you're talking about." Luin sneered. "I know there's someone behind you and you must think that I wouldn't dare kill you. Well, I'll give it a try. The person behind you can't wait for me to kill you, so think carefully." Varen's expression changed. He had indeed been ordered to provoke Luin, to show the capital star what kind of person King Zishan was. If Lu Yin killed him now, the results would be 1,000 times better than if he didn't. Not only would he be able to create a picture of the King Zishan's cruelty and stupidity, but his family would also be hostile towards the Zishan king. That person would definitely not save him. Varen thought it through and immediately said, I'll talk. Ross told me to provoke you. Lu Yin shrugged him off and left the bar. Yen Gang watched him disappear and sneered, Idiot, it's obvious that someone's plotting against him and he still dares to cause trouble. Hua Xiaoling's eyes flashed as she activated her gadget to contact someone. At the same time, Sigmund, Tori, and Shalash all received the news. What? You went to find Roz? Stop him. Sigmund roared, his heart stifled. Idiot, too idiotic, how could he do something like this at a time like this? Shalash sneered, he's worse than I thought. Did the title of King Zishan make him arrogant? Poor country bumpkin. Tori shook his head in disappointment. Miss can't marry such a person. Ignoring what others thought, Lu Yin had already arrived outside Ra's room and destroyed the surveillance camera in the corner with a flick of his finger before kicking out. Raz seemed to have been waiting for him and smiled disdainfully, but on the surface he spoke respectfully. What orders do you have for me, King Zishan? Without another word, Lu Yin stepped forward and kicked out. Raz hadn't expected Lu Yin to be so crazy and instinctively tried to dodge, but he was met with the Sky Beast Claw. The seventh form of the Sky Beast Claw was far more powerful than the fifth, and Raz couldn't avoid it at all. He was sent flying out of the room and smashed into the metal frame of the spacecraft, coughing up blood as he roared, How dare you hurt me, native? Lu Yin reached out to grab Raz, who roared and pulled out an energy gun from his cosmic ring. Lu Yin easily dodged the attack. Although it could injure sentinels, it was only effective against ordinary sentinels. Lu Yin's current power level was a realm breaker, comparable to a melder. Seeing Lu Yin getting closer, Ra's expression changed. Save me. Just as Lu Yin was about to attack Raz, Munor appeared and sent shockwaves flying. Lu Yin took a dozen steps back and stared at his opponent solemnly. Munor also took a few steps back, staring fixedly at Lu Yin. New Year's Day tomorrow? Thank you for your support, thank you. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 69. At this point, Sigmund, Shalash, and Tori Anna arrived as well. General Mathers, he's trying to kill me. Ross shouted angrily. Sigmund looked helplessly at Lu Yin. Why did you kill him? Lu Yin stared at him coldly. I didn't. How dare you deny it in front of so many people? Evidence. Lu Yin scoffed. Raz and the rest looked up at the monitor, only to find that it had long since been destroyed. Raz immediately wanted to remove his gadget, recording the moment he'd learned of Lu Yin's arrival to serve as evidence for the people behind him. However, his face paled as his gadget had been destroyed at some point. Lu Yin was disdainful. He wasn't an idiot, and even if he wanted to probe, he couldn't go overboard. He needed a good reason. These were the rules, and no matter what he did, he couldn't break them unless he was strong enough. Shalash glared at Raz, inwardly calling him a piece of trash. Raz pointed angrily at Lu Yin. It's you're the one who injured me. Munor saw it too, right? I saw it, Munor hurriedly replied. If I hadn't intervened, Mr. Raz would have been killed. Lu Yin sneered. Only an idiot would believe the testimony of two losers. Munor was furious. Sigmund secretly sighed in relief and stared coldly at Raz. Do you have any more evidence? Raz's expression changed, but then he angrily replied, This is my room, he attacked me in my room. This is the evidence. Everyone looked at Lu Yin. Lu Yin took out the gadget he'd been keeping in his pocket all this time and opened the screen, revealing Varen's confession. This person bribed Varen to deal with me, so it's not unreasonable for me to settle the score with him. Everyone fell silent, and even Raz couldn't refute it. He'd been beaten up for nothing, and if news of this spread back to the capital star, not only would the people there not blame Lu Yin, they would even praise him for not acting rashly and acting reasonably. Raz, on the other hand, was the exact opposite. Sigmund spoke up, Now that things are clear, let's disperse. Wait, Lu Yin said. Sigmund looked at Lu Yin. Do you have any other requests? Lu Yin's gaze swept across the crowd before finally settling on Shalash. What I want to say is that even though I'm from a remote, primitive planet, I'm not someone to be trifled with. Some people better keep their claws to themselves, or I'll chop them up sooner or later. Shalash's gaze was cold as he stared at Lu Yin. Lu Yin stared at him as well. An explorer wasn't someone that a newly appointed prince like him could deal with. Furthermore, this person was a member of the 13 Imperial squadrons, so it didn't matter if Lu Yin's status was higher than his. However, a warning was still necessary as this was a test. Lu Yin wanted to see how the Emperor of the Great Yu Empire would react after this incident blew up. This would depend on how the Emperor would act in the Great Yu Empire in the future. Soon, the crowd dispersed and Roz was taken away for treatment. Shalash did not say a word from beginning to end. Sigmund didn't say much either, as if the matter was settled. The Perseverance continued to sail through the dark universe. A few hours later, a punishment was announced. Student Roz of Yu Academy has disobeyed the rules and defied his superiors. He will be demoted to a soldier during the return voyage as a warning to others. Everyone was shaken by the news, and Lu Yin's figure immediately appeared in their minds. This King Zishan was not simple at all. Lu Yin was shocked as well. The empire valued him more than he had imagined. The son of a finance minister was demoted just like that, and the entire crew was notified without mercy. It seemed like he would have to adjust his style in the future. Shalash's face darkened as he clenched his right fist. He was the one behind Roz, so the blame would definitely fall on him. Because of Roz's incident, the Perseverance quieted down considerably, and no one dared to cause trouble. A day later, while Lu Yin was observing the star charts, a middle-aged man in the Empire's military uniform requested an audience. Adjutant General Mathers greets King Zishan. The man bowed solemnly. The Great Yu Empire didn't kneel. The military saluted, while the Imperial Court only needed to bow. Lu Yin smiled. Hello, how should I address you? You can call me Adjutant, that's what everyone on the Perseverance calls me. Lu Yin nodded. Don't call me King Zishan either, it's awkward. Just call me Lu Yin or Student Lu. The adjutant replied, Yes, the general sent me here to brief you on the Empire's situation. We'll reach the capital star in half a month. Lu Yin gestured for the man to enter. The adjutant unfurled a star chart. The Great Yu Empire has 13 filaments, and it's located in the center of Frostwave Weave. The north and south are connected in a straight line across Frostwave Weave, almost splitting it into two. It also connects Grand Top Weave and the Endless Chaos. Lu Yin had learned a little about the Great Yu Empire over the past few days, and it was similar to what the adjutant had told him. He was curious about the capital star, but the Great Yu Empire was so vast that it was impossible for him to understand it in detail. He only wanted to know his destination, which was the capital star. However, the description of the capital star and his gadget wasn't very detailed. He only knew that it was called Xenu Star and it was 10,000 times the size of Earth. It was surrounded by 3 continents, but there was nothing more specific. The adjutant pointed to a location on the star chart. This is where Xenu Star is located. The 3 continents around Xenu Star are where the Empire's troops are stationed. From the inside out, they are called the First Ring, Second Ring, and Third Ring. As he listened to the adjutant's introduction, an image of a huge habitable planet appeared in Lu Yin's mind. It was surrounded by an iron-blooded army that dominated the 13 filaments. After a long time, the adjutant put away the star chart. Is there anything else you want to ask? I want to know about the Imperial Palace and the 13 Imperial Squadrons. I'm sorry, I can't reveal that with my authority. If you want to know, you'll have to ask General Mathers. Lu Yin felt that it was a pity. How long did you say it would take to reach the capital star? Half a month, said the adjutant. That's too slow, Lu Yin said helplessly. That's the speed of a normal spacecraft, and that's only because our empire has spread wormholes all over the 13 filaments. A single wormhole can often cover an endless distance. Otherwise, if we just relied on a spacecraft to fly, we wouldn't be able to reach the capital star even if it took 100 or even 1,000 times longer. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 70. The Perseverance has arrived at Ginma Space Station. Students, please prepare your belongings and land in an orderly manner. Lu Yin stood in front of the window and looked down. Ginma Space Station was very far away from the solar system, and this was where the Perseverance had made its first wormhole jump. To most people, Ginma Space Station was very ordinary, but to people like Zhang Dingtian and Susan who were stepping into space for the first time, it was extremely shocking. Ginma Space Station was huge, thousands of times larger than the Perseverance. It was made entirely of unknown metal components, floating in space with flying machines everywhere. At first glance, It looked like a giant metal monster bearing its fangs and brandishing its claws. Behind Ginma's space station was a protective net formed by countless spacecraft. Even though they were separated by a great distance, Zhang Dingtian could still feel the shocking fluctuations of star energy emanating from them. These were space-exploring powerhouses. Within this space station there was a space-exploring powerhouse. The Perseverance was placed on top of a giant frame, and below it, beams of light descended to reveal students one after another. Most of the students didn't need to go to the capital star. They came from all over the Great U Empire and needed to transfer stations. There were more than 20 students who had landed on Ginma Space Station, and they were visibly more relaxed after leaving the Perseverance. Geraldine was one of them. She had finally left Lu Yin. Before leaving, she turned back to look at the Perseverance and saw Lu Yin waving at her. She rolled her eyes and muttered something that obviously wasn't anything nice. Lu Yin's brows rose. This girl was asking for a beating. Other than Geraldine, Varen, Parlay, and the rest left as well, their academies weren't too far apart. What surprised him was that Silver had left as well. Lu Yin stared at Silver's back, deep in thought. This person was hard to fathom. Cooperate? Let's see who can outplay who, but before that he had to figure out the power behind Silver. A silhouette tore through the sky. It was Sigmund. Lu Yin glanced at the universe and then continued to observe the star chart. It was only when he was in the universe that he truly felt its vastness. He was confident that he would be able to revolve the fifth star within a month. Just how powerful would he be then? Normally, an additional star would double one's power. Lu Yin had suppressed the Sentinel Qingyu with 4 stars, making him invincible. With 5 stars he might be able to challenge a melder from U Academy, and even someone like Munor might not be his match. The head of the Ginma space station was named Baruda. He was an explorer with a combat power of over 10,000. He could wander the starry sky and had guarded the Ginma space station for more than 200 years. A space station master like Baruda did not need to personally oversee the wormhole, but Baruda was different. He had personally guarded the wormhole for over 200 years, and his name had spread throughout the Great U Empire. Sigmund crossed the distance and appeared behind the space station, gazing at the huge wormhole before looking at the dense net of spacecrafts not far away. Right in the middle was Baruda's spacecrafts. The door opened with a creak and a middle-aged man in armor stepped out. He crossed several thousand meters in a single step and appeared in front of Sigmund, commander of Ginma Space Station. Baruda, greetings, General Sigmund. Sigmund was very respectful of the man before him. Station Master Baruda, it's been 13 years since we last met. How have you been? Baruda solemnly replied, there have been no enemy invasions in 13 years. That's good. His Majesty has mentioned you many times. Thank you for guarding the borders of the Great U Empire. Baruda immediately saluted. This subordinate is a soldier of the Empire, and guarding the borders is my duty. You should have been notified that a planet called Earth has just undergone an evolution. I'll have to trouble Station Master Baruda to monitor it closely and send people to eliminate the failed products as soon as possible to prevent enemies from sneaking in. Baruda's eyes trembled. The Neo-Human Alliance. Sigmund nodded and looked in the direction of Earth. The failed zombies must not be discovered by the Neo-Human Alliance. Even if a zombie king is taken away, it will be troublesome for the Great U Empire. You should understand the severity of this matter. Baruda trembled. This subordinate understands. Immediately send troops to Earth to eliminate the zombie horde. Also, do not harm that planet while eliminating the zombie horde. That planet belongs to King Zishan for the time being. Baruda acknowledged the order and immediately left. Not long after, the Perseverance started up again and took off towards the wormhole behind the space station. The moment they entered the wormhole, everyone felt weightless, but it was only for a moment. The next moment, everything returned to normal. The only difference was that the surrounding starry sky had changed. They had appeared in another galaxy space station from Ginma Space Station, and they had left without stopping. Susan exhaled. The moment he entered the wormhole had terrified him. Not everyone dared to look into the depths of the darkness. The wormhole spanned a considerable distance, and they had already crossed from the solar system's domain to another. The smallest unit of measurement in the universe was a galaxy, followed by a cluster of galaxies. Every cluster contained many galaxies, and even more expansive were superclusters, each of which contained many galaxies. Then came the domain. Generally speaking, the largest organizations in the universe used domains as a unit of measurement. A domain had many superclusters and it was infinitely large. The Great U Empire encompassed 13 domains, and these 13 domains almost divided the Frostwave Weave into two. There were 72 weaves in the entire Outerverse, and Frostwave Weave was only one of them. On average, each weave had 100 filaments. In other words, the Great U Empire's territory was equivalent to a tenth of Frostwave Weave, as Frostwave Weave had a total of 125 filaments. The solar system was in the fourth domain, and the Perseverance had just crossed from the fourth to the third. They were heading to the first domain where the capital star was located. It was also the heart of the Great U Empire. After a group of students left, the training area became much more spacious. Lu Yin arrived at the training area and saw many familiar faces, but most of them avoided him like he was the plague. He didn't care as he had no intention of getting along with anyone. Once his identity as King Zishan was confirmed, there would be people looking for trouble. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 71. At this moment, the door to a gravity room opened and Jenny Anna walked out. Curious about the situation, she opened the door and saw Lu Yin right away. Her expression turned ugly, and she glared at him before slamming the door and leaving. The students around them were stunned. What was going on? Lu Yin blinked. What was going on? Was this woman crazy? Why did she look like that when she saw him? Wasn't it just a threat? Did she know about the marriage between the Anna and Zishan families? Lu Yin's guess was right. Jenny Anna did know about it, but Tori Anna had accidentally revealed it. Although the marriage between the Anna and Zishan families had not been named, even an idiot would know that it had to be the heir. The Zishan family had been much more prosperous than the Anna family back in the day, and now Lu Yin was the only surviving member of the Zishan family. As for the Anna family, Jenny Anna would be the one to marry Lu Yin as long as the marriage was carried out. Jenny Anna didn't have a good impression of Lu Yin to begin with, and she immediately contacted her family after learning of this matter. The answer she received made her heart turn cold. This marriage was very likely to be carried out. Jenny Anna instantly felt her entire life turn dark, which was why she had come to the gravity room to vent her frustrations. She hadn't expected to run into that bastard again. She felt like she had stepped in dog shit. Not long after Jenny Anna left, Lulu Mavis happily ran over and entered Lu Yin's gravity room. Lu Yin looked over in surprise. Lulu Mavis? What's you? Just in time. My hands are itching, let's spar, Lulu provoked. Lu Yin didn't refuse. He was curious about the Mavis family's battle techniques. Lulu had displayed terrifying strength and extreme speed in the capital, and he wanted to know if that strength was a battle technique or something else. If it was a battle technique, he wondered if he could secretly learn it. Lulu licked her lips excitedly when Lu Yin didn't refuse. She had been paying attention to him for a long time, and it wasn't easy for him to defeat a Night King, even if he had just awakened. Don't hold back, I want to see what you got from the inheritance stone. I'm coming, watch out. Lulu's body vanished. She was able to maintain such a terrifying speed even in 30 times the gravity, leaving only an afterimage behind as if she had merged into the day. Lu Yin immediately activated his Sirius art, but Lulu's palm was still fast enough to break through the limits of Sirius. Lu Yin dodged to the side, but Lulu's palm slammed into the wall, shaking the room. Lulu stared at Lu Yin in surprise. Not bad. Again. As she spoke, she charged at 30 times gravity as if it was nothing to her. Lu Yin stared intently at Lulu's incoming fist. He raised his own hand and punched out, the day-night punch alternating between black and white. Within the gravity room, Lulu was shocked. This is the battle technique you learned from the inheritance stone? It's nothing special. Lu Yin clenched his fists and stared at Lulu in shock. Aside from her speed, she hadn't used any battle techniques in that punch. She'd relied purely on brute force to block the day-night punch. Could it be that the Mavis family's innate gift was brute force? Continue. Lulu shouted, increasing her speed and sweeping her leg towards Lu Yin. He dodged again, keeping a close eye on Lulu's legs. The next moment, Lulu disappeared again and attacked him from all directions. Lu Yin couldn't learn extreme speed from Qingyu, but he could see some clues from Lulu's display of it. His feet unconsciously imitated Lulu's footwork and gradually brought it into the roving step. His speed increased slightly, but only slightly. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 72. Susan was there as well, having been dragged along by Lu Yin to bring them water and drinks. Susan didn't get tired of it, feeling like he was still of some use. Quite a few students passed by and looked at the gravity room strangely. Even the strongest students of the various academies might not be able to fight in 40 times gravity. Another group of students left, this time with Jerlin, Ballerer, Eddie, and Hayden. With them gone, Lu Yin was left with fewer students. Jerlin purposely found him before leaving and raised her fist. "You better watch out, I haven't settled the score for robbing me." "Want to do it again?" Lu Yin asked proudly. Jerlin quickly ran away in fright, but before she left she tried to scare him once more. "Don't underestimate you Academy, there won't be any sentinels fighting you anymore. Your opponents are melders, my brother might beat you up." She then ran off. Lu Yin burst into laughter as he recalled someone's introduction of her brother Jerbak, and his expression turned serious. Someone at Jerbaka's level was an elite of U Academy, someone who had even joined the 13 Imperial Squadrons. Although Lu Yin's status was high, he might not be able to intimidate someone like that. He still had to work hard, and only by becoming a melder would he have the ability to protect himself. Although there were no specific rules, it was rumored that the Astral Combat Academy only recruited young elites above the melder realm. Just as he was about to rush back to the training area, he saw Bai Shui looking up at the starry sky. With the starry sky as a backdrop, Bai Shui's beautiful side profile shocked him, almost glowing. He wasn't the only one. Many students around him were also attracted to her, staring at her with burning gazes. Bai Shui was already used to such gazes. Whether on Earth or in the universe, they would never disappear. Lu Yin walked over to her. "What are you thinking about? Why don't you train with us? The universe is huge and Earth is too small. No wonder it can't hold people back. Didn't you get out yourself?" "Don't worry about Lu Xiaoga," Lu Yin said. Bai Shui shook her head. "I'm not talking about him." "Well," Lu Yin was puzzled. Bai Shui turned to look at him. "Qingyu, who discovered it?" A thought suddenly flashed through Lu Yin's mind and he blurted out, "Bai Qian." Bai Shui's eyes dimmed. "That's right, Bai Qian." Lu Yin had always felt that something was missing. It was Bai Qian, the person who had first stepped onto Neptune and brought Qingyu back. He had also been the first person to come into contact with Qingyu, but he had never been one of the 7 sages. Bai Qian had been the first human to set foot on Neptune and was an absolute elite of the human race, but there had never been any news about him. "Where is this person? What does that have to do with you?" Bai Shui bitterly replied, "She's my sister." Lu Yin was shocked. "Bai Qian is a girl?" Bai Shui nodded. She couldn't help but laugh when she saw Lu Yin's shocked expression. "Isn't it unbelievable? All the major newspapers have been reporting on Bai Qian's arrival on Neptune, but they've completely hidden her personal information. In your mind, Bai Qian must be a man as domineering as Zhang Dingtian, right?" Lu Yin smiled bitterly and nodded. "That's exactly what I thought. Since you mentioned her, what happened to her? Did she leave Earth?" Bai Shui lowered her head, her long hair covering her eyes as she spoke in a low voice. "My sister, Bai Qian, is said to have a face that can make a rainbow pale in comparison. A strategist like Zhuge Liang, a heart like an empress, and a genius in the way of the sword. But she abandoned me, abandoned Earth, and went to the stars alone. I might never see her again." "She went to the stars? How did she leave?" Lu Yin was puzzled. When Qingyu was brought back, he had a piece of leather paper with words engraved on it. "It took us a long time to decipher it, but we only managed to decipher 3 words. Invitation. It was this invitation that opened the door to the stars for my sister. She then disappeared. At the time, she had just entered the realm of sky, which is the same as the Sentinel realm. Your sister has guts, daring to step into the stars with just an invitation. Isn't she afraid of being torn apart by spacetime?" Lu Yin exclaimed. Bai Shui gazed into the dark universe and spoke with longing. "My sister never did anything she wasn't confident in. Whether it was her studies, sports, the way of the sword, or exploring the stars, she was the best. Zhang Dingtian and the others had to admit that no one could compare to her. Perhaps that was why she left. Earth could no longer satisfy her." Lu Yin laughed. This woman worshipped Bai Qian too much. Bai Qian might have been able to shine on Earth, but that might not be the case in the stars. The universe was vast and boundless, and humans were divided into many different races. Just like Parley's planet of third gravity and Ballerer's planet of plants, some races were born with sentinels or even stronger than that. The Day-Night clan was already terrifying, and the Night King clan was the king of the Day-Night clan. Their talents and resources were limitless, and any elite would pale in comparison to them. Lu Yin was confident that he could compete with these monsters because of his dai. But what about Bai Qian? Bai Shui was right about one thing: she might never see Bai Qian again in this lifetime. Most people couldn't cross the stars. A face that can make a rainbow pale in comparison? It was a pity that he couldn't meet her. Alright, do you have a picture of your sister? Lu Yin asked, wanting to take a look. Bai Shui shook her head. There's a rule against keeping pictures. She glared at Lu Yin like he was a thief. What are you trying to do? Just taking a look. If you don't have it, then forget it. Train with us when you're free. It's easy to get sick by yourself, Lu Yin said indifferently before turning to leave. Bai Shui retracted her gaze and looked into the dark universe again with a complicated expression. Earth was truly miraculous. Qingyu alone had brought out a group of monsters from a single trial. Zhang Dingtian was a realm breaker, Bai Shui and Su San were innate talents, Saruzin had unparalleled willpower, Lu Xiaoga's fortitude, and the perfect Bai Qian. Lu Yin didn't know what this group of people would experience in space, but the future would definitely be interesting. That's right, I'm also from Earth. Lu Yin smirked. Am I considered a monster? The Perseverance was peaceful for the next 10 days. The students left one after another, and Bai Shui joined the combat training. She couldn't withstand 40 times the gravity and had no choice but to copy Saruzin's method. However, she was different from Saruzin. One was breathtakingly beautiful, while the other was nightmarish. The two polar opposites stood at the entrance of the gravity training room, leaving Lu Yin speechless. Su San looked at Bai Shui with a strange gaze, feeling that she must have been provoked. Why else would she copy Saruzin and try to adapt to 40 times the gravity? In 10 days, Lu Yin had completely adapted to 40 times the normal gravity, which surprised Xia Luo. Most people who had just broken through to the Melder realm wouldn't be able to adapt so easily, but Lulu Mavis had adapted even faster than Lu Yin. No one was surprised by her. Anything was possible in the Mavis family. Zhang Dingtian could also move freely under 40 times the gravity. Saruzin had spent 10 days and finally advanced by one leg. This was normal. A sentinel being able to adapt to 40 times the gravity was already an exaggeration. Bai Shui was the same, and her improvement was even faster than Saruzin's. This gravity training room was very famous on the Perseverance, and even Sigmund had come to take a look. Aside from Su San, everyone else could defeat the strongest in the academy. It was hard not to attract attention. At that moment, Lu Yin received a message from his adjutant that the Great Yu Empire's evolutionary trial had ended. Careful, I'm coming. Lulu shouted, her palm brushing past his ear and hitting the wall. She then stopped and looked at him with dissatisfaction. Hey, can you show some respect? I was hitting you. He apologized. Sorry, I got distracted. I just received news that the students who pass this trial will be sent to the Capital Star for an assessment. Those who pass will be recommended to Astral 10 by the Empire. Lulu rolled her eyes. What does that have to do with me? Xia Luo didn't mind. It was only then that he remembered that these two weren't simple. Lulu was from the Mavis family, which wasn't any weaker than the Day-Night clan. He wasn't surprised that she could enter the Inheritance Stone and obtain it, but Xia Luo's background wasn't simple either. The Great Yu Empire's recommendation was useless to them. So we're the losers? Zhang Dingtian asked Lu Yin. Lu Yin nodded. Everyone failed Earth's trial. Aside from me, no one can be recommended to Astral 10. I don't need a recommendation, I can go myself, Zhang Dingtian said. Lulu rolled her eyes. Go yourself? Are you kidding? You don't even know where the Astral Combat Academy's gates are. Do you think anyone can go there? Astral 10 has descended upon the Frostwave Weave, and only a power like the Great Yu Empire knows its exact location. They have a way to get close and normal people won't even be able to see it. Zhang Dingtian's gaze was heavy as he gripped his sword tightly. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 73. Lu Yin looked at Lulu. Do you know about the Astral Combat Academy? I've heard about it from my elders. Do you want to know? Lulu smiled slyly. Lu Yin nodded. Yes. Lulu's eyes darted around. I can tell you, but you have to promise me one thing. As long as you join Astral 10, help me get something. Lu Yin turned to leave. Hey, don't go. It's not like it's anything special. It's just a fight. Let me tell you, even General Mathers doesn't know about the Astral Combat Academy. Besides me, no one else can tell you. The Astral Combat Academy is split into 10 academies. 8 of them are in the Innerverse and Astral 9 is in the Endless Weave. Astral 10 is about to descend on the Frostwave Weave. The Astral Combat Academy is said to have supreme battle techniques that have been passed down since ancient times, and there are invincible powerhouses overseeing it. The Astral Combat rankings are composed of the top 100 youths in the universe. To everyone in the universe, the most attractive thing about the Astral Combat Academy is that only those who join will have the right to enter the legendary 3 realms and 6 da'as. Lulu gritted her teeth in anger. Everyone stared at Xia Luo. The 3 realms and 6 da'as? Xia Luo smiled. The legendary 9 trial zones. Rumor has it that these zones have been passed down since ancient times and contain supreme battle techniques. There are techniques that allow living beings to live forever, immortal bloodlines and invincible strength. Of course, these are just rumors, but one thing has been confirmed. Xia Luo grew solemn. Almost half of the 10 arbiters of the Universe Youth Council have stepped into the 3 realms and 6 da'as, which has even shocked the Astral Combat Academy. Lu Yin's expression changed. The 10 arbiters had developed the Universe Youth Council from an obscure organization into the terrifying monster it was today. The 10 of them were geniuses who stood above the universe's younger generation. Lu Yin did not understand their strength, but there had once been a huge power that had defied the 10 arbiters' orders and been exterminated by one of them. That power far surpassed the Great Yu Empire. The Universe Youth Council was originally only responsible for the Interverse Tournament and rewarding and punishing the younger generation. Ever since the 10 arbiters had ascended to the throne, their authority had expanded infinitely. Not only did they have the authority to arbitrate and judge the younger generation, but they also had the authority to supervise the academies, education, the military and prisons. They also had the authority to directly enforce laws. This was why the Universe Youth Council was called the 10 Arbiters Council. Mira was from the 10 Arbiters Council, and through her, he could see how terrifying this organization was. Lu Yin had gone out of his way to investigate the 10 arbiters, but he had not been able to find any information about them. Their information had been concealed, or rather, he had not been able to find any information about them with the Outerverse qualifications. Lulu snorted. Some of those 10 freaks have indeed stepped into the 3 realms and 6 da'as, but not all of them have gained anything from it. However, there's one thing that's true. Any student who dares to train in the 3 realms and 6 da'as will emerge stronger than before. The Astral Combat Academy is like a gate that protects the 3 realms and 6 da'as, which is why so many people want to join. Lu Yin looked at Lulu. Do you know who the 10 arbiters are? Lulu and Xia Luo glanced at Lu Yin, but neither spoke. You don't know? Lulu shrugged. I don't know. Lu Yin looked at Xia Luo. Xia Luo shook his head. Don't ask me, I don't know either. We don't even have the qualifications to know. Even the Emperor of the Great Yu Empire, Undying Yushan, might not know. Those 10 are high and mighty, and no news outlet dares to touch them. Lu Yin was disappointed. He thought back to the news that he had seen before. The 10 Arbiters Council only had 10 shadows, and he really did not have the qualifications to know. Only one person on the Perseverance knew, Mira, the woman from the 10 Arbiters Council. However, Lu Yin was sure that she would not tell him and might even develop a bad impression of him. The toad that swallowed the sky had great ambitions, but was narrow-minded. It would not be worth it to ask her. When the Perseverance vibrated again, a notification came that they were about to arrive at the capital star. Lu Yin looked out the window and saw spacecraft after spacecraft fly past. He could clearly feel the prosperity of this place. This was the capital star of the Great Yu Empire's first filament. Not long after, Lu Yin saw a huge planet in the distance with 3 continents surrounding it. It was a magnificent sight, and there were terrifying star energy fluctuations from time to time. A fleet of spaceships stretched far into the distance. This was the capital star. There weren't many students left on the Perseverance at this point, and they were all descendants of nobles like Raz and Hua Shaoling. Raz excitedly activated his gadget when he saw the capital star approaching. Senior, please, I'll definitely take revenge. He's the Zishan king. If you embarrass him, you'll be offending his entire bloodline. Raz was disdainful. Senior, let's not beat around the bush. The Zishan king's bloodline has long since withered, and many of them have joined my father. There aren't many who can truly support him. His Majesty only gave him the Zishan throne because of the promise he made back then. Does he really think that the throne can last forever? If he doesn't die, the crown prince and second prince won't have peace. Have you forgotten about the captain of the 13th Squadron? Raz froze for a moment before smiling. That woman only wants the Zishan family's reputation and treasures. If he dies, she might even thank us. There was a moment of silence on the other end of the gadget. Alright, I can help you teach him a lesson, but at most I'll just embarrass him. I can't help you kill him, that'd be suicide. Ross sighed and smiled cruelly. Of course, thank you. He then hung up and looked up at the capital star. Luin, do you really think that the Zishan King's position is that easy to sit on? The higher you climb, the harder you fall. It seems like you don't understand. Just as the Perseverance was about to reach the capital star, dozens of courtiers stood respectfully within the palace, looking up at the dignified figure in front of them. This was the undying Yushan, the emperor of the Great Yu Empire. In his 800 years on the throne, he had developed the Great Yu Empire from a small and weak country to its current state that spanned 13 filaments. Even the Innerverse had heard of him. The undying Yushan was a legend. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 74. At this point, an old man walked out. Your Majesty, I have a question, but I'm not sure if it's appropriate. Undying Yushan smiled. Feel free to speak in court. The Zishan family once had a marriage agreement with the royal family. Is that agreement still in effect? The man asked loudly. Everyone looked up at Undying Yushan. Even the captains of the 13 imperial squadrons and the absent-minded duke turned to look at him. Undying Yushan's eyes narrowed. This was a difficult question to answer. If he denied it, the royal family would lose face, but if he admitted it, he couldn't do it. There was only one princess waiting to be married, the fifth princess, Wendy Yushan. No one could decide Wendy Yushan's marriage because she wasn't an ordinary princess. She was a disciple of the Innerverse Myriad Swords Peak, and even more terrifying was that she was ranked in the top 20 of the Astral combat rankings. She was one of the few powerhouses in the Outerverse who could reach the top of the rankings. She was the pride of the Frostwave Weave in the Outerverse, and she was known as the second Undying Yushan. In terms of status, even Undying Yushan couldn't compare to Wendy Yushan, let alone decide her marriage. It wasn't that he didn't want to, but that he didn't have the ability. Undying Yushan suddenly coughed violently, and a few healers immediately rushed over to inject him with medicine. His coughing soon subsided. Pass down my orders, the court will be suspended until Luin arrives. The Perseverance slowly landed on Xenu Star Space Station. Beams of light descended as Luin and the rest finally stepped onto Xenu Star's surface. It was a bustling scene as far as the eye could see. Countless advanced technologies were being used in daily life, and bridges made of unknown metals connected the entire city. A spacecraft streaked across the sky and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Luin stretched and felt the gravity of Xenu Star, which was similar to Earth's. The air was very fresh and the star energy here far surpassed Earth's. Xenu Star was tens of thousands of times larger than Earth, and it was unknown how many people lived on this vast continent, as well as how many strange races there were. Susan looked around in a daze. This was the alien civilization that was monitoring Earth. Whether it was in terms of technology or cultivation, Earth couldn't compare to them at all. Zhang Dingtian, Bai Shui and Saruzin were all very calm. They had already read about the various technological civilizations in the library, so they weren't too surprised. On the other hand, Xenu Star's technology seemed to be rather backward. Tranquility returned to the Perseverance as teams of soldiers landed. Soon Sigmund, Shalash and Tori Anna appeared. Mira had left the ship at some point. At this moment, the army suddenly surrounded them from afar. Zhang Dingtian furrowed his brows. Something was wrong. The atmosphere of these soldiers was solemn, and there was even a trace of killing intent. He was from the military, so he was very sensitive to such auras. This was the prelude to an attack. Be careful, Zhang Dingtian warned. Luin also felt that something was amiss, and the surrounding soldiers were looking at them warily. The Perseverance's surroundings were sealed off as invisible weapons locked onto the crew, especially Sigmund. Sigmund's face was solemn as he looked at the descending man. Bronson? What do you mean? Everyone looked at this scene. The man named Bronson was obviously a space-exploring powerhouse. Powerhouses above the Lamita realm were known as explorers. As long as one's power level exceeded 10,000, they were considered explorers. Those with a power level of 50,000 were known as cruisers, and those with a power level of over 100,000 were known as hunters. They were all experts from Yu Academy, which was located in the first ring. Wa Shaoling, Jenny Anna, and the other nobles were taken away one after another. Zhang Dingtian and the other two were taken away along with Raz and the others. They were going to Yu Academy to undergo body remodeling, a reward given to them by the Great Yu Empire. Ordinary people wouldn't receive such a reward even if they passed the trial, mainly because of their talents. The Great Yu Empire was strong because it constantly absorbed new blood. Zenustar space station was huge and it didn't take long for a spacecraft to stop in front of them. This way, Your Highness. Lu Yin and Su San boarded the spacecraft while Bronson floated beside them. With a roar, the spacecraft sped off into the distance. Su San looked at the spacecraft curiously, focusing on the position of the screen. The route had been set long ago. This was a smart pilot. General Bronson, may I ask you a question? Lu Yin asked politely. Bronson's star energy cleared the air around him and he replied respectfully, Please ask, Your Highness. I heard you say that there were 27 zombie kings. What do you mean? Bronson's gaze turned cold. Your Highness's planet has evolved, giving birth to strong cultivators and failed zombies. There's a type of zombie king that can consume natural energy crystals to gain great strength. There's an alliance of these zombie kings in the universe called the Neo-Human Alliance. They claim to be the new humans, representing the true direction of human evolution. They're all made up of zombie kings and are extremely dangerous. Lu Yin's eyes flashed as he thought of the long-haired zombie king and the one that Zhang Dingtian had killed. Innate gifts were rare among humans, but zombie kings could obtain them by consuming natural energy crystals. This meant that every member of the Neo-Human Alliance had an innate gift. No wonder the Great Yu Empire was so concerned. This was an alliance made up of zombie kings with innate gifts, and they were naturally dangerous. 27 zombie kings escaped from Earth's trial. Is it serious? Lu Yin asked. Bronson pondered for a while and said, Death penalty. A native had suddenly transformed into King Zishan, who stood above countless others. This pressure didn't come from a single person but from everyone. It wasn't released on purpose, but rather a rejection caused by dissatisfaction. The entire court wanted to expel Lu Yin. Lu Yin felt dizzy, his fingers trembling as Undying Yushan's figure gradually disappeared. He couldn't take it anymore. Off. With a low shout, Lu Yin bit the tip of his tongue and tore open the flesh of his palm. Fresh blood dripped down his palm, but the pain woke him up. He lifted his foot and took another step, completely entering the palace. Suddenly the pressure receded like a tide. Everyone looked at him in shock. It wasn't easy for a sentinel to withstand such pressure. At the front, Crown Prince Doran Yushan smiled, while the second prince curled his lips. Amongst the captains of the 13 imperial squadrons, a bald, blind man nodded imperceptibly. At the top, Undying Yushan laughed, Come closer. Lu Yin exhaled and raised his head to meet Undying Yushan's gaze. His gaze was solemn as he walked forward, passing by the courtiers and even the captains of the 13 imperial squadrons. Finally he stopped in front of the crown prince and second prince. Lu Yin greets his majesty. Undying Yushan smiled and was about to speak when he coughed again and drank some water. Call me royal uncle. Lu Yin bowed, royal uncle. Undying Yushan nodded, You've suffered outside for so many years. Thank you for your concern, royal uncle, Lu Yin replied respectfully. Royal brother, royal father has always been concerned about the Zishan family. Where have you been all these years? Why is there no news at all? And who gave you the name Lu Yin? Crown Prince Doran asked. Everyone looked at Lu Yin. Ever since Lu Yin's Zishan bloodline had been confirmed, the Great Yu Empire had been investigating him, but they hadn't been able to find anything. This was inconceivable. The Great Yu Empire was one of the top powers in the Frostwave Weave, but they couldn't even investigate a single person's background. This made everyone curious about Lu Yin. Lu Yin had already prepared an answer. To tell the truth, I've lost my memories and only remember this name. If you don't believe me, you can check my brain. I'm telling the truth. Doran quickly waved his hand and smiled. Royal brother, you're exaggerating. There's no need for that. Your identity as a descendant of the Zishan family has already been confirmed. No matter what happened in the past, the Great Yu Empire will always be your strongest backer. The Crown Prince is right. Little Yin, you can stay in the Empire with peace of mind. Take over the Zishan throne and bring the Zishan bloodline to greater heights, Undying Yushan said clearly. Lu Yin quickly agreed. Royal father, has royal brother Lu Yin's residence been arranged? If not, I'm willing to arrange it for him, Second Prince Duque spoke for the first time. Undying Yushan smiled. No need, little Yin doesn't need anyone to arrange his residence. The Zishan Palace is his home. Everyone was shocked. Your Majesty, you can't do that. The Zishan Palace has a high status in the empire. Not only does it represent the Zishan throne, but it also represents the glory of the great Yu Empire's powerhouses. It represents the undying Zishan's achievements. Even if we return it to him, we have to wait until he grows up. Yes, Your Majesty, please reconsider. Your Majesty, please reconsider. Lu Yin found it strange. It was just a place to stay. Did they have to make it sound like they were risking their lives to admonish him? Bang. Undying Yushan flew into a rage. I've already said what I wanted. Do you want me to go back on my words? I'm not dead yet, and it's not up to you to make decisions for me. Many of the courtiers paled. Please forgive us, Your Majesty. The Crown Prince and Second Prince bowed as well. Lu Yin glanced around and found that only a few strange-looking people hadn't moved. Why was there a lowly? There was a total of 7 people. One of them was 2 meters tall and was completely black. One of them had fiery red hair and had a serious expression. One of them was emitting a cold aura and seemed unapproachable. One of them was bald and short. One of them was wearing a white coat and looked like a scientist. One of them was extremely handsome and looked even gentler than Xia Luo. There was also a petite Lolita. The 7 of them looked quite unique. They stood at the front, second only to the Crown Prince and the Second Prince. Lu Yin guessed that they were the captains of the 13 imperial squadrons, which were the most powerful in the great Yu Empire. What are you looking at? Haven't you seen a beauty before? The petite loli glared at Lu Yin. Lu Yin was speechless and turned his head away. It was hard not to attract attention with their appearances, especially the bald, short, blind man. His appearance was second only to Saruzan's. When the petite loli saw that Lu Yin had turned his head away, she proudly puffed out her chest and raised her head proudly. All right, dismissed. I'm tired. Crown Prince, Second Prince and Little Yin, please stay. The Emperor waved his hand tiredly. The courtiers retreated one after another. The petite loli glared fiercely at Lu Yin before she left. Lu Yin ignored her. She was just a little girl, how could she be considered a captain? Undying Yushan brought Lu Yin's group to the garden. The air in the garden was fresh and the plants were all new to Lu Yin. Thankfully, he had spent some time in the Innerverse before, so it wasn't too strange. Perhaps the Undying Yushan was getting on in years, but he began to reminisce about the past as he brought Lu Yin to tour the garden. Along the way he reminisced about the past, leaving Lu Yin helpless. He wasn't even a member of the Zishan family, so he didn't have the time to listen to the old man's ramblings. However, the Undying Yushan had set his sights on Lu Yin, and even Doran and Duque couldn't escape. You're tuning in to the Sword Dance in the Vast Sky YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.